Chapter 511 Killing Esron. Chapter 511 Killing Esron. Translator, Zayamoj. One after another, spirit force crystals emerged beside Esron and turned into ashes, and an immense amount of divine force poured into the golden scripture. The hymn chanted by countless believers across numerous planes turned into countless small golden runes, which in turn formed a golden torrent that engulfed Yang Feng. Praised be the Lord. You are the supreme existence. Praised be the Lord. You are the sole true God in the world. Except for you, all gods are false gods. Praised be the Lord. You are light. You are dawn. You are everything. The prayer of the believers was full of piety, respect, devotion, and sanctity, and the golden runes they formed eroded Yang Feng's soul and tried to change him on the soul level. The prayer of the believers reverberated in Yang Feng's soul and body, but didn't make him feel any pain. Endless warmth and the joy and happiness of the believers poured out from the golden runes, and a feeling of peace and joy overcame him. If it was a feeling of pain, Yang Feng could totally resist it. But the boundless joy was even more dreadful than pain. If Yang Feng wasn't careful, the trace of reason he maintained in the abyss of his mind will be swallowed up by the endless joy. I am Yang Feng. I am the god of war, the ruler of shadows. Except for me, all gods are false gods. In the Feisua plain, Yang Feng's god clone opened his eyes at once, and a magnificent, mighty, and sacred voice echoed in his divine country. I am Yang Feng. I only believe in myself. I only believe in my own strength. I will never believe in anyone else. If there is a God, then I am the only true God in the world. An overbearing, unyielding will rose inside Yang Feng. He opened his eyes and step by step struggled free from the feeling of joy, and flames of anger ignited in his eyes. Yang Feng has been a step shy from being completely overwhelmed by the Dawn 12 Movements hymn, and eventually turned into a fanatic of the Dawn Lord who offered everything of his to the Dawn Lord. By then, he would be basically stripped of his self-consciousness and reduced to a puppet. This was the first time that Yang Feng came across such a corrosive attack aimed against the soul like the one dealt by Dawn 12 Movements hymn, and he was almost defeated. The universe is large and full of extraordinary things. It looks like I was a bit too full of myself. Eyes bloodshot, Yang Feng excited his life force and extracted the power of the semiplane to resist the erosion of the Dawn 12 Movements hymn. At the same time, he mused. In the vast universe, there were countless planes, and among those planes, there were countless bizarre, extraordinary life forms and all kinds of strange secret methods. Faced against an opponent that employed some queer secret methods, you could be defeated despite being much stronger than the opponent if careless. To be able to struggle free from the Dawn 12 Movements hymn, this petty human warlock is really powerful. There was a dignified look in Esron's eyes. A large number of divine force crystals appeared around him and disintegrated, and a tremendous volume of divine force poured out. The golden runes formed from the prayer of countless believers shone brightly, suppressed Yang Feng's soul, and made him drowsy and almost unable to move. Yang Feng tried hard to withstand the erosion of the golden runes. There was a flash of coldness in Esron's eyes, and he shouted, Zhang Xian, kill this heretic. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Although the Dawn 12 Movements hymn was a powerful god armament, but it was extremely demanding. Esron couldn't move while operating it. Yes, master. Zhang Xian's eyes flickered with resentment. With a flick of his wrist, a level 5 secret treasure gale spear appeared in his hand, and a violent wind shrouded the gale spear. Man and spear as one turned into a green spear ray that stabbed at Yang Feng. It's your honor to become an offering for my ruler series. A cold look in his eyes, the black ruler magic cube appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and then quickly decomposed and turned into a black armor covering his whole body. Vast glorious dawn warlock rank force poured into Yang Feng from the ruler armor, and his fleshly body almost exploded. When Zhang Xian's spear strike landed on Yang Feng's ruler armor, a clear sound reverberated, and the level 5 secret treasure gale spear bounced back. How is this possible? There was a gleam of incredulity in Zhang Xian's eyes. while powering the level 5 secret method Gale Spear with his quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, even a glorious Dawn warlock wouldn't be able to receive an all-out attack from him that effortlessly. Yang Feng extended his right hand. A black vortex appeared on his hand, and a frightening attractive force gripped Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian begged desperately with a look of despair on his face. "Sir Yang Feng, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. I swear I won't trouble you ever again. My teacher is Luo Feng. I am Luo Feng's personal disciple. If you kill me, he will never let you off." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng punched Zhang Xian in the head and blew his brains out. "It's your turn." After casting aside Zhang Xian's remains, Yang Feng's eyes surged with killing intent, and, while ignoring the crowd of golden seals, his gaze locked on Esron. "This guy is so fearsome." When he saw this, Esron surged with regret for having provoked Yang Feng. But the milk was already spilt. Since Yang Feng was overflowing with killing intent, he could only fight to death. A somber expression on his face, eyes radiating golden light, Esron, who looked like a living god, silently chanted an incantation, and countless divine force crystals suddenly appeared and ignited. The divine force crystals burned fiercely and turned into a stream of divine force that flowed into his body and made his aura rise until it reached the Moonlight Warlock rank. Once used by a demigod with a godhead, divine force crystals could raise the power of a demigod to the level of a feeble divine force rank god for a short period of time. Some powerful demigods could even kill a true god by relying on god armaments and divine force crystals. Dawn God Mountain, appear! With a wave of Esron's hand, and a palm-sized mountain absorbed a copious amount of divine force, grew into a 3-meter-tall small mountain that released brilliant light and shot towards Yang Feng. After slaying a god, the Dawn Lord extracted the laws of the god's broken divine country, and then forged a god armament with the remains of the god as the main part and the whole divine country as a supplement. This god armament was the Dawn God Mountain. As long as he had enough divine force crystals, Esron could use this god armament to suppress Moonlight Warlock rank experts. When the Dawn God Mountain reached the space above Yang Feng, dazzling light dropped from the sky and locked the space, and then the Dawn God Mountain crushed towards Yang Feng with great momentum. With the space locked, Yang Feng could not use the law of space to evade. "Break!" Yang Feng bellowed, and then frantically extracted the power of the ruler armor and fused it with world force he extracted from the semi-plane. Coupled with the two-fold amplification of the Battle Demon secret method, a primal chaos annihilation fist crushed into the Dawn God Mountain. Accompanied by an earth-shattering blare, the Dawn God Mountain, weighing tens of millions of tons, made from the remains of a divine country, was sent tumbling in the air by Yang Feng's punch. Bearing the backlash from the strike, Yang Feng's right arm was crushed. It only maintained its form thanks to the ruler armor. Terror and despair filled Esron's eyes, and he cried out, How is this possible? The Dawn God Mountain is made from the remains of a divine country. How can a mere starry sky warlock blast it away? Go and die!" Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Esron. A cold look in his eyes, he punched Esron in the head with his remaining left hand and obliterated the Pother ladder's head. Yang Feng couldn't afford to be careless around an enemy like Esron, who has taken out one god armament after another. After blasting apart Esron's head with one punch, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a flame dragon that shot towards Esron. After Esron's body was burned to ashes, a storage ring and several powerful god armaments he has used remained. Luo Mingyan looked at Yang Feng with bright light in her pretty eyes. "He killed him. Astounding. His strength is really astounding." Esron was much stronger than many Moonlight Warlocks, and he was equipped with several god armaments. Yet such a powerhouse was killed by Yang Feng. Luo Mingyan was naturally very excited. Mei Yi's eyes fell on Yang Feng's ruler series, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. "So fierce! That secret treasure is so strong." If Yang Feng hadn't equipped the ruler armor, he may not be Esron's opponent. After all, Esron was not only a quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank expert, but also had countless divine force crystals as well as several powerful god armaments. Chapter 512 Brilliant Sage Tower. Chapter 512 Brilliant Sage Tower. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the three god armaments, the dazzling god scepter, the golden scripture, and the dawn god mountain and Esron's storage ring immediately entered his hand. Yang Feng scanned the three god armaments with his spirit force, and his eyes revealed a glint of regret. Unfortunately, these three god armaments require dawn, radiant, or brilliant type divine force to be operated. In my hands, at most, only part of their power can be exerted. As for the dawn god mountain, it can be recrafted using other methods. The three god armaments contain the law of light, and only experts who used divine force of light could use them freely. They weren't general-class god armaments. With the extraordinary wisdom brought by the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng has already comprehended a trace of the law of light, and could freely manipulate the light domain. But compared to Esron, his light domain was very crude. Although Yang Feng could use the three god armaments of light, and even if he ignited divine force crystals of light alike Esron, but the power he could display was far lower than what the latter displayed. Yang Feng scanned Esron's storage ring with his spirit force, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. That's a lot of divine force crystals. This Esron actually has 1,000,000 divine force crystals of light. Although Yang Feng's true body had no use for the divine force crystals of light, but his god clone could transform them into divine force crystals of other attributes. Besides, the divine force crystals of light could be used to buy various precious treasures from existences like the Feisua Plains radiant primary god Prados. Although Yang Feng took over all of the Shadow Prince Mecha's believers in a grade 9 plane, but the number of divine force crystals that he could get in 1 year was less than 3,000. Because priests had to consume faith force to use divine spells, they had an adverse effect on the yield of divine force crystals. Suddenly Yang Feng's eyes brightened. He locked his spirit on a bronze all inside Esron's storage ring, and a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. This is a level 7 secret treasure. Level 7 secret treasures were secret treasures that glorious dawn warlocks used. A moonlight warlock with a level 7 secret treasure might even defeat a glorious dawn warlock without level 6 secret treasures. The reason why Esron didn't use this level 7 secret treasure was evidently because he has just obtained it, and thus couldn't use it freely. As a god's descendant of the Dawn Lord, Esron was proficient in the law of light, and could freely operate god armaments of light, but it was not so easy to manipulate secret methods of warlocks. Moreover, although level 7 secret treasures were extremely powerful, but they also required a fearsome consumption of life force. The divine force crystals of light in his possession couldn't provide the power to manipulate this level 7 secret treasure. Otherwise, he would be able to seriously wound, or even kill Yang Feng with a full-strength blow using this level 7 secret treasure. With a flick of Yang Feng's wrist, the all appeared in his hand, and he carefully examined it for a while before revealing an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Lightning all. Judging from the inscriptions, it should be the product of the First Warlock Dynasty era. This is really rare. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks, Many Treasure Sage, was famous for his skill in alchemy. The Many Treasure Sage was both a teacher and a friend to the Time Lord. The Time Lord has learned alchemy from the Many Treasure Sage. In the era of fierce warfare between human warlocks and archgods, the secret treasures used by the most advanced human warlocks came from the Many Treasure Sage and his disciples. According to legend, the Many Treasure Sage has also refined several Empyrean-grade secret treasures. With the experiences gained during the 8 Warlock dynasties, the alchemy of the First Warlock Dynasty naturally couldn't compare with modern alchemy. However, in terms of materials, modern times were far behind the First Warlock Dynasty era. There was a glimmer of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It's a really good material. This lightning all should be a secret treasure made from the vertebra of a warlock monarch rank archgod who can naturally manipulate lightning. Unfortunately, the method was too crude. This first-rate material was wasted. With modern alchemy coupled with some other precious materials, this lightning all can be crafted into a first-rate level 9 secret treasure. When Yang Feng was thinking, Mei suddenly spoke. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, we can just have 10% of the magic crystals here. After coming back to his senses, Yang Feng turned around and saw that Mei Yi has dragged Luo Mingyan to the staircase leading to the first floor. There was a touch of vigilance in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng immediately understood. His silence just now made her misunderstand that he wanted to kill them. 1 billion high-grade magic crystals could even tempt a bright world warlock to kill people. Even Luofeng, the ruler of the Luofeng mainland, may not have 1 billion high-grade magic crystals. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Since we agreed on 50%, then I'll only take 50%. However, the treasures on this guy belong to me. The treasures on Zhangxian are yours. Relieved, Mei Yi went to collect the high-grade magic crystals with Luo Mingyan. Next, the three people went to the third floor of the Warlock Tower. On the third floor, there were bookshelves, placed on which were 3 ancient books made from the leathers of some special extraordinary life forms. Each of the 3 ancient books exuded a strong aura. Obviously, the owners of the leathers were extremely powerful during their lifetime. Yang Feng took a step forward, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with his finger. Ripples surged around the 3 ancient books, and the spells that guarded them disappeared. Thunder God's secret method. Flame God's secret method. Ice God's secret method. Yang Feng took a look at the 3 ancient books, and disappointment flittered across his eyes. These 3 books talked about how a human could become the Thunder God, the Flame God, and the Ice God respectively. In ancient times, the 3 archgods were comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks in strength. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, these 3 books could entice countless experts to vie over them. But in modern times, they weren't worth much. They only had some research and reference value. Human warlock with the Thunder God, Flame God, and Ice God bloodlines were very rare. Moreover, if the concentration of these bloodlines didn't reach a certain degree, the cultivation of the 3 secret methods wouldn't yield great results. What secret methods are those? Let me take a look. Luo Mingyan was very curious. She took the 3 books and scanned them with her gaze, and a look of contempt flashed in her eyes. She handed them to Mei Yi. These things are useless. Mei Yi glanced at them, and a gleam of regret flitted past her beautiful eyes, and she returned them to Yang Feng. Things that were of great value in ancient times yet are worthless now often appear in such ancient relics. After going through the 8 warlock dynasties, the Zhangji Plains human warlock cultivation system has become very mature. The secret methods created by the 10 great sects were far more powerful than the ancient secret methods. The Battle Demon Sect's Battle Demon secret method, the Tai Sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method, and other secret methods of the same level were placed in the first Warlock Dynasty. They would move Holy Spirit warlocks. This table is a treasure. Yang Feng's gaze carelessly swept across a wooden table, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the wooden table, looked carefully, and revealed a smile. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes brightened, and she came closer and uttered with a smile of excitement, a fragrance wafting from her. This is 9 jade immortal incense wood. To use such a treasure to make a table, the first Warlock Dynasty was indeed rich in resources. 9 jade immortal incense wood was wood that came from the extraordinary plant 9 jade immortal incense tree. Once this wood was ignited, it will emit a smoke, which can increase a person's wisdom for a short period of time when inhaled. When deducing secret methods, igniting this wood will have miraculous effects. Yang Feng slashed with his finger, split the 9 jade immortal incense wood in 2, and put 1/2 away. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng and company continued to look for treasures. Although there were no secret treasures in the Warlock Tower, but there were various precious materials, which Yang Feng and them gladly collected. After scraping the Warlock Tower clean, Yang Feng and his party left. As soon as he left the Warlock Tower, Yang Feng looked at the center of the brilliant ancient capital and saw a giant Warlock Tower, with countless mysterious seals inscribed on it. The Warlock Tower exuded an overbearing aura as if it was the center of the world. This Warlock Tower was the former residence of the Brilliant Sage, the Brilliant Sage Tower. Luo Mingyan looked deeply at the Brilliant Sage Tower and said, Yang Feng, the Brilliant Sage Tower features a powerful defense. We're not strong enough. Give up. Everyone knew that the Brilliant Sage has left powerful treasures inside the Brilliant Sage Tower, and there may even be a Sage-grade secret treasure. However, because of the Brilliant Sage Tower's strong defense mechanism, few people went there. If a warlock who went to the Brilliant Sage could not pass the defense mechanism, they will be directly killed or teleported away. Only freakish Starry Sky warlocks may be able to get the treasures inside the Brilliant Sage Tower. Chapter 513 Mysterious Gold God Iron. Chapter 513 Mysterious Gold God Iron. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng parted ways with the two girls, and then went towards the Brilliant Sage Tower alone. It's so big. When he arrived in front of the Brilliant Sage Tower, Yang Feng saw a 100-meter-tall bronze gate inscribed with countless profound seal barring the entrance to the Warlock Tower. In front of the bronze gate, there stood 4 people, each of whom possessed extraordinary temperaments. None of the Starry Sky warlocks who could break through the desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity were weak. Both Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi were quasi-moonlight warlock rank geniuses. Although they could not compare to freakish geniuses like Yang Feng, Esron, and Xuanhuan, but they were also very powerful. Some weaker junior moonlight warlocks may not be their match. A young man with long red hair and a dissolute temperament glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a smile. Another one! A handsome young man dressed in white with a scholarly temperament came to Yang Feng, a gentle smile on his face. I am Lei Shang, a true disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. Hello, brother. This is the Unwieldy Gate, the first hurdle set up by the Brilliant Sage. It's enchanted with countless gravity seals. Although the Unwieldy Gate is only 100 meters tall, yet it weighs tens of millions of tons. Near the Unwieldy Gate, there are spells set up to disperse the energy of heaven and earth. You can only use the power of the fleshly body to push the gate. Together, the 5 of us can certainly push open the Unwieldy Gate and enter inside. Yang Feng responded with a smile. I am Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. I want to try it alone. Visibly moved, Lei Shang said, Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng. You are the Yang Feng who defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Xuanhuan. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. The Tai Yi sect's holy son Xuanhuan wasn't known in the subcontinents, but he was famous in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, he was the holy son of the 10 great sect, the Tai Yi sect. Since his debut, he has never been defeated by experts of the same rank. He was viewed as a future infinity warlock of the Tai Yi sect. Yet this monstrous genius was defeated by Yang Feng. This incident caused a huge sensation among the major forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Battle Demon sect's Feng Yang. It's him. He who defeated Xuanhuan. So it's him. The other 3 warlocks near the Unwieldy Gate became serious and looked at Yang Feng with dread and dignity in their eyes. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on a jade step, he felt a change in the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, and the elemental particles of heaven and earth were repelled at once. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.co. If it was elemental warlocks, they wouldn't be able to display half of their fighting strength in this environment. Only bloodline warlocks using the power of their bloodline and body-tempering warlocks using the power of their fleshly body could display their strength. This should be a magic band domain embryo. The magic band domain was a formation that could alter the distribution of energy of heaven and earth developed by human warlocks to deal with elemental life forms as well as human warlocks. Elemental warlocks once relied on their powerful elemental control to dominate the world. However, when the magic band domain appeared, elemental warlock could no longer behave as tyrannical as they used to. In a magic band domain, pure elemental warlocks couldn't withstand a blow. In a magic band domain, a body-tempering advanced Starry Sky warlock could kill an elemental advanced Bright World warlock. Magic band domain could either be set up in a special place with the help of the energy of heaven and earth, set up with the help of warlock towers, or set up using precious secret treasures and countless resources. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, some of the Holy Spirit warlocks who were at the apex of the world comprehended the Magic Band domain, and the Brilliant Sage was one of them. Of course, Magic Band domain had limitations, that is, it had limited effect on experts who have transplanted a semi-plane seed or established a virtual world. Most of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks that have followed the Time Lord in those days were freakish experts who have formed a world inside them. As it had little effect on them, no one bothered with studying magic band domain. When he arrived before the unwieldy gate, Yang Feng pushed it hard, but the gate didn't budge. He frowned. Lei Sheng said, "Brother Yang Feng, don't force it. This unwieldy gate isn't so easy to open. If we join forces, we should be able to push it open." As first-rate geniuses, the other 3 Starry Sky warlocks have also tried to open the unwieldy gate by themselves, but they all returned without success. They naturally knew how difficult it was to open the unwieldy gate. Although the 3 Starry Star warlocks were unwilling to offend Yang Feng, but their eyes showed looks of contempt, like they were watching a fool too full of himself. Taking a deep breath, eyes surging with cold rays, Yang Feng extracted world force containing immense power from the semi-plane. Mysterious primal chaos imperishable body seals appeared on his body, and he pushed with all his strength. The sound of tremendous vibrations reverberated, and the unwieldy gate was slowly opened. He did it. He pushed the unwieldy gate open by himself. What a monster! When the 4 Starry Sky warlocks witnessed this scene, their countenances changed, and a listless gleam surged in their eyes. They were warlock geniuses from different backgrounds. They thought that even if they weren't as strong as monsters like Xuanhuan and Yang Feng, but they shouldn't be too far off. Yang Feng's performance was a great blow to their confidence. After all, the 4 of them together, with 2 of them being bloodline warlocks, couldn't even shake the unwieldy gate. Resplendent light shot out from behind the gate, illuminated Yang Feng, and teleported him away. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the unwieldy gate closed shut. It closed. What's going on? Damn it! So this is what will happen after a person opens the gate. The 4 Starry Sky warlocks were stunned and shocked when they saw the unwieldy gate close shut. It was the first time that they saw someone push the gate open, yet they didn't expect that such a thing would occur. After being swept by the irresistible light, Yang Feng appeared in the middle of a vast square. In the middle of the vast square, there was a jade stele erected. The square was surrounded by empty space. You who pushed open the unwieldy gate, as long as you promise me one thing, you can get a gift from me. Yang Feng looked at the jade stele and saw a series of words written by the brilliant sage appear on the monument. After he finished reading the ancient words written on the jade stele, a dazzling light shot out from it and fell into the void. The void twisted, and a pond-sized jade basin projection appeared in the void. There was a faintly discernible giant stone in the jade basin. Yang Feng looked at the huge stone that was black like ink, and his eyes brightened and flashed with excitement. Mysterious gold god iron, a first-rate material for forging Empyrean-grade secret treasures. There's such a treasure here. If I use the mysterious gold god iron here to make machinery, my strength will skyrocket. After going through the 8 warlock dynasties, mysterious gold god iron was a treasure hard to come by. Although there was only a lump of mysterious gold god iron the size of a pond, but if it was put on sale, no one would have enough magic crystals to buy it. Even infinity warlocks would go crazy for this lump of mysterious gold god iron. There was a flash of light, and a line of golden characters immediately flew out of the jade stele and suspended in the air. I got this mysterious gold god iron while adventuring. There is enough to craft 10 Empyrean-grade secret treasures. As long as you promise to help me resurrect to the best of your ability, then this mysterious gold god iron belongs to you. Yang Feng's heart shook and his eyes shimmered with shock. Resurrection! Can such a thing really be done? After ordinary people die, if they don't believe in any gods, their souls will enter the netherworld and fall into Styx, where they will be cleansed, and their memories will be erased. After the people who believe in gods die, if their souls weren't stolen, they will be drawn into the divine countries of their gods, where they'll get a second life. Over time, their souls will weaken and eventually die. Only soul stones can prolong their lives. However, upon entering a divine country, it takes roughly 10,000 years for a soul to die. Compared to the lifespan of ordinary people in the secular world, it was equivalent to an eternity. As for the powerful existences like Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock emperors, With the cleansing of time, their souls will decay and eventually die. This was the first time Yang Feng heard that a Holy Spirit warlock wanted to be resurrected. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then his eyes flickered with determination. Okay, if it's within my power and doesn't violate my path, then I can promise to help you resurrect. Yang Feng has vaguely guessed that the resurrection of the brilliant sage won't be so simple, but for the mysterious gold god iron, a primary material for forging Empyrean-grade secret treasures, he was still willing to take the risk. Chapter 514 and Gue. Chapter 514 and Gue. Translator, Xuanhuan. Dazzling golden light entered into the void, and, as if it was coming from a distant place, the jade basin was slowly dragged into the space. The jade basin projection gradually turned clear, and the unique aura of the mysterious gold god iron slowly spread into the space. Within the hall, there was a sudden flash of light, and a young man with hands full of rings, strange seals covering the face, and a medium build exuding a dangerous aura and holding a bright glowing crystal appeared on the teleportation array. When the young man exuding a dangerous aura saw the mysterious gold god iron, his eyes lit up with excitement. Mysterious gold god iron, Empyrean rank secret treasure material. Go to hell. The young man swept Yang Feng with his gaze. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, and he pointed with his finger and uttered frigidly. With a flick of black light, a 10-meter-tall ghost abyssal fiend viscount with a black imprint on the forehead, and a pair of horns suddenly flew out from behind the young man and stared at Yang Feng with its eyes filled with killing intent. Boundless demonic might spreading from it. It blurred into motion, appeared in front of Yang Feng in the wink of an eye, and stabbed a claw towards Yang Feng's heart. As an Empyrean rank secret treasure material, even infinity warlocks will be tempted by mysterious gold god iron. They may even come in person to fight over this treasure. Therefore, the young man had no choice but to kill any eyewitnesses. With a thought, the battle demon secret method was operated, and the black battle demon armor covered him in an instant. He pointed with his finger, and layers of strange space appeared between him and the ghost abyssal fiend. The ghost abyss fiend slammed its claw into the layers of strange space. After 1 second, the claw still hasn't reached Yang Feng. Die! Gaze cold, Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly appeared, turned into 4 sharp wind blades, slashed at the ghost abyss fiend, and cut it apart. A golem! When he looked at the innards of ghost abyssal fiend, Yang Feng saw that there was no blood flowing inside. Instead, there was a white viscous liquid and countless seals inside that controlled the ghost abyssal fiend. To beat my 3rd golem, you do still have some skill. I decided, you're going to be my 13th golem. A cruel and excited gleam appeared in the young man's eyes, and he pointed with a finger. Dazzling light glimmered, and a backed abyssal fiend viscount, a moonlight warlock rank astral void dragon who could freely manipulate space force, and a pale-faced elemental warlock suddenly appeared in this space. His gaze ice-cold, Yang Feng took out the ruler magic cube, which quickly changed into a black armor that covered him completely. The young man said with a malevolent smile, "Kill him. I'd like to see if your comprehension in the law of space is higher than an astral void dragon's." Astral void dragons were extraordinary life forms born in the astral world, and they were innately capable of freely manipulating spatial force. Adult astral void dragons possessed moonlight warlock rank strength. Among human warlocks, only the most outstanding experts specialized in the law of space could contend against them in terms of comprehension of the law of space. A fierce gleam streaked past the eyes of the astral void dragon. Queer spatial ripples suddenly spread out from its maw and reverberated in the area, and strange, distorted spatial cracks appeared around Yang Feng. Even moonlight warlocks would be torn apart when hit by the distorted spatial cracks, and suffer grievous injuries. Chaotic space. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and queer spatial ripples suddenly filled the space and turned the law of space chaotic. In the distorted and chaotic space, even if the astral void dragon was stronger, it still couldn't freely manipulate space. The young man smiled coldly and uttered, "Chaotic space? Even if you can deal with the astral void dragon, but you stand no chance against one of the strongest extraordinary life forms in close combat. A backed abyssal fiend Viscount. Fruobnov.com. Following a series of afterimages, the backed abyssal fiend Viscount appeared in front of Yang Feng like a ghost and sent its claw piercing towards Yang Feng's heart, and its tail bent and stabbed towards Yang Feng's head from behind like a poisonous viper. Once it got near the backed abyssal fiend Viscount, that was an extraordinary life form most expert in melee combat, could even kill a god. Break! Yang Feng sneered, took a step forward and strangely appeared in front of the backed abyssal fiend, and crushed his fist into it, and a terrifying force broke out and blasted it into countless pieces in an instant. There was a flash of fear in the young man's eyes, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The backed abyssal fiend can compare to existences such as gods and dragons in terms of the fleshly body. So how can it be decimated by a single blow?" The human elemental warlock standing next to the young man pointed at Yang Feng with the level 6 secret treasure blazing scepter in its hand, and a lava scarlet flame that could even cause heavy wounds to moonlight warlocks suddenly emerged, turned into a berserk flame dragon, and swept towards Yang Feng. Faced with the white lava scarlet flame, Yang Feng didn't avoid it. He silently recited an incantation, and four whirlpools appeared around him, swallowed the white lava scarlet flame, and sent it into the semi-plane, where it was crushed by primal chaos force and turned into pure fire elemental particles. Die! Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and a primal chaos annihilation fist with the might to extinguish everything landed on the young man's body. Bang! Following a blare, the magic shields around the young man shattered one after another, and then Yang Feng's fist pierced into the other party's body, and a violent force spread into the other party's body and tore him to shreds in an instant. Only a head remained of the young man, which spoke strangely. "I am Ngue of the True God Hall. What's your name?" Yang Feng frowned. "You're not dead? It's just a golem." Yang Feng keenly detected that when he killed the young man, he didn't feel a soul extinguish. "That's right. You damn ant, you cultivate the battle demon sex battle demon secret method. I will remember you. There's now an irreconcilable enmity between the two of us. The next time I meet you is when you die." A weird black channel suddenly appeared. Then the young man's head exploded, and a scarlet ray shot towards the black channel. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he extended his hand towards the scarlet ray. "You want to escape? Not so easy. Explode!" The human elemental warlock golem shone with red light and detonated in a flash, and endless flames enveloped the area and completely engulfing Yang Feng. The explosion of a moonlight warlock rank elemental warlock could seriously wound a quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank expert. The smoke from the explosion scattered and revealed the unscathed Yang Feng. There were a few cracks on the ruler series. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Did he escape? To operate 3 moonlight warlock rank golems as a starry sky warlock, he may be a genuine heir to a golem lord inheritance. This guy is really strong. Yang Feng has implanted a semi-plane seed in his body, practiced the primal chaos imperishable body secret treasure created by the taboo lord, operated the battle demon secret method, and used the ruler magic cube. With these many trump cards, he only managed to destroy a part of Ngue's golem avatar. This illustrated Ngue's strength. Simultaneous operating 3 moonlight warlock rank golems. Even an advanced moonlight warlock rank expert may not be Ngue's opponent. Yang Feng mused. "I have never heard of this True God Hall organization. I didn't expect that a force outside the 10 great sects could cultivate such a powerful genius. It seems that the situation within the Great Cloud Dynasty is far more complicated than I have imagined. As the Zhangji Plain has gone through 8 warlock dynasties, human warlock civilization has flourished 8 times. Numerous formidable warlock geniuses who created one powerful force after another were born. Currently, the Great Cloud Dynasty dominated the Eastern world. On the surface, although the 10 great sects and 7 great families were the most powerful forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but underground, who knows how many influential families and powerful forces hidden in the darkness of history were beginning to stir. Visit frioubnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Yang Feng has sensed the strength of the Magic Note and True God Hall organizations trough the genius powerhouses the 2 organizations nurtured. Without enough resources and powerful secret methods, it was impossible to cultivate such heaven-defying geniuses. If Yang Feng has stayed in the Tyrannid subcontinent, he would have become an ordinary starry sky warlock at most by now. By then, any given moonlight warlock could crush him. After a period of time, the mysterious gold god Iron finally manifested fully. Yang Feng reached out with his hand and sent the mysterious gold god Iron into the semiplane. He carefully looked around. After finding no abnormalities, he finally came to the teleportation array. Light enveloped him and he disappeared. Chapter 5:15 Time Texts First 9 volumes. Chapter 5:15 Time Texts First 9 volumes. Translator, Xuanhuan. In a secret chamber, an ordinary-looking young man wearing a mask suddenly trembled, opened his eyes, and roared like a beast, eyes filled with ire. "Fucking bastard! How dare you to take my mysterious gold god Iron? I will never forgive you." With Ngue as the core, quasi-moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power spread in all directions and set off violent waves in the secret room. After Ngue vented, he spread the fingers of his hand, and a black mirror appeared in front of him. He flicked his fingers, and a ray of black light entered the mirror. Ripples rose in the mirror. After a while, a voice that sounded both male and female was transmitted from the mirror. "Ngue, what's the matter? Windcatcher, what geniuses have recently emerged in the Battle Demon sect? I'm looking for a genius who cultivated the Battle Demon secret method to the Black Battle Demon realm and has formed a virtual world, and they must be below the Moonlight Warlock rank. There's only one person who meets all the criteria: Yang Feng, a personal disciple of the great elder Huang Iha, with pinnacle great warlock rank cultivation base. He once defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Xuanhuan, who has formed a virtual world in the Battle Demon sect. If there is no other hidden genius in the Battle Demon sect, then it should be him. Ngue, you should have suffered a big loss in the brilliant ancient capital this time. If I didn't guess wrong, you should have been defeated by Yang Feng. You should have 12 Moonlight Warlock rank golems in your possession. To be defeated by him, Yang Feng's strength must be fearsome. What secret treasure does he have that he was able to surpass you?" Windcatcher's neither male nor female voice sounded. Ngue analyzed quickly. He should be an expert who has formed a virtual world, is proficient in the law of space, fights like a body-tempering warlock, and has an armor secret treasure. The armor is extremely powerful, and should be a level 7 or level 8 secret treasure. It has super strong defensive power, and can provide the user with great strength. Although the fight between Ngue and Yang Feng was very short, but it was sufficient to infer a lot of information. This illustrated the combat awareness of a top genius combatant. Many warlocks won't easily reveal their cards because the fights between warlocks are varied and unpredictable. Using specific spells to neutralize specific secret treasures, using targeting secret methods, those human warlocks can overcome their opponent from a position of weakness. Windcatcher's voice echoed. "Can he join the True God Temple and become one of us?" Killing intent flitted across Ngue's eyes, and he said frigidly, "He is my enemy, my mortal enemy. I will kill him no matter what. No one is allowed to attack or recruit him." Windcatcher's voice became gentle and touching, like a girl's. "It seems that Yang Feng has obtained a rare treasure of the Brilliant Sage in the Brilliant Sage capital, and even you are quite tempted by it. Now I'm rather curious about the treasure he obtained. Ngue, can you tell me?" Ngue's eyes flickered, and he uttered indifferently, "It was a piece of first-rate material for forging golems. If I can obtain that material, I am sure to advance to a Bright World Warlock, and even might advance to an Infinity Warlock in the future." Mysterious gold god Iron was an Empyrean rank secret treasure primary material. If this matter reached an Infinity Warlock, then there would be nothing Ngue could do, no matter how heaven-defying his aptitude was. But a Starry Sky Warlock couldn't compete with an Infinity Warlock. Windcatcher chuckled. "A mere piece of first-rate material wouldn't put you in such a bad mood. Goodbye." Ngue waved his hand, and the image in the mirror disappeared. Ngue's voice filled with killing intent resounded in the area. "Yang Feng of the Battle Demon sect, the next time we meet will be when you die. Within a hall of the brilliant sage tower, light shone, and Yang Feng appeared in the hall. In a corner of the hall, there was a golden bookshelf located, on top of which lied neatly placed parchment scrolls. On a dais, there floated 10 halos, 4 of which were already empty. Obviously, the secret treasures inside the 4 halos have been taken away. Now only 6 secret treasures exuding terrific fluctuations of power remained. As soon as Yang Feng entered the hall, a string of data streaked across his mind, informing him that all the secret methods placed on the golden shelf, as well as 3 of the secret treasures placed in the 6 halos, can be taken away. The moment he takes out the 3rd secret treasure, he will be teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. Yang Feng stopped before the golden bookshelf and took the parchment scrolls. Each of the parchment contained a very precious secret method that could be cultivated until the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. But unfortunately, you had to possess Archgod bloodline to be able to practice them. The human warlocks who have followed the Time Lord were mostly hybrids born from the union of humans and archgods, and the Time Lord was also such a hybrid. With his supreme wisdom, the Time Lord created orthodox warlock secret methods during the first Warlock Dynasty era, so that pure human warlocks could also practice cultivation. But in the first Warlock Dynasty era, hybrids with Archgod bloodline were still the strongest powerhouses, and secret methods that focused on purifying Archgod bloodline of hybrids and making them evolve into Archgods were the top secret methods. Thunder Emperor 9 Transformations. This is an Empyrean rank secret method. Yang Feng took a look at one of the 3 most precious and important gray parchments placed on the golden bookshelf, and astonishment flashed in his eyes. Thunder Emperor was a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse of the Archgod era. According to legend, after the Time Lord advanced to a Warlock Emperor, he took his sweet time before he went to challenge the Thunder Emperor because he wasn't sure that he could win. For some unknown reason, the 2 Archgods, the Thunder Emperor and the Flame Emperor, fought and wounded each other's sources. Eventually, the Time Lord and his 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks and 108 Warlock Monarchs surrounded the Thunder Emperor. Following a fierce fighting that took 3 days and 3 nights, the Thunder Emperor was killed. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.co. When the Thunder Emperor died and the Flame Emperor disappeared, no one in the Zhangji Plain was the opponent of the Time Lord. After he killed the Thunder Emperor, the Time Lord only grew stronger and stronger, not suffering any defeat. Reportedly, the Time Lord has injured his source in the battle with the Thunder Emperor. Triggered by this old wound, he died prematurely, which led to the collapse of the first Warlock Dynasty. The number of Empyrean grade secret methods was very low. Humans only had 7 publicly known Empyrean grade secret methods, while the Dawn text created by the Dawn Lord was considered to only be a pinnacle sage grade secret method. In addition to the 7 human Empyrean grade secret methods, there were also quite a few Empyrean secret methods created by archgods, dragons, and other races. In the second Warlock Dynasty era, the Taboo Lord researched the Empyrean secret methods he plundered from other races before he finally created the Taboo text. Each complete Empyrean grade secret method contained the blood and sweat of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse as well as research on the path they walked. There was no Empyrean grade secret method that would become outdated. The various secret methods created by modern human warlocks were all developed with the 7 human Empyrean grade secret methods as the core combined with the countless secret methods created by experts from other planes. Although the Empyrean grade secret method Thunder Emperor 9 Transformations could only be cultivated by Archgod warlocks with Thunder Emperor bloodline, but other people could also learn a lot from it and create new secret methods. Flame Emperor Secret Method. Yang Feng grasped the second parchment scroll, and excitement glimmered in his eyes. The Flame Emperor was an expert of the same rank as the Thunder Emperor. Before the Time Lord has promoted to a Warlock Emperor, he has been chased by the Flame Emperor repeatedly. But after the Time Lord was promoted to a Warlock Emperor, the 2 people fought no longer. They were apprehensive of each other. After the Thunder Emperor died, the Flame Emperor disappeared. According to legend, because the injuries he suffered in the battle with the Thunder Emperor were too grievous, the Flame Emperor ultimately died. Time Text's first 9 volumes. When he opened the 3rd parchment scroll, a scorching ray flashed in his eyes. Time text? It's actually the time text. I'm so lucky. My harvest this time is really great. The Empyrean-grade secret methods, the time text created by the Time Lord, contained the law of time and was extremely powerful. In his prime, the Time Lord wielded the Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Wheel of Time. The light released by the Wheel of Time could reverse or accelerate time, which in turn could even make Holy Spirit warlocks age or rejuvenate. Numerous experts from other races have once besieged and injured the Time Lord of Time. Among these experts, there was no lack of Holy Spirit warlocks. Unable to receive a single strike from the Wheel of Time, these experts died in the aftermath. The time text contained the crystallization of the Time Lord's comprehension of the law of time. Since the first Warlock dynasty, fewer than 100 people have cultivated the original version of the time text. But the people who did cultivate it were all peerless geniuses of an era. They were almost invincible in the same rank. Chapter 516 Beckoning Tower. Chapter 516 Beckoning Tower. Translator, Xuanhuan. There was a total of 12 volumes in the original version of the time text. After going through the 8 Warlock dynasties, after countless battles and scrambles, parts of the time text have fallen into the hands of different major forces. Within the Battle Demon sect, there was a 1/4 of a volume of the time text. The complete 9 volumes of the time text were of great value. Even if you can't directly practice the secret methods recorded in the time text, but you can still gain great enlightenment from it and study various other secret methods. Although there were only 12 volumes of the time text, but it possessed great depth and width. In addition to the secret methods created by the Time Lord, there were also many methods and skills cultivated by Orthodox warlocks recorded. Although there were only 9 volumes of the time text here, but they were still far more valuable than the Thunder Emperor 9 transformations and the Flame Emperor secret method. After all, the time text was a secret method that human warlocks could cultivate, while the 2 other secret methods could only be cultivated by Archgod bloodline warlocks with Thunder Emperor and Flame Emperor bloodlines. After collecting all the parchment scrolls on the golden bookshelf, Yang Feng went to the 6 halos and looked carefully. Inside the 6 halos, there were placed a bronze halberd, a green bow, a golden seal, a ring, a long black box, and a bronze shield. World ring. Shoot the heavens bow. Mountain shield. Come here. When Yang Feng called the names of the 3 secret treasures, the respective halos shattered, and the 3 treasures inside turned into 3 golden rays that entered his hand. As soon as the 3 treasures fell into Yang Feng's hands, a light shone, and he disappeared. He was teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. A weird spatial force shrouded him. In the next moment, he appeared in a strange valley. Caught one. Ha. This beckoning tower is really powerful. Yang Feng looked around and saw that there were 26 warlocks, most of which were Starry Sky warlocks, standing around. The group was led by a junior Moonlight warlock and an intermediate Moonlight warlock. In the middle of the valley, there stood a 10-meter-tall tower covered in numerous mysterious runes. The small tower radiated green light that rose into the air and formed weird spatial passages. FREOEBnovel.com. The 26 warlocks were short and of a dark yellow tone of skin, and they exuded violent, bloody, and murderous auras. They were clearly vicious people who murdered countless people. The junior Moonlight warlock in a yellow robe stared at Yang Feng with cold and insidious killing intent and said in a frigid voice, "Young fellow, hand over all the treasures you have, and you'll leave. Otherwise, this place will be your tomb." Yang Feng frowned. "Who are you people?" There was a chilly glint in the soul eye of a quasi-Moonlight warlock, and he spoke frigidly. "We are from the Budaganha blood group. Little shit. Hand over all the treasures you got from the brilliant ancient capital, or else we will peel off your skin inch by inch, seal your cultivation base, and roast you." Budaganha blood group? Never heard of it. With Moonlight warlock rank experts, if you were from the Fuso subcontinent, then I would definitely have heard of you. In other words, you're not from the Fuso subcontinent. You should be scum who came to rob warlocks who left the brilliant ancient capital. However, since you provoked me, you're out of luck. Go and die. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a black light shone. The Arc Battlestar suddenly appeared. Floating in midair, numerous artilleries covering the Ark Battlestar flickered, and a dense rain of light beams barreled towards the 26 warlocks. Under the bombardment, the magic shields and life force fields around 6 Starry Sky warlocks were smashed, and the warlocks disappeared. Countless Starry Sky Rippers lunged towards the remaining warlocks at Mach 10 speed. "You're courting death. When I catch you, I'll skin you, break your bones inch by inch, and dig out your eyes and heart." Eyes shot with blood, the junior Moonlight Warlock screamed in rage and belched a stream of scarlet flame barreling towards Yang Feng. The space in the surroundings of the scarlet flames distorted. His gaze ice-cold. Yang Feng extended his hand and a whirlpool suddenly emerged, swallowed the scarlet flames, and pulled it into the semi-plane. Next, he operated the Battle Demon secret treasure, and a black Battle Demon armor covered his whole body. "Die!" Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm that swept towards the junior Moonlight Warlock. The face of the junior Moonlight Warlock fell, and he silently recited an incantation. Green seals appeared abruptly and formed a wind elemental hexagram barrier. The junior Moonlight Warlock was an elemental warlock. Without being restrained, the elemental warlock was definitely the most powerful in the opposing group. Elemental warlock. Unfortunately, you don't have a corresponding elemental secret treasure, or else, you could barely fight me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the 9 revolutions divine wind instantly shrouded the wind hexagram barrier, and then shredded the barrier along with the junior Moonlight Warlock in an instant. "You killed Batag. I will eat you alive." When Yang Feng insta-killed the junior Moonlight Warlock, the eyes of the intermediate Moonlight Warlock flickered fiercely, and he stimulated the power of bloodline inside him. His figure blurred, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall magma giant shrouded in flames. He roared. Magma giants were giants who lived in magma, and they could innately manipulate fire force. They were powerful existences that could fight with dragons and ogres. "Unfortunately, I want to kill you, not exchange pointers with you." Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the primary artillery of the Ark Battlestar suspended in the air flashed, and a brilliant pillar of light crushed into the magma giant and directly vaporized its upper body. "So strong. This guy is so strong. He's a monster." When the Starry Sky Warlocks saw this, glints of horror streaked past their eyes, and they blurred into motion and turned into streams of light fleeing in different directions. With the 2 Moonlight Warlocks dead, even though the remaining Starry Sky Warlocks added together had the power to fight a Moonlight Warlock, but they still weren't willing to fight to the death. "You want to run? Fat chance." Yang Feng smiled coldly. Looking like an invincible demon god, he spread the fingers of his hand. The law of space surged, and spatial mirrors appeared in front of the fleeing Starry Sky Warlocks and swallowed them. The spatial mirrors suddenly appeared in another location. The Starry Sky Warlocks have just left the spatial mirrors, when a rain of beams shooting from the Ark Battlestar killed them in less than a second. Engineering robots flew out from the Ark Battlestar and searched for the remains of the Starry Sky Warlocks. These guys were really cruel. So many people died tragically at their hands. Yang Feng scanned the gathered storage treasures with his spirit force and frowned. In the storage treasures, he found many corpses of warlocks, many of which showed signs of abuse. Any normal person would feel nauseated by this and have a great desire to kill those scum. So I'm in the Indov subcontinent now. People here practice rather queer secret methods. Similar to the sacrifices to evil gods, they draw strength from human suffering. In this subcontinent, there's a hidden force with a glorious dawn warlock. That's not someone whom I can provoke for the moment. From the heads of the warlocks Yang Feng has killed, he quickly gained a lot of information. He frowned after reviewing the information. Not unlike archdevils one and fiends, the evil secret methods human warlocks practiced in the Indov subcontinent were focused on extracting power from the suffering and despair of intelligent life forms. Just like gods drew strength from the faith of intelligent life forms, so did evil gods, archdevils, fiends, and darkness gods drew strength from the suffering, fear, despair, and other negative emotions of intelligent life forms. Visit frioubinovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Yang Feng mused. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks have declined after all. If it was in the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, unless there was a tacit consent from the warlock dynasties, no one would dare to cultivate such secret methods. Just an infinity warlock could level places like the Fuso subcontinent and the Indov subcontinent. 1. Ancient Devil was changed to Archdevil. Chapter 517 Adriana. Chapter 517 Adriana. Translator, Xuanhuan. If it was in the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent who practiced evil god secret methods would be directly suppressed and purged by a warlock army led by an infinity warlocks. By then, the evil gods who seduced humans to degenerate would be captured and turned into research materials. Although the 4 dynasties, the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty have the power to crush low-level subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, but since they were apprehensive of and restricted one another, they didn't step in rashly to deal with those subcontinents. After all, there was an infinity warlock rank evil god backstage manipulator behind the Fuso subcontinent, and the waters of the Indov subcontinent were also murky. As they had to use their main forces to guard their territory, the 4 dynasties couldn't send too many experts to defend these subcontinents. Yang Feng glanced at the beckoning tower, showed a smile and beckoned with his hand, and the tower entered his hand directly. To be able to intercept the brilliant ancient capital's random teleportation, this beckoning tower is really something. Alchemists are really frightening. The beckoning tower was a level 7 secret treasure. Although it couldn't be used in combat, but it could be used for spatial interference. To be able to interfere with random teleportation and lead people to the secret treasure, it was a very unique secret treasure. Since I'm here, then I might as well make a base here first. With a secret base here, I can travel freely to and from this subcontinent. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and then he collected all the treasures and restrained his aura fully. Using Earth Escape and drawing support from Earth Force, he disappeared. With a top-grade warp gate, so long as he established a secret base in the Indov subcontinent, the subcontinent will become his back garden too and from which he can travel freely. This was the advantage of top-grade warp gates. Warp gate technology was the core technology of the Shizu. Every area ruled by the Shizu had multiple warp gates, assuring that Shizu fleets could quickly travel to any corner of the universe to suppress any opposition. In the Zhangji Plain, there were teleportation arrays which, not unlike warp gates, allow human warlocks to quickly cross tens of thousands of kilometers. However, teleportation arrays were very difficult to manufacture. They required first-rate alchemists and countless materials to be produced. As for Shizu warp gates, they could be manufactured in batches. This showcased the gap between the 2 civilizations. By relying on the spell Energy Watch, Yang Feng checked the flow of life magic energy in the heaven and earth, and then headed towards the direction where the concentration was the thinnest. The denser the concentration of life magic energy was in a place, the more experts will gather there. Warlocks only built warlock towers in places where the concentration of life magic energy was dense. After crossing a forest, a heavily armed caravan several kilometers long appeared in front of Yang Feng. When they saw Yang Feng, the atmosphere in the caravan turned tense. 2 guards stepped forward, pointed at Yang Feng with their bows, and barked, "Who are you?" Yang Feng glanced at the caravan and immediately understood its circumstances. The guards of the caravan were ordinary people with advanced warrior rank strength at most. There was a total of 55 guards in the caravan. Additionally, there was also an apprentice warlock in the caravan. The apprentice warlock was sitting in a luxurious carriage in the caravan. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "My name is Ian, an ordinary traveler who travels the world." After they heard Yang Feng's answer, the 2 guards unconsciously lowered their weapons. A guard revealed a gentle smile and said, "In this case, please leave. The Turan caravan doesn't welcome strangers. Tell me where you want to go, and I'll show you the way." The complexion of the guard commander suddenly changed dramatically. A dignified look appeared in his eyes, and he quickly moved in the direction of the luxurious carriage in the caravan. The guard commander uttered, a respectful expression on his face. "Miss, a stranger emerged from the autumn leaf forest and came to our caravan. I suspect that he's a powerful official warlock or an apprentice warlock. A soft voice came from a carriage. "What's your reasoning?" the guard commander whispered. "Taj and Doug are irritable and unruly by nature. They don't even submit to me. When the two of them met the stranger just now, they became docile. Only extraordinary strength can produce such a change." Yang Feng was surprised when he heard that, and he took a careful look at the guard commander. Yang Feng was comparable to a god in terms of strength. He didn't need to cast any spells. As long as he willed, he could freely manipulate ordinary people with his tremendous spirit force. With a thought, he could make the guard commander view him and as his life-savior. Yang Feng's small display altered the senses of the two guards. Feeling that he was very amiable, they became friendly to him. Without the release of fluctuations of magic, even moonlight warlocks wouldn't be able to tell that he has acted. Although the guard commander wasn't strong, but his power of observation was surprisingly strong. He could tell that something was off at a glance, and went to report. Yang Feng smiled faintly and mused, rueful. Many ordinary people have their merits. Unfortunately, their strength is really too weak. Although the guard commander was very clever, and his response was appropriate, but their fate was still within the palm of Yang Feng's hand. No matter what they plotted, they couldn't do anything to Yang Feng. A soft voice came out of the luxurious carriage. To affect the thinking and nature of people, he must be stronger than an official warlock. We must pay him our respects. Otherwise, if he gets angry, everyone in the caravan will die. Warlocks were far stronger than ordinary people. As a result, in many places, warlocks didn't view ordinary people as their kind. Only in the 4 dynasties were there strict laws that prohibited warlocks from slaughtering ordinary people. Of course, even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were still many evils hidden in the corners of the dynasty. The most up-to-date novellas are published on frioubinovel.co. A beautiful girl with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.70 meters, short hair, youthful vigor, full lips, and a sexy and well-developed body dressed in clothing made from the leather of extraordinary life forms alighted the luxurious carriage. As soon as the short-haired girl stepped out of the carriage, the eyes of countless young men in the caravan were deeply attracted by her. The short-haired girl had a level 3 apprentice warlock cultivation base. She looked deeply at Yang Feng, and a flash of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Why doesn't he have a life force field? Is he just an ordinary person? Or does his strength exceed the level of a formal warlock by far? As a level 3 apprentice warlock, the short-haired girl has seen several level 1 warlocks and even one level 2 warlock. Each one of them emitted powerful life force fields, which intimidated an apprentice warlock like her at first sight. She was surprised that she couldn't see a life force field around Yang Feng. As her thoughts revolved lightning fast, the short-haired girl walked up to Yang Feng and greeted him deferentially, a fragrance wafting out from her. Level 3 apprentice warlock Adriana greets you, sir. Sir, may I ask if you are a warlock? When the guards saw Adriana saluting Yang Feng, surprise emerged in their eyes. They knew very well how proud this girl was. She didn't give face even to many aristocrats. But after hearing her question, the guards showed looks of understanding. A warlock, an official warlock, was a bigwig in this area. Even those arrogant aristocrats would have to bow their proud head and show humility before an official warlock. Yang Feng answered indifferently, "Yes, I am a warlock." Adriana uttered even more respectfully, "Our caravan is going to the Stupa city. Would you like to go with us, sir?" Ordinary warlocks below the Starry Sky warlock rank always exude a powerful life force field. Only after they evolved into Starry Sky warlocks can they channel all their power into the Starry Sky core, making them look ordinary. By then, it was difficult for others to see through their strength. Although Adriana didn't know this, but she understood that a warlock who could restrain their life force field was far stronger than she could imagine. She didn't dare to show the other party any disrespect. With their inhuman strength, many official warlocks didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. If they encountered a depraved warlock who liked to hunt humans for wicked experiments, then everyone in this caravan will die. Yang Feng replied, "All right, I was also thinking of going to the Stupa city. Please board the chariot, sir." Adriana had the luxurious carriage come out of the caravan, and then Yang Feng boarded the luxurious carriage without a trace of politeness. Evgayuyobinovel.com. After entering the luxurious carriage, Yang Feng said flatly, 1,000 meters ahead, there's a group of soldiers. They have 321 people, 136 horses, and 3 knights. They set up an ambush at the hillside. Adriana's face flickered, and she uttered even more respectfully, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 518 Stupa City. Chapter 518 Stupa City. Translator, Xuanhuan. On a hillside, more than 300 soldiers crept on the ground, staring at the road leading to the Stupa City. A fat knight rank expert whispered, "Boss, the Turan caravan has a level 3 apprentice warlock. She's far stronger than us." The lesser bosses focused their gazes on a black-armored knight, and a flash of anxiety streaked past their eyes. To ordinary people, a level 3 apprentice warlock who grasped knowledge about various level 0 spells, extraordinary life forms, and other subjects was a frightening existence. The knight in black armor said sternly, "Danny, level 3 apprentice warlocks don't have life force field to protect them. They cannot ward off arrows. If we sneak attack her, she's toast. When we're done here, we'll get so much money that it will rest us till the end of our lives. We will never have to do such a dangerous thing again." When the lesser bosses thought of the remuneration, their heart rate surged, and they showed looks of greed. The face of a lesser boss suddenly fell, and he screamed in panic, "Boss, your face, your face." A black ant the size of a baby's finger crawled up to the face of the knight in black armor and bit down. This content is taken from fgaiwabnavio.com. The face of the knight in black armor suddenly swelled, and a black line extended from his face to his heart. But he didn't seem to see this. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Tak, what's wrong with you? Don't make a fuss. By the way, why is there a big ant on your face?" The lesser boss suddenly felt shocked and went to touch his face. When he touched a black ant the size of a baby's finger, he released blood-curdling screams. "I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. I beg you, please don't kill me." When the lesser bosses saw the strange black ants on other people's faces, they touched their own faces and felt the strange black ants. There was a flash of terror and despair in their eyes. "Spare me. I don't want to die. Please, please let me go. I'll do anything." The more than 300 soldiers plunged into panic, confusion, fear, and despair, and screamed miserably. Eventually, they all fell dead. Not long after, the Turan caravan stopped near this place, and 20 guards came over and cleaned the site. A guard looked at the more than 300 black corpses with a look of horror in his eyes and uttered solemnly, "How fearsome! More than 300 people died just like that. Lady Adriana's strength is unfathomable." Another guard sighed slightly, a complicated look in his eyes. "This is the gap between warlocks and ordinary people like us." Adriana was the most beautiful woman these guards have ever met, and many of them were already enamored with her. But they were clear about the fact that ordinary people like them and an apprentice warlock such as Adriana lived in 2 completely different worlds. Yet another guard spoke. "Lady Adriana is just an apprentice warlock, while Sir is a true warlock. Sir's strength is unmeasurable." Still another guard said with a smile, "True warlock? It makes no difference for us. For ordinary people, apprentice warlocks and true warlocks were existences that they could not afford to provoke. In the presence of such existences, these ordinary people could only exercise humility." A light knocking sound came from the front of the luxurious carriage, and then Adriana's voice rang. "Sir, it's me, Adriana. May I come in?" Yang Feng frowned and stored the lightning all directly into the storage ring. Of the 3 secret treasures he obtained from the brilliant sage capital, 2 were monarch-grade secret treasures, while the world ring was a sage-grade secret treasure. With his current strength, using any one of them will instantly drain all his strength in an instant. As for the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, he could barely use it. It has become a powerful trump card in his hands. Yang Feng answered, "Come in." Adriana boarded the luxurious carriage respectfully and uttered deferentially, Sir Ian, the power you possess is great. As you have said, there were enemies in front of us lying in wait. Without your help, the Turan caravan would be in great danger by this time. Thank you very much. As a level 3 apprentice warlock, Adriana could silently kill the more than 300 ordinary soldiers by using extraordinary life forms. But once she was ambushed by the ordinary soldiers, she would be in grave danger. Yang Feng said indifferently, "It's a trivial matter. If there's nothing else, then leave." The ambush of more than 300 ordinary soldiers was almost a matter of life and death, rise and fall for this little caravan. But in front of an expert like Yang Feng, it was just a trifle. Andrea's countenance changed a number of times, and then her pretty eyes finally glimmered with resolve. "Sir, I have a big secret I want to tell you." Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. There was no way something that a trifling level 3 apprentice warlock would mention could pique Yang Feng's interest. In the caravan, Adriana was like a goddess, receiving the adoration of numerous guards. But compared with Eunice, her looks and temperament were not on the same level. She couldn't move Yang Feng at all. The lord of the Stupa city Malido suddenly became perverse 3 years ago and killed ordinary people and warlocks everywhere. The Stupa city has become a hell on earth. On the surface, we're going to the Stupa city to do commerce, but in reality, our purpose is to collect evidence of Malido's evil deeds. After we gather evidence of Malido's perverse acts, the Sword of Light will send powerhouses to kill him. Malido was already a level 2 warlock 3 years ago. After he changed to an evil secret method, his strength should have risen quickly. He might be a level 3 warlock by now. Sir, it will be very dangerous if you go to the Stupa city. You may be captured and turned into a sacrificial offering to an evil art at any time. Adriana spoke with a solemn look on her face. There was a queer gleam in Yang Feng's eyes. Level 3 warlock? In the Fuso subcontinent, the royal guards in his palace were composed of great warlock rank experts. A level 3 warlock didn't even have the qualifications to join his royal guards. Yang Feng closed his eyes and said lightly, "I got it." He showed no fear after hearing the words level 3 warlock. Could he be more powerful than a level 3 warlock? In other words, he's a great warlock. Adriana mused and took her leave respectfully. 2 days later, the Stupa city exuding an ancient, desolate, and declining aura appeared in front of the caravan. On the road to the Stupa city, there was one cross after another inserted in the ground. There were corpses, many of which were covered with insect repellent, nailed to the crosses. The bodies were littered with lacerations, which were signs of torture. It was a gruesome sight. Yang Feng swept the road filled with crosses and frowned. What crimes did these people commit that they deserved to be killed? When it came to enemies, Yang Feng wasn't lenient and killed them without mercy. But when it came to ordinary people, he judged them according to the law. He would only kill some of the most reprehensible criminals. When Yang Feng was in the Feisua plain, he has set up several corpse forests in the Red Earth wasteland, and there he hung the bodies of thieves, murderers, and slave hunters to scare away the scum. Adriana looked at the crosses on both sides of the road with anger in her eyes. Most of these people were innocent, yet they were tortured to death by Mal Ido. As for the scum and dregs, they have become his subordinates. The Stupa city is now a hell on earth. If it wasn't for the fact that the market in the Stupa city is highly profitable, no one would come here to do business. Yang Feng frowned. They kill innocent people indiscriminately? Yang Feng didn't take Adriana's words at face value. Unless he used detection spells, he couldn't readily believe a person who has been with him for less than 10 days. In the world of warlocks, people who readily believe others can die easily. After the Turan caravan paid the entrance toll, the guards at the gate watched the caravan enter the city with a peculiar gleam in their eyes. Inside the Stupa city, Yang Feng saw very few pedestrians on the streets, and the doors of the houses were closed. Few people came out to do business. Even the few people that could be seen on the streets were rushing with numb faces, looking like walking dead. A group of men on horseback clamoring in excitement rushed their way. Yang Feng glanced at the people, and frigid killing intent flickered in his eyes. They were roughly 18 or 19 years of old. with cruel and ruthless expressions on their faces. Each of them dragged a naked woman behind their horses. Injured due to the friction, the women screamed repeatedly. But the men laughed in excitement. His gaze ice-cold, Yang Feng mused, "Devil in human skin, that should refer to scum like them. It seems that this stupicity has indeed decayed to the extreme." Chapter 519 Instakilling Maldito. Chapter 519 Instakilling Maldito. Translator, Xuanhuan. Which caravan is this? Have your boss come out and see me. The fellows in the luxurious carriage. If you don't come out, I'll peel off your skin and scoop out your hearts. A fat young man with pale skin and puffy eyes holding a naked, big-breasted, beautiful woman urged his horse to block in front of the Turan caravan and yelled. 30 cavalrymen with numb faces and a sinister and weird mark on their foreheads suddenly stepped forward and pointed at the Turan caravan with their lances. And sky night might spread from them and oppressed everyone in the caravan. The guards in the caravan stood no chance against the 30 sky knights, who were comparable to level 1 warlocks in terms of battle prowess. Yang Feng and Adriana slowly alighted the luxury carriage. When the young man with puffy eyes saw Adriana, his eyes lighted up immediately, and he revealed a lascivious smile. "A beauty! This girl isn't bad. And she's an apprentice warlock to boot. How nice! I can have some fun." Comparable to these ordinary women, an apprentice warlock is much more fun to play with. They're far more resilient and won't die that easily. Today's my lucky day. Adriana's heart shook. She originally planned to infiltrate the stupicity and then act slowly. She didn't expect that just as she entered the city, the young man would take fancy to her, and she would face danger. Adriana kept her cool and said calmly, "I am Adriana, a manager of the Turan caravan. May I ask who you are?" The young man with puffy eyes smiled haughtily and stared at Adriana as if he was a cat gazing at a mouse, saying, "Ha ha! I am Cat 8, Lord Melito's sole son." Adriana spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. "So it's young Lord Cat 8. If something untoward were to happen to me in the stupicity, the Turan caravan will regard the stupicity as an enemy and will no longer conduct business with the city. Such a loss, I am afraid that you cannot bear it, young Lord Cat 8. Why don't I give you 1,000 magic stones, and we let bygones be bygones?" Cat 8's eyes flashed with a ruthless shimmer, and he bellowed angrily, "Are you threatening me? You whore! You dare to threaten me? You smelly bitch whose sole purpose is to please us upper-class people. You dare to threaten me? Capture her. After I'm done with you, I'll break your bones inch by inch. Your screams will make for a great side dish when drinking wine. Young Lord Cat 8, she has nice eyes. I want her eyeballs as decorations. Her hands look beautiful. I'll cut off her hands and add them to my collection." Exuding chaotic and wicked auras, the aristocratic youngsters following behind Cat 8 uttered cruel words one after another. When Cat 8's words fell, the 30 soldiers with numb expressions and evil marks on their foreheads burst out with Sky Knight rank chi, and then blurred into motion and darted towards Adriana. Adriana's face fell, and a look of despair flickered in her eyes. If she was captured by Cat 8 and the other aristocratic youngsters, she will suffer a fate far worse than death. Yang Feng swept the 30 soldiers who had an evil mark on their foreheads with a glance and said, "Just a group of scum. Kill them." A tyrannical spirit fluctuation spread from Yang Feng and sunk into the evil marks on the foreheads of the 30 soldiers. The evil marks twisted and turned into control imprints, and Yang Feng took control of the 30 soldiers. The figures of the 30 soldiers fluttered, and they suddenly lunged at the aristocratic youths and stabbed at them with the spears in their hearts. "No, don't. You dare attack me, you lowly animals? Father, save me. My father is Earl Tand of the stupicity." Under the threat of death, the aristocratic youngsters showed all sorts of unsightly behaviors. They screamed, wailed, and some even begged Yang Feng for forgiveness. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Under Yang Feng's order, the 30 soldiers killed the aristocratic youngsters without mercy, and then threw them aside like garbage. Cat 8's eyes flashed with fear, and he growled madly, You scumbag! Damn bastard! You dare to kill my friends? My father will pull your tendons and peel your skin and torture you to death. However, if you swear allegiance and give me this woman, then I'll spare your miserable life and let you be my dog. You can enjoy the women I'm done playing with. Rest assured, I will send you on your way first, and then send your father to keep you company. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and 9 revolutions divine wind swept towards Cat 8. Cat 8 lit up with 3 rays of light, and the 3 defensive secret treasures Malito gave his son activated at once. But in the next moment, Cat 8 was crushed together with the defensive secret treasures. In the street, there was a strong smell of blood, looking like a scene from hell. And Yang Feng was like a demon god judging the wicked. Who? How dare you kill my son? I will skin and dismember you. A fierce roar came from the castle, and a short man with dark yellow skin and a ferocious face exuding a dense aura of blood rushed out. The man exuded great warlock rank might. Adriana's face flickered, despair shimmered in her eyes, and she mumbled, "Great warlock! He's already a great warlock." The strongest expert of the Sword of Light was just a junior great warlock. Now that Malito has promoted to a great warlock, the strongest expert of the Swords of Light may not be his match. Die! Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind swept towards Malito, who disintegrated into countless bloody fragments that fell to the ground. Adriana's cherry lips parted and her pretty eyes turned sluggish and flashed with incredulity. She rubbed her eyes, and then looked at the fragmented corpse again and muttered, "Dead! Malito died just like that." Malito was the tyrant of this area. Who knows how many warlocks who wanted to kill him were killed by him instead. Adriana originally thought that Yang Feng would have a fierce battle with Malito. In the end, even if he won by some miracle, Yang Feng wouldn't come out unscathed. If necessary, even she might have to join the fight. But now, Yang Feng just pointed with his finger, and Malito died just like that. This left her worldview on the verge of collapse. Both startled and elated, Adriana stared at Yang Feng and mused. They say that there's a realm above the great warlock realm, and warlocks of this realm are comparable to demons and gods. As soon as Malito was killed, more than 20 rays of light flew out of the castle and fled in different directions. Those were the warlocks Malito has recruited to serve as his minions. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and spatial mirrors appeared in front of him. Ripples set off in the spatial mirrors, and 23 warlocks flew out from inside them. "Sir, spare me. Sir, please spare my poor life. I am willing to serve you. Sir, please spare me. I'll do anything." Faces ashen, the 23 warlocks pleaded miserably. An apathetic look in his eyes, Yang Feng spoke callously. "When you tortured and killed ordinary people, they also must have implored you. But have you scumbags released them? Since you animals lost your humanity, then go to hell." Yang Feng was a proponent of the principle a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. People who lost their humanity and killed ordinary people in the pursuit of strength. He loathed such scum the most, and will never give them a chance to live. A female warlock with long blue hair, a sexy figure, and an ordinary appearance shouted, "I'm a spy sent by the Sword of Light. I have never tortured an innocent person. Sir, please spare me." Yang Feng pointed with his finger and cast a lie detection spell on the female warlock. From the lie detection spell, he concluded that she didn't lie. "I'm also a spy of the Sword of Light. I'm a spy of the Tower of Darkness." The other warlocks struggled and screamed. He cast the lie detection spell on the warlocks one after another. When they lit up with red light, it indicated that they were lying. Once a warlock was detected to have lied, a violent wind cut them into countless pieces. When she saw this, the female warlock with long blue hair shivered, a gleam of dread in her eyes. Generally speaking, after the ringleader was killed, the other warlocks will be given a chance to live. But Yang Feng was completely different. Not only did he kill the ringleader, but he also killed almost all the minions without mercy. At the thought that she escaped death, the female warlock with long blue hair felt a lingering fear. If she was too slow in her reaction, she would have become a corpse by now. Chapter 520, Left Hand of the Brilliant Sage. Chapter 520, Left Hand of the Brilliant Sage. Translator, Xuanhuan. The female warlock with long blue hair took out a vial of elixir and downed it. As if an old witch who has performed evil experiments, her face that was covered with pockmarks and even some burnt traces squirmed and quickly turned beautiful. When Adriana saw the beautiful face, she immediately took a step forward and performed a salute, saying, "Lady Ellie." Ellie glanced at Adriana with a dignified look in her eyes. "And you are?" In Ellie's eyes, Adriana, who was a mere apprentice warlock, was just a small character. Ellie didn't remember having met this person. Adriana replied respectfully, "I am Adriana, a level 3 warlock apprentice of the Sword of Light." As a powerful level 3 warlock, Ellie had a very high status in the Sword of Light. She was Adriana's idol. "It's you." There was a flash of sudden understanding in Ellie's eyes, and she nodded towards Adriana. Next, she strode to in front of Yang Feng and saluted respectfully. "Well met, sir. How do I address you?" Yang Feng responded flatly, "My name is Ian." With that, he strode towards Melito's villa. He could vaguely feel that there was something in the villa calling him. When she saw Yang Feng leave, Ellie hesitated, and then gritted her teeth, ready to follow him. But then she heard a voice ringing in her ears. "Since you are a spy, you should have an understanding of the Stupa city. Tidy up the city. Kill anyone who committed unforgivable crimes." Ellie uttered respectfully, "Yes, sir." Now that all the warlocks in the Stupa city have been wiped out, the level 3 warlock Ellie coupled with the level 3 apprentice warlock Adriana, as well as the caravan guards, could take complete control of the city. Yang Feng came to Melito's villa. After passing through several corridors, he came into a secret room. When he pushed open the door to the secret room, he saw a bloody altar with a strange black sculpture of a handsome man with 3 vertical eyes placed in the middle. Next to the bloody altar, there was a pool of blood. The blood in the pool churned and emitted a disgusting smell. In the center of the blood pool, there was a black tray with what looked like the left hand of an ordinary human placed on top. This is the left hand of the brilliant sage. That despicable beast wanted to use the negative force of humans to erode and transform this left hand into an evil secret treasure. As soon as Yang Feng saw the left hand in the middle of the pool of blood, he suddenly understood that it was the left hand of the brilliant sage. Not unlike the bodies of extraordinary life forms, the bodies of human warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above were top forging materials. Holy Spirit warlocks were pinnacle existences at the summit of human warlocks. Since ancient times, no matter the era, they were the most powerful group of people. Reportedly, of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord, quite a few of them were only slightly weaker than the Time Lord himself. The Brilliant Sage was one of the most powerful Holy Spirit warlocks. At the time, he even opposed the Time Lord at one point. He was eventually defeated by the Time Lord and became a follower. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord were most powerful experts, and they even defeated many Holy Spirit warlock rank experts from other races. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the left hand of the Brilliant Sage still shows no signs of decay. His fleshly body already had a trace of immortality, which was a characteristic that only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses possessed. At the time, the Brilliant Sage was only a step away from advancing to the Warlock Emperor rank. But at the end, he was born in the wrong era. He was no match to the Time Lord. Otherwise, he was likely to establish Ho's own human warlock dynasty. Every Warlock Emperor has cultivated their fleshly body to the point of immortality. Without being refined or destroyed by others, their fleshly body will never decay. It was easy to cultivate the fleshly body, but not the soul. No matter how powerful you are, the soul will eventually decay and extinguish. Once the soul extinguishes, even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses won't escape death. The reason why the gods possessed such long longevity was because the gods used the faith of countless people to open up a world with special rules. By absorbing the faith force of intelligent life forms that contained a trace of soul force, They could stay in their divine country and have a lifespan of millions of years. With its trace of immortality, the left hand of the brilliant sage was a first-rate material for crafting secret treasures. The statue of an evil existence has manipulated Malido to make all kinds of cruel and brutal, using the despair, jealousy, cruelty, and other negative forces to erode the left hand of the brilliant sage. That evil existence wanted to refine the left hand into an evil secret treasure. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly emerged, and then turned into a flame dragon and pounced on the statue. The evil statue absorbed the surrounding negative force, and a starry sky warlock rank evil aura suddenly spread out from it as if it has come to live. It threatened in a neither male nor female voice. "Petty human, you dare to profane a true god? I will curse you, curse your offsprings. The men will be slaves and the women will be prostitutes." Black light shot out from the statue's 3 vertical eyes. 7-color skyfire surged and immediately engulfed the black light along with the evil statue. The face of the evil statue twisted, and it screamed in panic, "Impossible! You are a starry sky warlock? No, a moonlight warlock? How could it be? How could there be a moonlight warlock here?" In a place like the Sputa City where life magic energy was thin, a great warlock was enough to proclaim hegemony. As for moonlight warlocks, without a special reason, they would never stay in a small place like this. "This is a clone. You idiot, you actually sent a clone here. That's just perfect. Now I can test the secret methods recorded in the demonic divine text." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he showed a smile. He pointed with his finger, and an imprint engraved with countless seals, exuding a profound and overbearing aura, suddenly appeared and shot towards the evil statue. Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint was an Empyrean-grade secret treasure made by the Demonic Divine Lord of the 3rd Warlock Dynasty. In the Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint, there were 108 Holy Spirit Warlock, 1,865 Warlock Monarch, and 108,000 Infinity Warlock rank demonic and divine life forms. When the Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint appears, it will extract the power of the sealed demonic and divine life forms. In its wake, any powerful existences will be easily killed or absorbed into the imprint to serve as food for the creatures inside. Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint was also a powerful secret method recorded in the Demonic Divine Text. You could use it to seal many powerful demonic and divine life forms. Once sealed by the imprint, the demonic and divine life forms will never be able to free themselves. In the 3rd Warlock Dynasty era, demonic and divine life forms made sure to steer clear from the Demonic Divine Lord. Wherever the Demonic Divine Lord appeared, gods, demons, devils, and other powerful life forms hid or fled. They didn't dare to show their faces for fear of being caught by the Demonic Divine Lord and sealed in the Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint. Because the Demonic Divine Lord was too overbearing and tyrannical, that after his death, countless powerful beings spared no cost and went to the Zhangji Plain and madly fought with the human warlocks, which eventually led to the collapse of the 3rd Warlock Dynasty. At the same time, the demonic divine text was scattered in all directions during the war. If it weren't for the fact that the Fuso God Tree hasn't participated in any battles of the Zhangji Plain, it would be impossible for it to preserve the full version of the demonic divine text to this day. When the evil statue saw the imprint, its face distorted, its heart shook, and it shrieked, "Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint! It's the Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint! Why do you have this secret method?" A chaotic aura spread from the evil statue. This Starry Sky Warlock rank clone was about to detonate. The Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint landed on the evil statue, and countless chains formed from seals shot out from the imprint and tied the evil statue. At the same time, the chains extended into the void and followed the connection between the clone soul and the true body soul. The evil god plane within a palace, the space twisted, and black chains shot out and barreled towards an evil god embracing beautiful women. The evil god had 3 vertical eyes. Damn it, break! The evil god felt a chill in his heart. Going all out, his 3 eyes released 3 beams of black light that barreled towards the black chains. New novel chapters are published on fguriwebnovio.com. When the 3 beams of black light slammed into the black chains, they easily passed through them. The chains formed from weird seals stabbed into the evil god, passed through his fleshly body, and tangled around his soul. True name. Say your real name. True name. Strange thoughts shook the evil god clone souls and the true body soul as scorching flames rose from the black chains and burned the soul frantically. Chapter 521. Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint. Chapter 521. Demonic Divine Empyrean Imprint. Translator, Xuanhuan. Faced with the queer flames, the evil god issued painful howls. The pain stemming from the flames burning the soul was 10 times more intense than the pain ordinary people feel when being burned by fire. Even with his firm will, it was still hard for the evil god to resist the pain from the soul being burned. My true name is Shatu Pold Atta. A true name thousands of characters long escaped the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god. After he spoke the last word of his true name, he felt countless chains wrap around his soul and bind him firmly, unable to move. When intelligent life forms advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they will get a true name. Each powerful existence has a different true name. Once you grasp the true name of a powerful being, you can command or curse them. Many people didn't know their true name after they promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank. As such, interrogation was meaningless. True names were the embodiment of the laws of the universe. Trough pain and various mysterious laws. The unique secret method, the demonic divine Empyrean imprint, could force the target to gaze into their soul and read out the true name inscribed in the deepest part of the soul. Even powerful existences like the Time Lord would never tell their true name to other people. Otherwise, even a Holy Spirit warlock could seriously wound them by means of their true name. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? As soon as the eyes of the evil god regained clarity, a thought echoed in his sea of his knowledge. The eyes of the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god widened, and he released an angry roar. No! I will never yield. With his soul burned by the strange soul flame, the evil god emitted painful roars and rolled on the ground. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. In the hands of the demonic divine lord, the demonic divine Empyrean imprint has sealed 108 Holy Spirit warlock rank beings. Those beings could not contend with the demonic divine Empyrean imprint. Although Yang Feng only had a Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base, but the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god still couldn't contend against the demonic divine Empyrean imprint. 5 minutes later, Dante, rolling on the ground, screeched miserably, I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you. So stop. Please stop. That look of pain on your face is rather interesting. Burn for another 10 minutes. Let's see how tough you are. Hold on for another 10 minutes. From Dante's soul came Yang Feng's ruthless voice. Evil gods play with human souls and feed on suffering, despair, and other negative forces. Yang Feng naturally won't go soft on evil gods. After 10 minutes of bitter struggle, Dante, lying on the ground, was sweating all over and panting heavily. His eyes filled with pain and fear. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? Yang Feng's voice echoed again in the abyss of Dante's soul. Dante responded respectfully, Yes, I understand, master. How do I address you, master? Yang Feng uttered flatly, You'll know who I am when you see me. As long as Yang Feng's demonic divine Empyrean imprint secret method wasn't broken, he could freely manipulate the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god Dante. When the two parties meet, Dante will understand that Yang Feng was his master. Dante uttered deferentially, Yes, master. In the secret room, Yang Feng looked at the demonic divine Empyrean imprint in his hand, and saw a black true name brand formed from countless seals swirling in the illusory imprint. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and bright black light shone. Shortly after, he extracted the mysteries of the evil god Dante's cultivation secret methods. An enigmatic gleam streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed in praise, So this is an Empyrean grade secret method created by the demonic divine lord. Each demonic and divine creature that the demonic divine Empyrean imprint seals, I can extract their cultivation secret methods and obtain numerous bodies of knowledge. It's no wonder that the demonic Divine Lord was hell-bent on sealing them at that time. The demonic Divine Lord was invincible in his time. However, after he ascended the throne, he still fought around and hunted demonic and divine creatures because of his thirst for knowledge and his desire to break through the warlock emperor boundary and become an eternal existence. In the vast universe, there were countless races, many of which weren't strong, yet had rather strange racial innate abilities. Warlock emperor rank powerhouses were unparalleled. With a gesture, they could destroy a plane. They could pluck moons and stars like it was a piece of cake. But even they couldn't use magic to replicate the racial innate abilities of some races. Those weird racial innate abilities may have a great connection with the law of eternal. Therefore, when creating a warlock dynasty, every human warlock emperor will choose to expand and explore other plane and look for ways to achieve eternal existence. After he input all the knowledge he got from Dante into the database, Yang Feng tossed the demonic divine empyrean imprint into the semiplane, and then his gaze fell on the left hand of the brilliant holy, a complicated look in his eyes. He frowned. I have just promised to help the brilliant holy to resurrect, and now his left hand appears before my eyes. These old monsters that die but don't topple over are really dreadful. The timing of the left hand's appearance was too opportune. Despite as strong as he was, Yang Feng couldn't help but have a feeling that someone has manipulated fate, that it was out of his control. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and cast detection spells on the left hand of the brilliant holy, but there was no response. The left hand of the brilliant holy looked no different from the left hand of an ordinary person. As the holy force inside it was hidden, there was no reaction from the detection spells. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's understanding, it would be difficult to detect that this was the left hand of the awe-inspiring brilliant holy. Without sealing it with secret methods, the body of an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock will radiate holy force at all times. Eventually, the holy force will dissipate and the body will decay. Only Holy Spirit warlocks like the brilliant holy who comprehended a trace of immortality could fully restrain the holy force inside their body, to the point that it won't decay even after 1 million years. When he saw that there was no reaction from the detection spells, Yang Feng frowned. It seems that with my current strength and knowledge, even if the brilliant holy does something, it's not something that I can understand. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. How should I handle the left hand of the brilliant holy? I can't carry this thing on me. But since I promised to help him to resurrect, I can't discard it either. I'll seal it temporarily in this base. If the left hand of the brilliant holy along with other holy grade materials were delivered to a Holy Spirit warlock rank alchemists, they may craft a holy grade secret treasure that could seal the fate of forces on the level of the 10 great sects. If Yang Feng had come across the left hand before he has promised the brilliant holy to help him resurrect, he would certainly find a way to make it into a secret treasure. But since he has made the promise, then he could no longer use the other party's remains, or else it may lead to disaster. The preparations made by a Holy Spirit warlock were enough to annihilate the current Yang Feng. Not to mention that the brilliant holy was a pinnacle existence among Holy Spirit warlocks and only slightly inferior to warlock emperors. Yang Feng grabbed the left hand of the brilliant holy and put it into a jade box, and then silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a black light shone. Strange seals appeared on the surface of the jade box and formed a weird pattern, which sealed the jade box. Just when Yang Feng was about to seal the jade box in this secret room, he suddenly had a thought, and threw it into his storage ring. Without being refined, the left hand of the brilliant holy is still a mighty treasure. It might save my life in a time of need. It's best to have it on me. Yang Feng quickly made arrangements in the secret room, and then took out a high-grade warp gate, placed it in the secret room and activated it. Soon after, Yang Feng appeared in the secret chamber of a castle that he has bought in the Battle Demon province. After leaving the secret chamber, Yang Feng changed his identity, passed through a number of teleportation arrays, and finally returned to the Battle Demon sect. Warp gate technology was heaven-defying, and in particular top-grade warp gates which could enable a person to shuttle freely across 2 planes. Top-grade warp gates were even better than planar passageways. Yang Feng didn't want to expose this treasure. As soon as he returned to the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng went directly to his residence, where he drank tea made from the mist hollow god tree leaves and promoted his soul aptitude. Chapter 522, Breaking Through the Heavenman Boundary. Chapter 522, Breaking Through the Heavenman Boundary. Translator, Xuanhuan. Tea made from mist hollow god tree leaves is really amazing. My soul aptitude has finally advanced to superior level 7. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly, and he revealed a smile. To warlocks, soul aptitude was extremely important. To train the fleshly body wasn't too hard, but the same couldn't be said about the soul. Warlocks could strengthen their fleshly body via various secret methods. As for the soul, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it. It was very difficult for warlocks with a low soul aptitude to form a soul seed and soul core. Apprentice warlocks with a soul aptitude lower than level 3 fundamentally had no hope of condensing a soul seeds. Warlocks with a soul aptitude lower than level 4 fundamentally had no hope of evolving a soul seed into a soul core. Warlocks with a soul aptitude lower than level 5 fundamentally had no hope of promoting to the Bright World Warlock rank. Warlocks with a soul aptitude lower than level 6 fundamentally had no hope of advancing to the Infinity Warlock rank. In order to break through the shackles of soul aptitude, human warlocks have developed countless precious elixir that can improve their soul aptitude. But the further you want to improve your soul aptitude, the more difficult it is to achieve it. Therefore, many human warlocks have to transplant a powerful bloodline into their body, and use the power of the bloodline to smash the shackles of soul aptitude. In the past, it was because he was suffering from soul aptitude shackles that the Taboo Lord has slaughtered virtually all Aurum powerhouses, and then used their blood essence to upgrade his soul aptitude. The Apple of Wisdom has greatly improved Yang Feng's wisdom and allowed him to easily understand various bodies of knowledge and to easily learn various secret methods. Nevertheless, it couldn't improve his soul aptitude. However, superior level 6 soul aptitude was already enough for Yang Feng to practice cultivation until the Warlock Monarch rank. Originally, Yang Feng has planned to search for precious materials that could upgrade his soul aptitude after he advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank. But he didn't expect to receive a gift from the Fuso God Tree in the Fuso subcontinent to obtain Mist Hollow God Tree leaves. Next comes the main event. With a flick of his wrist, a scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed appeared in his hand, and he stared at the lotus seed with a scorching glow in his eyes. After going through the 8 warlock dynasties, human warlock civilization has progressed continuously, and various powerful elixirs have been developed. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, as long as you have enough magic crystals, you can buy elixirs that will improve your soul aptitude from inferior level 1 to superior level 7. Of course, elixirs capable of advancing soul aptitude beyond superior level 6 were very expensive, and even Infinity Warlocks would feel the pinch. To promote soul aptitude to superior level 7, Infinity Warlocks would have to spend all their fortune. Treasures that can promote soul aptitude to inferior level 8 were peerless treasures extremely hard to come by. Even Infinity Warlocks will have to completely depend on their luck to get one such a treasure. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Battle Demon sect controlled one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, and the population under its control has exceeded 100 billion people. Even so, there was no treasure in the sect capable to upgrading a warlock's soul aptitude to inferior level 8. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed was thus beyond precious. If it appeared in the world, it will cause countless people to compete over it. It was because Xuanhuan was found to have superior level 8 soul aptitude that the whole Battle Demon sect was shaken, and the shocked Great Elder Yu Wuxian took the initiative come out and take her as a disciple. Yang Feng gulped down the scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed. When the lotus seed entered his mouth, it turned into a black mist that entered directly into his soul. A refreshing feeling bubbled out from the depths of Yang Feng's soul. At the next moment, that feeling gave way to acute pain, as if his being was being torn into pieces. Warlocks called the boundary between level 7 soul aptitude and level 8 soul aptitude the Heavenman boundary. Warlocks with level 8 soul aptitude, even in the prosperous 8 warlock dynasties, were peerless geniuses. Many warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks were geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude. There were also human warlocks with level 7 soul aptitude who reached the Holy Spirit warlock realm, but they were very rare. Although not every warlock with level 8 soul aptitude could promote to the warlock monarch rank and beyond, but as long as they didn't die, they could easily promote to the glorious Dawn warlock and bright world warlock rank. They also have much higher chances of reaching the infinity warlock rank than other warlocks. Other warlocks, and even genius warlocks with superior level 7 soul aptitude, will find it very difficult to become glorious Dawn warlocks. A violent pillar of magic energy soared into the sky from the secret room where Yang Feng was located and entered the clouds. And, as if a giant black hole, frantically extracted life magic energy from the immortal Huang Palace and the battle demon sect. What happened? Within a magic energy pool in the immortal Huang Palace, Huang Iha opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, and then his figure blurred, and he disappeared from the magic energy pool. What's going on? What happened? In the battle demon sect, warlocks in the Moonlight Warlock rank and above all sensed the change in life magic energy in the battle demon sect. Startled, they emerged from their residences. The source of this scene tent is freewebnovel.com. It's the immortal Huang Palace. Is Great Elder Huang Iha experimenting with a new secret method? The experts of the battle demon sect watched the black pillar of light frantically extracting life magic energy with inquisitive looks in their eyes. The leaders of the various battle demon sect branches turned into streams of light and flew into the immortal Huang Palace, trying to figure out what happened. 3 rays of light flickered and almost instantly appeared in the immortal Huang Palace. Of the tree people who emerged from the rays of light, one was the great elder Yu Wuxian. The other was a burly man built like a bear who looked to be in his 40s, the great elder He Liannu. The last one was a handsome young man with a medium build and unearthly temperament wearing a white warlock robe, the great elder Yu Jingang. Yu Wuxian looked at the giant pillar of black light that was the manifestation of countless fantastic seals containing various laws with a complex look in her eyes and said slowly, "This is an illusion triggered by someone breaking through the Heaven-Man boundary. Old Man Huang, whose residence is that Heaven-Man boundary?" Sure enough, the hearts of the 2 experts He Liannu and Yu Jingang shook, and they watched the giant pillar of black light with complicated emotions in their eyes. Huang Iha's eyes lit up, and he chuckled loudly. "That's Yang Feng's residence. I really didn't expect him to break through the Heaven-Man boundary, to reach this point. Haha, I really picked up a jewel." At that time, when Huang Iha has agreed to accept Yang Feng as a personal disciple, he just wanted to sow good karma with Shui. After all, with her heaven-defying aptitude, Shui won't have any problem advancing to the bright world warlock rank in the future. And she may even become an infinity warlock. He never expected that with his poor aptitude, Yang Feng could climb to this position step by step. Yu Wuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with a complex gleam, and she finally revealed a smile. This pair of kids are supreme talents. It looks like the battle demon sect is going to thrive. With the close relationship between Shui and Yang Feng, the stronger Yang Feng was, the better it was for Yu Wuxian. He Liannu sighed, regretful. What a pity. Such a disciple, it would be great if I have accepted him. Yu Jingang nodded, a look of regret in his eyes. When Shui has caused a sensation in the battle demon sect, He Liannu and Yu Jingang have traveled to other places. Otherwise, even if they couldn't compete for Shui, they may have taken in Yang Feng. Seeing this scene, Huang Iha rejoiced even more and laughed loudly. Ha! Standing aside, the sect master Lu Wuchen watched the black beam of light and listened to the discussion of the great elders. He was shocked, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. He broke the Heaven-Man boundary. This Yang Feng is really fierce. In the battle demon sect, there was not a small number of talents with superior level 7 soul aptitude, yet there was not a single person with inferior level 8 soul aptitude. For his soul aptitude to break through the Heaven-Man boundary, Yang Feng's future was bright, making Lu Wuchen a little jealous. This is an illusion that is manifested when someone is breaking through the Heaven-Man boundary. Amazing! Who is breaking through the Heaven-Man boundary? The leaders of the various branches came to immortal Huang Palace and looked at the black beam of light with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Wang Zhilan looked up at the black pillar of light in the sky with a complicated glint in her pretty eyes and sighed. To break trough the Heaven-Man boundary, Senior disciple brother Yang Feng is really amazing. Wu Ziming looked at the black beam of light with a bitter expression on his face, and a feeling of dejection welled up in his heart. I'm afraid I will never catch up to him. Wu Ziming was also a genius, and he had a strong will. He has aimed at Yang Feng, trying to surpass him and become a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. But now there was really no hope. He no longer had any intention to challenge Yang Feng for the position of personal disciple. The black beam of light that was the manifestation of countless seals containing laws gradually disappeared. Huang Yihe, who was comparable to an infinity warlock, scanned with his tremendous spirit force and showed a smile. Success! He has completely broken the Heaven-Man boundary. Yu Wuxian uttered lightly. Congratulations, old man Huang. Congratulations on getting such a disciple. If there are no accidents, he is sure to become a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future. His potential is much greater than Yuan Yi's. Congratulations. You picked up a treasure. Huang Yihe was all smiles. Haha. Lucky. I was just lucky. Translator's notes. Wang Zhilan, if I remember correctly, she's the girl who received Yang Feng when he first appeared in the immortal Huang Palace. Wu Ziming, he should be the person that challenged Yang Feng for the personal disciple position the day he came to the immortal Huang Palace. Yuan Yi, Huang Yihe's eldest personal disciple. MC met him in the demonic realm. Chapter 523, Another Breakthrough. Chapter 523, Another Breakthrough. Translator, Zayamoj. Shortly after the black pillar of light dissipated, a red pillar of light rose from Yang Feng's residence, shot into the clouds, and attracted a tremendous amount of life magic energy. Due to the laws of heaven and earth, countless seals appeared. Seeing this scene, He Lianu's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he blurted out, His soul aptitude broke through again? Yu Jingong's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy, and he sighed faintly. Once the soul aptitude breaks through to level 8, each consecutive rise will provoke an illusion of heaven and earth. Yang Feng's soul aptitude has broken through again. There was a flash of joy in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he chuckled loudly. Ha! That young fellow seems to have gained a lot in the brilliant ancient capital. Dumbfounded, Yu Wuxian quietly watched the red beam of light with a complicated look in her eyes. Originally, Shi Shui has begged her to take Yang Feng as a personal disciple, but since she couldn't stand the sight of him, she ignored her. She didn't expect that Yang Feng, of whom she was originally dismissive, would turn out to be a freakish genius who gradually upgraded his soul aptitude to intermediate level 8, which was only slightly inferior to Shi Shui. As Yu Wuxian watched the red pillar of light, a gleam of regret streaked past her beautiful eyes. If she had accepted Yang Feng together with Shi Shui at that time, the Battle Demon sect would be under her control in the future. Another breakthrough. How astounding. Amazing. He still isn't done breaking through his soul aptitude. When the warlocks saw the red beam of light, their expressions became exaggerated, and they commented spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. After a while, the red pillar of light slowly disappeared. No one left this time. Everyone looked at Yang Feng's dwelling with expectation in their eyes. They guessed that Yang Feng must have obtained a heaven-defying treasure capable of transforming his soul aptitude continuously. It didn't take long for a white beam of light to rise from Yang Feng's residence. He Lianu sighed, a complex look in his eyes. Superior level 8. He's now equally matched with Shi Shui in terms of soul aptitude. Eyes beaming, Yu Jinggang uttered, Maybe there's hope for Yang Feng to become a Holy Spirit Warlock. Holy Spirit Warlock. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian quivered, and their eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. Holy Spirit Warlocks are most powerful experts in heaven and earth. For a Holy Spirit Warlock, killing an Infinity Warlock with a strike and plucking heavenly bodies is a piece of cake. Even mighty divine force rank experts with the support of a divine country and countless divine weapons cannot withstand a single blow of a Holy Spirit Warlock. Superior level 8. His soul aptitude has evolved to superior level 8. How awesome! Superior level 8 soul aptitude together with a virtual world. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will promote to a bright world warlock without suspense. A bright world warlock that can contend against infinity warlocks. The warlocks around the immortal Huang Palace watched the white beam with envy in their eyes. Superior level 8 soul aptitude can be described as heaven-defying. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, at least on the surface, only Yang Feng and Xuanhuan have superior level 8 soul aptitude. Of course, soul aptitude isn't everything. In history, there were many freakish geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude who die before they matured. But a higher soul aptitude meant that a warlock's potential was greater. After the white pillar of light slowly disappeared, the leaders of the various branches dispersed, complicated emotions in their hearts. Yu Wuxian and the other two bright world warlocks hesitated for a while before finally leaving the immortal Huang Palace. 7 days later, Yang Feng opened his eyes slowly, and bright light radiated from his eyes. In the dwelling, there is dust scattered everywhere. The dust came from high-grade magic crystals that were drained of life magic energy. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. After his soul aptitude evolved into superior level 8, Yang Feng's cultivation base naturally broke through to the advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank from the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank, and his strength increased by a notch. Yang Feng grabbed a high-grade magic crystal and quickly extracted the life magic energy inside. He clearly felt that 80% of the life magic energy was transformed into his life force. In one breath, the high-grade magic crystal was drained dry and turned into dust. The higher the soul aptitude, the greater the results are when practicing cultivation. Yang Feng showed a smile. Before the evolution of his soul aptitude, it would take him 5 minutes to fully absorb the life magic energy from a high-grade magic crystal and change it into life force. But now it only took one breath of time. With a flick of his wrist, the sage-grade secret treasure world ring appeared in his hand. Yang Feng looked at the world ring with a peculiar glint in his eyes. It seems that the arrangements made by the brilliant sage have profound meaning. The 4 origin crystals hidden in the desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity respectively can help a warlock to evolve their semi-plane into a small world. While the sage-grade secret treasure world ring could stabilize a small world, making the small world stronger and harder to destroy. The current semi-plane inside Yang Feng can be directly crushed by a powerful spell of a glorious dawn warlock. But once it transformed into a small world and was put into the world ring, by then, even a bright world warlock won't be able to destroy the small world with a strike. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the 4 origin crystals entered the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. At the same time, he quickly operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. As soon as the 4 origin crystals fell into Yang Feng's semi-plane, a wisp of primal chaos force rolled out, and the 4 origin crystals exploded and transformed into wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles. Violent winds rose, blazing flames spread, floods formed, and the land shook. Under the effect of the 4 origin crystals, the semi-plane shook, cracked, broke down, and recombined, and evolved in the direction of a small world. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and mysterious seals welled up in his eyes. His pupils turned into primal chaos magic pupils, and he looked at the crumbling semi-plane. In his view, at the same time as the semi-plane evolved towards a small world, countless mysterious natural seals appeared and formed a scene straight from some creation myth. The apocalyptic-like scene in the semi-plane lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, the semi-plane has completely transformed into a small world. There was small sun made of pure fire elemental particles in the sky. In the small world, majestic winds blew, the land extended without end. The land was littered with mountains, hills, plains, and other terrains. There was also a sea that extended without end in the small world. After this transformation, the semi-plane inside Yang Feng has become a small world more than 3,000 kilometers in radius. The small world was full of vitality and could already host intelligent life. Yang Feng willed, and the world ring appeared in the small world. As soon as the world ring appeared, countless seals flew out of the ring and merged into the world origin of the small world. After he assimilated the sage-grade secret treasure, the world ring, no matter what powerhouse Yang Feng comes across, he can extract world force through the world ring. Even if he is hit by a glorious dawn warlock, it won't damage the small world inside. Free web novel de CEO. The world ring isn't an offensive secret treasure, but a precious secret treasure that can maintain and guard a small world inside. This secret treasure is very rare and extremely precious. Even if it is an infinity warlock, if they have formed a virtual world inside them, they would fight desperately for this secret treasure. After the semi-plane evolved into a small world, his cultivation base also progressed from the advanced Starry Sky Warlock to the pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock realm. After the small world stabilized, Yang Feng took out the Shoot, the Heaven's Bow, and the Mountain Shield secret treasures. He hasn't ascertained the might of the two secret treasures, although he has refined them somewhat, but he couldn't control them yet. The higher the grade of a secret treasure, the more life force you need to consume. With his current strength, Yang Feng could control level 7 secret treasures at most. He can't use secret treasures above level 7. Yang Feng placed the Shoot, the Heaven's Bow, and the Mountain Shield in the small world, and then started refining the Lightning All-Secret Treasure. It took a full 10 days for Yang Feng to completely refine the Lightning All according to a secret method recorded in the time text. The Immortal Huang Palace, outside a hall. Yang Feng spoke, "I seek an audience, teacher." Huang Yihe's voice came from inside the hall. "Come in." When Yang Feng entered the hall, he saw Huang Yihe sitting on a soft sofa with an ancient book in his hands. Yang Feng fished out a jade box with a scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed inside and handed it to Huang Yihe. "Teacher, I got a scarlet immortal black mist lotus in the brilliant ancient capital. Thanks to it, I broke the Heavenman boundary and advanced my soul aptitude to superior level 8. Teacher, please accept this scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed." Chapter 524, Myriad Bones Shield and Imperial Space Sword. Chapter 524, Myriad Bones Shield and Imperial Space Sword. Translator, Xuanhuan. There was no way Yang Feng could conceal the fact that he got the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus. The Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was a treasure that even infinity warlocks coveted. Without Huang Yihe's protection, once he left the Battle Demon Sect, he is sure to die. Huang Yihe's eyes brightened. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he took the jade box, Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus. For you to get such a treasure, it's your good fortune. As your teacher, I shouldn't accept such a precious treasure from you, but I really want to break through the Heavenman boundary. Therefore, I want stand-o ceremony. Huang Yihe asked, "How many Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seeds did you use to promote your soul aptitude to superior level 8? Yang Feng answered frankly, "My aptitude is rather lacking, so only after using 6 lotus seeds did I promote my soul aptitude to superior level 8. There are still 3 lotus seeds remaining. I plan to give the other 2 lotus seeds to Xuer to enhance her soul aptitude." Yang Feng used 1 lotus seed to break the Heavenman boundary, 2 lotus seeds to advance his soul aptitude from inferior level 8 to intermediate level 8, and 3 lotus seeds to promote his soul aptitude from intermediate level 8 to superior level 8. Huang Yihe is an existence comparable to an infinity warlock. Now that Yang Feng has already upgraded his soul aptitude to superior level 8, even if Huang Yihe wants to take his Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, Yang Feng won't resist. Of course, if such a thing did happen, he will be completely disappointed with the Battle Demon Sect and take revenge in the future. Xue's soul aptitude is superior level 8, which is already perfect. It's useless for her to take Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seeds. With your strength, you can't keep such a rare treasure. I suggest that you give a lotus seed to Yu Wuxian and ask her to look after you. Yu Wuxian and I have stopped at the quasi-infinite warlock realm for centuries. Once we use the lotus seeds to break through the Heavenman boundary, we should be able to promote to the infinity warlock realm. Only with the 2 of us standing in your corner will you be able to keep the last lotus seed. Huang Yihe spoke calmly. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are the 2 peerless powerhouses of the Battle Demon Sect who have formed a virtual world. They are mighty beings who can contend against ordinary junior infinity warlocks. With the Battle Demon Sect's foundation, they can even fight advanced infinity warlocks. It is because of this that Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian didn't dare to take the step to promote to the infinity warlock rank lightly. The stronger you are, the harder it is to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. A moment of carelessness may lead to death. The Battle Demon sect only had Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian who could compete with Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. As for He Liannu and Eugene Gang, who were also Bright World Warlocks, they stood no chance against Infinity Warlocks. In order to guard the Battle Demon sect, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian could not brave the danger of death to promote to the Infinity Warlock rank. But now, once they ingested the 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds, they can break the Heavenman boundary, and their odds at advancing to the Infinity Warlock rank will reach upwards of 80%. By then, they can naturally attack the bottleneck and advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. After all, the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was only a Sage Grade Heave and Earth treasure, and it can enable Warlocks to upgrade their Soul Aptitude to Superior Level 8 at most. If you want to break through from Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude to Inferior Level 9 Soul Aptitude, you'll need an Empyrean Grade treasure. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then handed the 2 remaining Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds to Huang Yihe. Of these 2 lotus seeds, one is for Great Elder Yu Wuxian. As for the other one, please keep it for me, teacher. When I have enough strength, I'll come to get it back. After analyzing the pros and cons of Huang Yihe's words, Yang Feng wasn't stupid enough to refuse the former's good intentions. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. A treasure such as the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus isn't something that a mere Starry Sky Warlock like Yang Feng could keep. Only someone like Huang Yihe, who is comparable to an Infinity Warlock, can keep it safe. Huang Yihe chuckled. Be at ease. I'll spread the word that the last lotus seed is in my hands. This way, you won't be in danger. Of the 9 Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds, Yang Feng ate 6, 2 were in Huang Yihe's possession, and 1 was in Yu Wuxian's possession. With the 9 lotus seeds accounted for, Infinity Warlocks could only come to find Huang Yihe, not Yang Feng. After all, even if you kill Yang Feng, you can't get a lotus seed. Instead, you will offend the 2 experts Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian. Yang Feng responded after a moment. Thank you, teacher. However, I don't think the last lotus seed should be kept. It's best to use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it may bring danger to the Battle Demon sect. Huang Yihe spoke with a smile. Fenger, you're underestimating the Battle Demon sect too much. After I promote to an Infinity Warlock, those guys won't pose any threat. Huang Yihe flicked his wrist, and a yellow crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. This is a one-time use secret treasure halo crystal. It can block an all-out strike of a Bright World Warlock. Crash it, and I'll know that you're in danger. I'll be able to detect it in most places in the Zhangji Plain. Huang Yihe muttered for a moment, then flicked his wrist again, and 2 secret treasures flew out of his hand and entered Yang Feng's hand. This is a level 7 secret treasure Myriad Bones shield, and this is a level 7 secret treasure Imperial Space Sword. The Myriad Bones shield can defend against most physical and magical attacks, while the Imperial Space Sword can strengthen your control of the law of space. Studying the Imperial Space Sword will greatly benefit you in terms of comprehension of the law of space. Yang Feng said, overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. The 2 level 7 secret treasures specialized in defense and offense respectively. After Yang Feng got the 2 level 7 secret treasures, his combat power increased greatly. Without using World Force of the Small World, he could kill a junior Moonlight Warlock rank expert. Level 7 secret treasures are extremely precious secret treasures that had to be used by Glorious Dawn Warlocks to fully display their strength. Only the 10 great sects, the 7 great families, the Great Cloud Dynasty Imperial Court, and Magic Note, True God Hall, and other fearsome organizations can take such treasures out. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many rogue Glorious Dawn Warlocks without a level 7 secret treasure. They were much weaker than Warlocks with large backgrounds. Huang Yihe sighed lightly. Thank me for what? Compared with the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seed, these 2 level 7 secret treasures are hardly worth mentioning. Fenger, if the Lotus Seed is taken out for trade, then those Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses will be willing to use a Monarch grade secret treasure to exchange for it. Secret treasures are divided into 9 grades. Above level 9 secret treasures, there are the Monarch grade, then the Sage grade, and finally the Empyrean grade secret treasures. Monarch-grade secret treasures are mighty treasures used by warlock monarch rank powerhouses, and are one of the foundations of many formidable forces. With its heritage of more than 10,000 years, the Battle Demon Sect has no more than 10 Monarch-grade secret treasures. With the deterrence of Monarch-grade secret treasures, the Battle Demon Sect could become one of the 10 great sects despite having no infinity warlocks. If this wasn't the case, the Battle Demon Sect would have been attacked, have all its resources looted, and its territory divided by others by now. Of course, only Infinity Warlock rank experts may be able to use a Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seed to exchange for a Monarch-grade secret treasure. If it was Yang Feng who took out a Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seed to do business with an Infinity Warlock, that would be very dangerous. The other party is most likely to kill him directly. Only some principled Infinity Warlock would deal with him fairly. Huang Yihe also gave Yang Feng some pointers regarding questions he has encountered during cultivation. With Huang Yihe's advice, the problems Yang Feng has encountered in his practice of cultivation were immediately solved. After he left Huang Yihe's side, Yang Feng immediately returned to his residence and began to study secret methods recorded in the Freak One text. The time text created by the Time Lord is all-encompassing, among which the time secret method contains the path of the Time Lord, and is vast, profound, and mysterious. Once cultivated successfully, you'll be able to control time. At a glance, Yang Feng knew that even though his wisdom has skyrocketed after he has eaten the apple of wisdom, but it would still be difficult for him to study the time secret method. It's a secret method that powerhouses with special abilities and spatial bloodlines can master. The 7 Empyrean grade secret methods created by the 7 Warlock Emperors can be cultivated by humans. However, no one has ever practiced the 7 Empyrean grade secret methods step by step to the pinnacle, because of differences in constitutions, bloodlines, and opportunities. The Freak text created by the Freak Lord mainly uses the Freak Empyrean imprint to seal countless freaks and use their power to develop various fantastical abilities. The Taboo Lord has used the bloodlines of countless experts to strengthen himself, and then purify the bloodline to give birth to the unique, perfect, and powerful taboo force. The Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist can crush and destroy everything with pure strength. The Primal Chaos Imperishable Body and the Freak Empyrean Imprint were the quintessence of the 2 Empyrean grade secret methods created by the Taboo Lord and the Freak Lord respectively. Yang Feng has already cultivated the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body to the small completion realm, and his physical constitution was now comparable to that of a junior Glorious Dawn Warlock. It was very difficult to make further progress. Only by studying the Freak Empyrean Imprint can he improve his fighting ability further. After eating the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng was comparable to an Infinity Warlock in terms of wisdom. He quickly studied the Freak Empyrean Imprint thoroughly. The core of this secret method lies in sealing freaks that walked different paths. The more freaks are sealed, the greater is the might the Freak Empyrean Imprint can display. When the time comes to seal Infinity Warlock rank freaks, you must refine a secret treasure to bear the existence of the Freak Empyrean Imprint, or else the imprint will no longer be able to maintain its existence. 1. A demonic divine was changed to freak. Chapter 525 True God Empyrean Imprint and Devourers. Chapter 525 True God Empyrean Imprint and Devourers. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Freak Lord is really a dangerous guy. As long as the Empyrean grade Freak Empyrean Imprint hasn't been destroyed, once someone refines a Freak Empyrean Imprint, the imprint will become a child imprint of the Empyrean grade Freak Empyrean Imprint. No wonder no one practices this secret method after the 3rd Warlock dynasty. After he carefully studied the Freak text, Yang Feng went into the Battle Demon Sect's data storage facility, where he soon found records on the Freak text, the Time text, and the Taboo text. The Freak text is vast, profound, and mysterious. Besides the first Freak Empyrean Imprint, other people also cultivated the Freak Empyrean Imprint, but they only managed to cultivate a child imprint that was subjected to the control of the first Freak Empyrean Imprint. Therefore, after the 3rd Warlock dynasty, very few people practice secret methods recorded in the Freak text. Many supreme human warlock geniuses have researched the Freak text. Drawing on the essence of the Freak text, they developed countless secret methods. The Golem Lord of 6th Warlock dynasty is said to have created the Golem text with the Freak text as the basis. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. After he obtained the Freak text, Yang Feng naturally didn't want to painstakingly cultivate the Freak Empyrean imprint for it then to become a child imprint of the first Freak Empyrean imprint. He began to search for information to look for a solution. The Freak Lord was indeed the supreme genius of a generation. In his time, he was unparalleled, and the Freak text he created is one of the most formidable secret methods. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, and countless human warlocks studying the Freak text has been cracked almost completely. As the core secret method of the Freak text, the Freak Empyrean imprint has also been studied countless times. After a short search, Yang Feng found dozens of secret methods to crack the Freak Empyrean imprint. If the Freak imprint has been already refined into an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, then even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses wouldn't be able to reverse the process. But since Yang Feng has just sealed one evil god, it's easy to separate the true name of the evil god from the imprint. Now that I know the principle of the Freak Empyrean imprint, I can use Shizu technology and modern Warlock secret methods to create a true God Empyrean imprint, my true God Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng entered a laboratory. Using high-grade soul stones obtained from the Fuso subcontinent and a large number of precious minerals as the core, and using the alchemy information from the Freak text and the Battle Demon sect, he began to research and develop the true God Empyrean imprint. The Battle Demon sect's alchemy information is very precious. Originally, even though Yang Feng is a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, but he could not peruse it at will. He would have to pay contribution points. However, now that Yang Feng has offered Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian the extremely precious and important Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seeds, all information in the Battle Demon sect has become accessible to him. Taking advantage of the vast heritage of the Battle Demon sect, and coupled with the wisdom provided by the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's research has advanced by leaps and bounds. In the Feisua plane, Yang Feng's god clone also used the power of Godhead to deduce various transformations and mysteries. The Godheads of gods are comparable to super-optical computers that can perform countless calculations and assign faith force to divine spells. If a god lost their Godhead, they will no longer have a way to connect with their believers, to respond to their believers' prayers with divine spells, nor absorb faith force of their believers to sustain their existence. Therefore, even if a god doesn't die the moment when they lose their Godhead, but they will weaken with the passage of time and eventually die. After 3 whole months, Yang Feng finally developed the true God Empyrean imprint. It's finally completed. This true God Empyrean imprint is the crystallization of Warlock alchemy and Shizu technology. In a research laboratory in the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng showed a smile, a golden imprint in his hand. The golden imprint is the true God Empyrean imprint. It has all the power of the Freak Empyrean imprint, yet won't be subjected to the control of the first Freak Empyrean imprint. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, the materials used to refine this true God Empyrean imprint are subpar, and my refining methods are limited. It is only a level 7 secret treasure, and can seal bright world warlock rank gods and demons at most. But for now, it's already enough. After the level 2 stronghold was built, various munitions factories and research laboratories sprouted in the Tyrannid subcontinent. However, with the technology unlocked by the level 2 stronghold, he could craft level 7 secret treasures at most. Yang Feng smiled and willed, and black mechanical insects reminiscing of black beetles flew into his hand. But these 3 months of research were not in vain. I created simplified version devourers capable of evolution. The mechanical insects that looked like black beetles are a simplified version insect-type mechanical devourer made from the Empyrean-grade material mysterious gold god iron. Devourer is the highest crystallization of Shizu knowledge, as well as one of the most powerful types of battle robots. Devourers can devour energy and propagate in battle. They can devour every type of energy and virtually all kinds of shields. Even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse may die if they stay idle and let Devourers devour all the energy. Of course, Devourer represents the pinnacle of Shizu battle robots. Even though he obtained the Empyrean-grade mysterious gold god iron, but he can only craft simplified version Devourers. However, the simplified version Devourers are mighty nonetheless, and can devour energy of various natures. Originally, Yang Feng had no way of restraining the left hand of the brilliant sage. After all, he was one of the 12 sages among the 36 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord. He was an existence closest to the Warlock Emperor rank. But when he created the simplified version Devourers, Yang Feng could let the Devourers directly devour the left hand of the brilliant sage. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 1800 simplified version Devourers flew directly into his small world. With the 1800 simplified version Devourers, Yang Feng can absorb energy of different types unrestrainedly and let the Devourers devour it. With this trump card, the fighting strength of Yang Feng's true body has increased by a number of times. After developing the True God Empyrean imprint and crafting simplified version Devourers, Yang Feng proceeded to enter closed-door cultivation to advance his cultivation base. With the support of the large number of resources from the Fuso subcontinent, Yang Feng has no shortage of cultivation resources short-term, so he entered closed-door cultivation to upgrade his strength. After who knows how long, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes radiated brilliant light and released powerful self-confidence. With a flicker of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the secret chamber. In the Battle Demon sect, in the port, there are huge flying vessels inscribed with numerous mysterious runes anchored. Each of the huge flying boats can easily fly more than 100,000 kilometers in a day. On a huge flying boat, there stand dozens of young warlocks, each of whom exudes starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among the dozens of warlocks, 3 warlocks who stand out from the crowd formed a small circle and exuded an aura of exclusion. The 3 warlocks are the personal disciples of 3 great elders Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, and Zhou Feng. They are all talented. Each of them has practiced cultivation until the quasi-moonlight warlock rank realm, and wields astonishing methods. They are fully capable of defeating some weak rogue moonlight warlocks. The other warlocks are led by Zhong Sunan, among which there is Wang Zhilan, Wu Ziming, and other outstanding geniuses. Zhang Hanshan frowned and uttered, "Junior disciple brother Yang Feng isn't here yet?" Zhui Yifan's eyes flashed with envy, and the words he spoke were filled with complicated emotions. He should be here soon. After not seeing him for a few years, who knew that junior disciple brother Yang Feng would become so outstanding? Superior level, 8 soul aptitude. I'm looking forward to his accomplishments. With the power of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, Yang Feng has smashed the Heavenman boundary and reached superior level 8 soul aptitude in one go. This news is hardly a secret in the Battle Demon sect. When Yang Feng defeated the Tai Yi sect's Holy Son Yi Yuan Yang, it already caused a sensation in the Battle Demon sect, and now his soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. In one fell swoop, he has become a freakish genius on Shue's level. The Battle Demon sect is looking forward to his future accomplishments. At the same time, many people are filled with envy in their aim at Yang Feng, and Zhui Yifan is no exception. With a look of perseverance in his eyes, Zhou Feng said solemnly, "The Time Sky City is a great secret realm left by the Time Lord. In there is the original time text. If we can obtain the treasures in the Time Sky City, we may be able to surpass junior disciple brother Yang Feng in the future." 3 years ago, Yang Feng was only an upstart in the eyes of Zhou Feng and them, although they were optimistic about his future, but they didn't think that the great warlock Yang Feng could surpass them in a short time. 3 years later, Yang Feng has become the target they had to catch up to. When they thought of this, complicated emotions welled up inside them. Chapter 526, Time Sky City. Chapter 526, Time Sky City. Translator, Zayamoj. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng is here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The younger generation warlocks of the Battle Demon sect stared at Yang Feng approaching from afar, excited. Yang Feng came from humble origins. In the eyes of the great Cloud Dynasty's people, the Tyrannid subcontinent is a barbarous place. Despite his ordinary aptitude, he not only advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank from the level 2 Warlock rank step by step, but also broke the Heaveman boundary and upgraded his soul aptitude to superior level 8 in one stroke, becoming a freakish genius. His future is bright. If Yang Feng doesn't die prematurely, he is more than likely to promote to a bright world warlock in the future. With the exception of Shui, his chances to advance to an infinity warlock are much greater than that of all the geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. At this point, Yang Feng has become the benchmark and target of adoration of all the geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. Each warlock genius wanted to replicate his success story and become a second Yang Feng. Junior Starry Sky Warlock, his cultivation speed is so fast. He has formed a Starry Sky core and become a Starry Sky Warlock in such a short period of time. Xuanhuan stared at Yang Feng with mixed emotions in his eyes. During the Great Sect competition, Xuanhuan was defeated by Yang Feng. He has been chasing after Yang Feng's back ever since then. After the battle between Yang Feng and Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan realized that it would be difficult for him to catch up with Yang Feng. Xuanhuan continued to work hard after that. Although his combat strength has increased greatly, but he still knew that he isn't the opponent of Xuanhuan from that time. He couldn't even withstand a full blow strike from Xuanhuan. However, Yang Feng has already promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock, and his strength has soared. He can fully contend with Moonlight Warlocks. Xuanhuan couldn't even bring himself to challenge this powerful existence in his heart. When Xuanhuan and the other two saw Yang Feng, their eyes lit up, and they went to greet him. Xuanhuan glanced at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in admiration, "Starry Sky Warlock, junior disciple brother. The rate at which you practice cultivation is really astonishing." Since Yang Feng defeated Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan and the other two have never seen him again. When she saw that Yang Feng's cultivation base has already reached Junior Starry Sky Warlock rank, Yang Feng is concealing his true cultivation base. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel envious. Because the amount of resources necessary for a virtual world is astronomical, the cultivation speed of powerhouses who formed a virtual world generally is much slower than that of other warlocks. If the great elders Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian haven't cultivated a virtual world, they would have already advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat Xuanhuan, who has cultivated a virtual world, everyone believed that he should also have formed a virtual world. According to common sense, Yang Feng should still be a great warlock at this time. It should be extremely difficult for him to break through and become a Starry Sky Warlock. It wouldn't be strange if he was trapped in the Great Warlock realm for decades or even a century. In fact, with the support of the Fuso subcontinent's resources, it would take Yang Feng at least 300 years to achieve a breakthrough if he relied on hard work alone. A peculiar gleam in his eyes, Xuanhuan chuckled, "Junior disciple brother, you're really amazing. With you, the Battle Demon sect is bound to get famous." There was a complex look in Zhou Feng's eyes, and then he finally said with a smile, "That's right. Junior disciple brother, with you, the Battle Demon sect is bound to get famous. Junior disciple brother, you must sweep the floor with the geniuses in the Time Sky City. Make them understand the power of the Battle Demon sect." Yang Feng smiled and uttered full of confidence, "I understand. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is a feast for the Zhangji Plains continent. At that time, for the sake of treasures as well as the Time Sky Pillar left by the Time Lord, countless geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty will gather in the Time Sky City and fight for the 108 Keys of Time. The Time Sky City is an arena where the major forces flex their muscles. Every time the Time Sky City opens, peerless Starry Sky Warlock geniuses will emerge and, as long as they don't die, create a legend. If the Battle Demon sect can perform well at the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, it will gain a huge reputation and attract more talents to join the sect, forming a virtuous circle. Therefore, the Time Sky City Competition Assembly is extremely important for any major power." Yang Feng smiled and said, "However, I am still a bit weak by myself. I want to ask everyone to help me. If we work together, we can achieve the best result." Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. When Xuanhuan and the other two heard this, they smiled and felt more comfortable in their hearts. The three of them knew that even if they joined forces, they may not be the opponent of Yang Feng, who defeated the peerless genius Xuanhuan. This humble attitude of Yang Feng's made them admire him all the more. One of the three glorious Dawn Warlocks responsible for protecting the Battle Demon sect's geniuses, Elder Zhao Hong, took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a smile of satisfaction. Not arrogant nor hot-tempered, He's a rare genius. The Battle Demon sect has a bright future. The genius who will travel to the Time Sky City are the next generation experts of the Battle Demon sect. As the sect attached great importance to them, it specially dispatched 3 glorious Dawn warlocks to guard them. Lights shone, and the huge flying boat carrying numerous genius of the Battle Demon sect turned into a streamlight and flew towards the Time Sky City. The Holy City of Time is one of the oldest human holy cities. The Time Lord leading numerous human warlocks established the City of Time, the first human city at that time, and set off a wave of human rebellion against the archgods. There are many traces of the Time Lord left in the City of Light. Even after countless years, they haven't been erased by time. So far, there are many queer phenomena that are yet to be completely analyzed by human warlocks. Above the City of Light, there is the Time Sky City hidden in the River of Time. The Time Sky City is a treasure city built by the Time Lord in order to train human warlock genius, and it contains numerous treasures. Reportedly, the Time Sky City is a plane that the Time Lord crafted into a small world before he transplanted a semi-plane. In that small world, there are countless mysteries and precious treasures, including the Time Sky Pillar that contains the mysteries of the time text. Although the Time Lord wrote down the secret method that he cultivated in the time text, but the most esoteric law of time can hardly be expressed through words. Although many warlocks have studied the time text, but the number of people who could truly grasp the mysteries therein can be counted on one's fingers. Even the other 7 warlock emperors who were unique geniuses of their generation couldn't obtain much benefits from the time secret method recorded in the original time text. But the Time Sky Pillar is different. It is a treasure that the Time Lord has crafted from a section of the River of Time and Empyrean-grade Time Sky Crystal. The Time Sky Pillar contains the time secret method as well as other powerful secret methods. With the Time Sky Pillar, even if you don't have a special constitution like the Time Lord, there's still a possibility that you may comprehend the law of time. Additionally, there are numerous purest secret methods sealed in the Time Sky Pillar that can only be comprehended via the Time Sky Pillar. The 7 other warlock emperors have entered the Time Sky City. The Dawn Lord of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, in particular, comprehended his own path and a peerless secret method in front of the Time Sky Pillar, and finally experienced a meteoric rise and became unparalleled. In human warlock history, many warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks have been to the Time Sky City and comprehended various secret methods thanks to the Time Sky Pillar. Therefore, every time the Time Sky City opens, there are countless geniuses who come to compete for the keys of time, to compete for the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City. At this time, the City of Time is bustling with people, and Caucasian warlock geniuses from the Western world can be seen everywhere. In the center of the City of Time is located the Secret Dragon Temple. The Secret Dragon Temple covers an area of hundreds of thousands of hectares, encompasses various buildings, and is customized to receive the top forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the 3 dynasties of the Western world. Apart from the geniuses of the major forces, only famous rogue Starry Sky warlocks can get an invitation to enter here. In the lobby on the first floor of the Secret Dragon Temple's number 1 in the Secret Dragon Inn, a handsome and elegant warlock in green quietly enjoyed fine food and liquor while listening to the conversations of warlock geniuses from the Eastern world and the Western world. Speaking of the most outstanding geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty in recent years, we have to mention the Saint Lotus Sect's holy daughter Bai Ilian. Half a year ago, she killed Chi Feng, who had a junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. In this time's Time Sky City competition assembly, she will certainly be able to shine brightly and suppress everyone. The Saint Lotus Sect's holy daughter Bai Ilian is indeed very strong, far stronger than the average warlock. But she's too young. She has advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank less than 30 years ago. I think the Golem Gates genius Zhang Jikue will dominate the Time Sky City competition assembly. He was already capable of killing junior Moonlight Warlock rank geniuses 100 years ago. Now he should be even stronger. Chapter 527 Western World Geniuses. Chapter 527 Western World Geniuses. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yes, if we're talking about Zhang Jikue, then Bai Ilian shouldn't be his opponent. After all, he's an expert from the older generation who stayed in the quasi-Moonlight Warlock realm for 100 years. As the Time Sky Pillar in the Time Sky City may help you illuminate your way forward, many Starry Sky Warlocks purposely stopped at the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank realm and honed their battle prowess and prepared to fight for the 108 Keys of Time, to fight for the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City. What does Zhang Jikue count for? The strongest naturally is the Tai Isek's current holy son Xuanhuan. He is a freakish genius who formed a virtual world. Half a year ago, the intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank expert Gue Shan died at his hands. That's an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank old monster. Xuanhuan indeed is really strong. This is already the 6th Moon Warlock he killed. Hearing Xuanhuan's name, the surrounding people chimed in approval. Moonlight Warlock rank old monsters are all cunning and grasp life-saving spells. Even if they aren't a match for Moonlight Warlock rank true disciples of major sects, but they can usually escape from them. To be able to slay 6 Moonlight Warlock rank old monsters, Xuanhuan's strength is shocking. The intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank Gue Shan, in particular, was 2 or 3 times as strong as a junior Moonlight Warlock. For such a powerhouse to die in his hands, even many people who didn't like Xuanhuan had to admit that he is really strong. Xuanhuan is nothing. The Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng has previously defeated him with great Warlock rank cultivation base. Now Yang Feng has broken the Heavenman boundary, and his soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. Who in the Starry Sky realm is his opponent? A voice sounded in the lobby, and the other warlocks fell silent. Indeed, Yang Feng once defeated Xuanhuan. If there's nothing unexpected, he should be the strongest expert here. No, although Yang Feng did defeat Xuanhuan. However, he may not necessarily be a match for those Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. After all, he formed a virtual world, and so his cultivation speed must be much slower than that of others. The warlocks continued to argue, but no matter how they argued, no one could deny that Yang Feng is already among the strongest in the Starry Sky Warlock realm. The warlock in green clothes tasting good liquor and fine food and listening to the discussions is Kong Fangao. Filled with complex emotions, he sighed. I haven't seen his for a few decades. I didn't expect that Yang Feng could come this far. When Kong Fangao has traveled to the Tyrannid subcontinent, he made friends with Yang Feng and helped him a little just because the latter was fairly pleasing to the eye. However, as someone from a large family of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he was naturally somewhat prideful. He didn't expect that after Yang Feng entered the Battle Demon Sect in just a few decades, he would become the strongest genius in the Battle Demon Sect's younger generation, and even would be able to contend against the Tai Isek's holy son Xuanhuan. What Xuanhuan, Yang Feng, or Bai Ilian? In front of me, Achilles, they are all poultry. Unable to withstand a single blow. An unruly voice rang in the lobby. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw hundreds of Caucasians from the Western world's 3 dynasties slowly enter the lobby, looks of curiosity in their eyes. The continent is divided into the Eastern world and the Western world. 7 of the 8 warlock emperors came from the Eastern world. Therefore, the warlock civilization of the Eastern world was extremely developed. If not for the fact that the Western world bore Holy Spirit warlocks, who in turn followed the 7 warlock emperors and made countless contributions, there would not be a unique warlock civilization in the Western world. Originally, the Eastern world's warlock culture had a virtually overwhelming upper hand, and it proliferated to the various subcontinents and countless planes. The Eastern world's warlocks have treated human warlocks from the Western world and the subcontinents as barbarians. But when the Dawn Lord appeared in the Western world, he defeated countless supreme talents, and then eventually climbed the throne and founded the 8th Warlock dynasty. After that, the Western world has welcomed great development, and has gradually developed into a behemoth that can compete with the Eastern world. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the continent was divided into 4 by the 4 dynasties. Because the distance between the dynasties is too great, experts below the glorious Dawn Warlock rank rarely cross the borders and travel to other dynasties. For many, this is the first time they see warlocks from the Western world. Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. The warlocks from the Western world entered the lobby in high spirits, eyes shining, exuding extraordinary auras. More than half of them are Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The hundreds of warlock geniuses from the Western world are clearly divided into three groups, which obviously stand for the three dynasties. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, numerous forces have both open rivalry and veiled strife. Although there are only 19 superpowers on the surface, the 10 great sects, the 8 great families, and the Great Cloud Dynasty's court, but there are also numerous powerful families and sects in the underground. In order to compete for resources, they are locked in an unending struggle with each other. The three dynasties of the Western world also fight each other for benefits. If the Great Cloud Dynasty didn't exist, looming over their heads, a war of annihilation may have broken out between them. In this foreign land, the warlocks from the Western world joined hands to counter the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, there are still many contradictions between them, and they cannot trust each other, which is why they are divided into three groups. Among the three groups, three small circles stand out clearly, as if bellwethers leading the warlocks from the Western world. Of the three small circles, one has 4 people: a tall and handsome young man exuding a holy aura, a gorgeous girl with a hot and sexy body and porcelain white skin, a young man with a perpetual smile on his face, and an eagle-eyed and hook-nosed man exuding a gloomy aura. All 4 of them are blonde. Another circle has 3 people: a tall barbarian-looking man built like a bear with a beard, a tall man with naked upper body and covered in strange seals, and a handsome man with blue hair and blue eyes and the temperament of a ruler. The last small circle has 4 people: a handsome man with long red hair and an unruly expression, a rare black man of medium build, an unruly expression and torrential fighting spirit in his eyes, a tall and mesmerizing girl with black hair and blue eyes who embodied the 2 polar opposite temperaments of purity and sensuality, and a handsome man with long silver hair and the temperament of a ruler. When Kong Fangao saw the 11 people from the 3 small circles, his eyes narrowed slightly, and alarms sounded in his mind. He understood that they were fearsome existence that he could not overcome. So strong. These 11 people aren't simple. As soon as the warlocks from the Western world stepped into the lobby, the more than 1,000 warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the lobby became silent. The warlocks from the Eastern world looked at the 11 warlocks from the Western world, who did nothing to conceal their cultivation bases, and warnings went off in their hearts. Their eyes filled with vigilance and shock. I, Achilles, a king of spades of the Bajor dynasty's Order of Bones, am challenging you poultry from the Eastern world. Who dares to fight me? A tall man with purple hair and an unruly and domineering expression came out of the crowd and issued a challenge to the more than 1,000 warlocks from the Eastern world. Unbridled. What a reckless thing. Barbarians are barbarians. They have no understanding of etiquette. Enraged, the eyes of the warlocks from the Eastern world flashed with anger. True cave sex Xuanhuan. I will fight you. A good-looking young man in black exuding a quasi-moonlight warlock rank life force got up. Eyes shining brightly, he walked towards Achilles. There happens to be an arena here, so let's have a fight there. Achilles swept the lobby with his gaze and found an arena in the center of the lobby. He showed a fierce and excited smile. His figure blurred, and he turned into a stream of light that shot into the arena. Xuanhuan's eyes shimmered coldly, and he blurred into motion and flew into the arena. Peerless geniuses from the continent gather in the secret dragon temple. Those geniuses are extremely proud and confident. From time to time, fighting will break out due to quarrels. As such, there are many arenas in the secret dragon temple to accommodate the warlock geniuses who want to have a fight. Chapter 528, Achilles. Chapter 528, Achilles. Translator, Xuanhuan. The True Cave Sect is a first-class sect, second only to the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Xuanhuan is the eldest senior disciple brother of the True Cave Sect's younger generation, and he has a quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. He must put that barbarian Achilles in his place. FREOWebnovel.com. Give him hell, senior disciple brother Xuanhuan. Let him see how amazing warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty are. Words of encouragement sounded in the lobby as most of the young warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty were pumped up. Smiling coldly, the warlocks from the Western world watched indifferently, silent. As soon as Achilles appeared in the arena, He silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of his hand, and an immemorial gold dragon imprint suddenly appeared. Golden light shot out from the immemorial gold dragon imprint and formed a 100-meter-long immemorial gold dragon exuding terrific moonlight warlock rank might. Enchanted with spatial spells, the arena in the lobby was filled with spatial seals. From the outside, it looks just like a normal arena, but inside, it's a world of its own with a radius of 100 kilometers, which is enough to accommodate the fight of two glorious Dawn warlock experts. When Xuanhuan saw the immemorial golden dragon, his face suddenly flickered, and a dignified gleam flashed in his eyes. Immemorial gold dragon. Dragons are fearsome existences at the apex of extraordinary life forms. Among dragons, except for dragon supreme talents with some special bloodlines and primordial dragon bloodlines, gold dragons and silver dragons are the strongest. If this junior moonlight warlock rank immemorial gold dragon was alive, it would be stronger than more than 95% of the warlocks in the lobby. Immemorial gold dragon. He wields an immemorial gold dragon. No wonder he's so arrogant. Just with it, he can compete with moonlight warlocks. This guy has some skill. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. When they saw the immemorial gold dragon, the eyes of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty showed a dignified look. Achilles glanced at Xuanhuan and said with a haughty smile, "Xuanhuan, you still have time to scram. An immemorial gold dragon isn't an existence that fowl like yourself can contend against. If it was alive, I certainly would not be its opponent. But this immemorial gold dragon is nothing more than a secret treasure, so it cannot display the various secret methods and the formidable fleshly body strength of immemorial gold dragons. Watch me defeat you." After all, Xuanhuan is the eldest senior disciple brother of the true cave sect's younger generation and has a very firm will. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a green light shone brightly. He changed into a 50-meter-long immemorial green bird covered in green feathers, with a hurricane rune on the forehead. Immemorial green birds are extraordinary life forms from immemorial times. Adult immemorial green birds are fearsome life forms of the moonlight warlock rank and higher that feed on dragons and can naturally control the law of wind. In the same rank, they rank in the top 20 among extraordinary life forms in terms of speed. When Xuanhuan transformed into an immemorial green bird, he spread his wings and lifted straight into the sky. The hurricane rune on his forehead flashed, and raging winds rose in the arena and countless wind blades slashed towards the immemorial gold dragon and Achilles. A cold smile on his face, Achilles blurred into motion and jumped directly behind the ancient gold dragon. When the wind blades hit the ancient gold dragon, they shattered, not even able to cut open the scales. In the same rank, immemorial gold dragons are among the extraordinary life forms with the strongest defensive strength. The scales covering their bodies are even more outstanding than the life force field of human quasi-glorious Dawn warlocks. Only the continuous bombardment of some level 5 single-target offensive spells can shred their scales. Equivalent to level 3 single-target offensive spells, the violent wind blades covering the arena can't cause any damage to the immemorial gold dragon. Amid the berserk winds, the immemorial green bird that looked like the incarnation of wind shone brightly, and, under everyone's gazes, flew high into the sky. A weird scene suddenly took place. Behind the immemorial gold dragon, the law of wind surged. With a hurricane as the bridge, the immemorial green bird that should have been 1,000 meters above the ground operated the law of wind, strangely crossed the distance of 1,000 meters, appeared behind the immemorial gold dragon, and extended a claw toward Achilles' head. In the sky, an immemorial green bird is still flying upwards. Green imprints formed from countless seals surrounded its body as if brewing a world-shaking spell. Awesome! What spell is this? Is this one of the treasured secret methods of the True Cave sect, the virtual real contrast secret method? He's indeed a rare genius of the True Cave sect. If I was on the receiving end of that move, I wouldn't stand a chance. The onlookers inhaled a mouthful of cold air, and looks of excitement appeared in their eyes. From outside, they could clearly see the immortal green bird strangely appear behind the immortal gold dragon using the law of wind, Yet it was unlikely that Achilles would discover the immemorial green bird emerge behind him. Fool! How can a trifling large bird compare to my immemorial gold dragon? Screw off! Achilles smiled fiercely, and the tail of the immemorial gold dragon whipped out with the strength of a living immemorial gold dragon. Using the power of laws, the blow scattered the law of wind around the immemorial green bird so that the opponent couldn't use the law of wind to turn into wind and escape. With a tremendous force, the tail slammed into the immemorial green bird and blasted the bird away. Hit by the immemorial gold dragon's strike, the immemorial green bird shot away like a meteor, knocked into the wall of the arena and collapsed to the ground, all the while spraying blood. Senior disciple brother Xuanhuan, we concede. The faces of the warlocks from the True Cave sect fell, and they turned into streams of light, shot into the arena, and rescued the severely wounded Xuanhuan from the arena. This was just a swap of pointers, not a duel to the death. Achilles watched the warlocks from the True Cave sect with a cold smile. The True Cave sect is one of the top forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty, second only to the 10 Great Sects. With a junior Infinity Warlock and 2 Bright World Warlocks, its strength cannot be underestimated. Since Achilles defeated Xuanhuan, the True Cave sect could do nothing about it. But if Achilles attacked and killed Xuanhuan after he defeated the latter, the True Cave sect will definitely send experts to hunt him down. Although Achilles is arrogant, but he is not a fool, and naturally won't touch the True Cave sect's bottom line. Standing in the center of the arena, Achilles stepped onto the immemorial gold dragon and uttered overbearingly, a cruel expression on his face. Who else wants to fight me? Looking at Achilles standing proudly in the middle of the arena, the eyes of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty flashed with apprehension, and then they looked at one another, yet no one went to accept his challenge. Xuanhuan is the eldest senior disciple brother as well as a quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert of the True Cave sect, yet such a powerhouse was one-shot by Achilles. Achilles' strength is evident. Among the more 1,000 warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty here, not many can defeat Xuanhuan. As for the warlocks who can definitely defeat Achilles, they all have their own considerations and have no intention to stand out. A sexy and beautiful girl from the Western world with blonde wavy hair, in revealing black leather clothes, smiled coldly and mocked. So these are the warlocks from the Eastern world? And you call yourself strongest warlock dynasty in the continent? What a joke. There are more than 1,000 people here, yet not a single one of you dares to accept the challenge. You aren't men. A handsome man with blue hair and blue eyes spoke with scorn on his face. You say barbarians whenever you open your mouths, yet you don't even have the courage to accept the challenge. The warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty are really a letdown. You're worse than women. An anger suddenly brewed in the hearts of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty, and they glared at the warlocks from the Western world. A warlock in green clothes with quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base blurred into motion and jumped into the arena and said solemnly, "Rogue warlock Luha, I want to fight you." Achilles sneered, "Stop spouting bullshit and come at me." Luhi's eyes shimmered with anger, and he silently recited an incantation, and a Qilin 1 projection suddenly appeared. His body flickered, and he turned into a 50-meter-tall scarlet fire Qilin with flames rising from the feet. Qilin. That's a scarlet fire Qilin. Qilins are extraordinary life forms not inferior to dragons and fenghuangs. 2. Although Lu He is a rogue warlock, but his strength is out of the ordinary. Amazing. The warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty revealed looks of excitement. In the Archgod era, Qilins have once ruled the land, and even gave birth to a Qilin emperor comparable to a warlock emperor. The Qilins declined after the death of the Qilin emperor. But even so, Qilins are definitely a top race. After the rise of human warlocks, most Qilins left the Zhangji Plain to evade the human warlocks. Now, the number of Qilins remaining in the Zhangji Plain is very small, and only some extraordinary life forms possess Qilin bloodline. 1. Qilin 2. Fenghuang. Chapter 529 Supreme Talents Gather. Chapter 529 Supreme Talents Gather. Freebnovel.cm. Translator, Zayamoj. Accompanied by flames, as soon as Lu had changed into a scarlet fire Qilin, He lunged down at the immemorial golden dragon. The Scarlet Fire Qilin and the immemorial gold dragon are evenly matched in terms of battle prowess. The immemorial gold dragon, exuding a violent aura, soared into the sky and clashed with Lu He in the form of the Scarlet Fire Qilin. The Scarlet Fire Qilin's violent flames kept flashing and burning the dragon aura as the two extraordinary life forms clashed and set off numerous violent fluctuations of energy in the arena. Astounding! This is a fight between first-rate warlock geniuses. Both the Scarlet Fire Qilin and the immemorial gold dragon are far stronger than ordinary moonlight warlocks. These freaks are really fearsome. I'm not their opponent. Although the arena blocks the aftermath of the fight, but the frightening life fluctuations coming from the two extraordinary life forms still made the faces of most of the warlocks present change dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified gleam. Over 95% of the warlocks in the lobby could not contend against Lu He nor Achilles, who could compete with or even defeat junior moonlight warlocks. Moonlight warlocks, and even rogue moonlight warlocks, are fearsome existences. Within the battle demon sect, only Yang Feng, Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan can barely defeat the weakest rogue moonlight warlocks with quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. Even warlock geniuses like Xuanhuan could not contend against the weakest junior moonlight warlocks before their cultivation base reached the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. However, even geniuses of Yang Feng's level may not be the opponent of the two warlock geniuses in the arena. You do have some skill. I'm going to show you now my true strength and beat you. Man-Dragon Unite. Achilles' eyes flickered. He silently recited an incantation, and countless golden runes shrouded him and pulled him directly into the body of the immemorial gold dragon. The eyes of the immemorial gold dragon radiated golden light, and a vast immemorial gold dragon might spread in all directions. The dragon might even broke out of the arena and spread in the lobby. At least 90% of the warlocks in the lobby suddenly felt a tremendous pressure and unconsciously stimulated their body's life force field to counteract the dragon might. In the arena, the immemorial gold dragon looks like it has come to live. It extended a claw and tore out a large piece of flesh from the body of the Scarlet Fire Qilin. Before the Scarlet Fire Qilin could react, a dragon tail dexterously whipped the Scarlet Fire Qilin. Violent dragon force erupted in an instant and knocked the Qilin away. I concede. The Scarlet Fire Qilin crashed into a wall of the arena and sprayed a big mouthful of blood, and then spoke with difficulty. With a flash of light, the Scarlet Fire Qilin changed into a pale-faced Lu He coughing up blood. He took a deep look at Achilles, then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the arena. Inside the lobby, the faces of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty were unsightly silent. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Following a golden flicker of light, Achilles flew out of the immemorial gold dragon. Looking at the warlocks from the eastern world, he sneered, overbearing. Who else wants to fight me? Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Don't hide your heads in the sand like ostriches. Fight me. In other words, there's no one in the Great Cloud Dynasty's entire younger generation who dares to fight me? If that's the case, then just go home and don't embarrass yourselves in the Time Sky City competition assembly. A warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty couldn't help but say, What are you raving about? The 10 great sects and 8 great families of the Great Cloud Dynasty are filled with geniuses. When they're here, they can easily defeat you. Achilles uttered with a haughty smile. In my eyes, the geniuses from the 10 great sects and 8 great families are but free-range chickens. Achilles, the Order of Bones, is one of the top warlock groups in the Bajor dynasty. As a king of spades of the Order of Bones, you are second only to the Ace of Spade. You're equivalent to the top geniuses of the 10 great sects. To become so wild after defeating some rubbish, you're really a disappointment. Scram from the arena, and let your Order of Bones Ace of Spade fight me. Accompanied by an equally arrogant voice, a young man wearing a black warlock robe with a plain appearance but a pair of star-like eyes filled with the light of wisdom walked into the lobby. That pair of eyes made his ordinary appearance seem unearthly. Saint Demon Sect. They're from the Saint Demon Sect. This person should be this generation's holy son of the Saint Demon Sect. As soon as they saw the young man with an unearthly temperament, the faces of the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty changed dramatically, and they quickly gave way. Within the 10 great sects, although the Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect have a notorious reputation, but they are extremely powerful and domineering. Anyone who provokes them will have a miserable end. The Saint Demon sect's demon slaves and the Corpse Demon sect's corpse demons are made from the enemies of the two sects. There were dozens of warlocks from the Saint Demon sect following behind the Saint Demon sect's holy son, but all of them looked like servants, highlighting his extraordinary status. There was a flash of excitement in Achilles' eyes, and he spoke loudly, "Saint Demon sect's holy son? Interesting. As long as you defeat me, then the Ace of Spade will naturally come to defeat you. Saint Demon sect's holy son, wait a minute. This Achilles said that I am a free-range chicken. Now this free-range chicken is going to put that King of Spade of the Bajor dynasty's Order of Bones in his place." A voice sounded in the hall and attracted everyone's gazes. Xuanhuan and Bai Ilian walked into the lobby with the warlocks from the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect respectively. Bai Ilian still looked like a plain white immortal lotus with an extraordinary and ethereal temperament and a mesmerizing beauty. Even though there are countless beautiful girls in the lobby, but she still looks like a crane in a flock of chicken. Xuanhuan was still wearing black clothes and exuding a domineering and majestic aura, but compared to the time before he was defeated by Yang Feng, there's a gloomy aura about him. Xuanhuan. It's him. He came. When Xuanhuan appeared, everyone looked at him with complicated emotions in their eyes. Before Xuanhuan was defeated by Yang Feng, he was the most outstanding genius of this generation, his strength tyrannical. In the Great Cloud dynasty, only some geniuses of the previous generation could stand with him shoulder to shoulder. But after Xuanhuan lost to Yang Feng, all the glory took off and landed on Yang Feng. Although he is still one of the strongest geniuses in the younger generation, but he is no longer the invincible overlord of the Great Cloud dynasty's younger generation. After the geniuses of the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect entered the lobby. Except for the warlocks from the Battle Demon sect, the warlocks from the 10 great sects and the 8 great families also entered the lobby one by one. The warlocks from the 10 great sects and the 8 great families stood in opposition with the warlocks from the Western world and sized each other up before finally looking at Xuanhuan and Achilles. The eyes of the Saint Demon sect's holy son radiated bright light, and he spoke with a gentle smile. "Since you have spoken, then I'll leave Achilles to you." Taking a step forward, Xuanhuan disappeared from his original spot, and then appeared in the arena at once, facing Achilles. Achilles sneered, "Tai sect's holy son Xuanhuan. Are you the Xuanhuan who lost to Yang Feng? I heard that when Yang Feng defeated you, he was just a great warlock. Is this true?" Xuanhuan responded calmly, "Yes, when he defeated me, he was a great warlock. So it is true. When Yang Feng defeated Xuanhuan, he was indeed a great warlock. I thought it was fake, but unexpectedly, it is true. Yang Feng is just too strong." "No, it's not that Yang Feng is too strong, but perhaps Xuanhuan is too weak." Discussions sounded in the lobby. The warlocks were shocked by this fact. If Yang Feng defeated Xuanhuan with Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, then that wouldn't be a big deal. But to defeat Xuanhuan as a great warlock, it was too shocking. When it came to that fight in the Battle Demon sect, the Tai sect has kept its mouth shut. Many people didn't believe that Yang Feng defeated Xuanhuan as a great warlock. But now Xuanhuan has personally admitted to it, which filled many people with shock. Achilles jeered, a cold smile on his face. "To be defeated by a great warlock, it seems that you're not worthy of the title Tai sect's holy son. The Tai sect is known as the leader of the 10 great sects. But to choose you as its holy son, it seems that the Tai sect has begun to decline." Translator's note: Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyone? Chapter 530, Defeating Achilles. Chapter 530, Defeating Achilles. Translator: Zayamoj. For insulting the Tai sect, you have to be slapped. As if a god overlooking a mortal, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with an apathetic light, and he appeared strangely in front of Achilles. Following a series of afterimages, Achilles was slapped 10 times by Xuanhuan in an instant, and his teeth mixed with blood were knocked away. A golden light shone, and the immemorial gold dragon whipped Xuanhuan with its tail, and his body collapsed to pieces. A blurry afterimage of Xuanhuan became clear again, which was his true body returning to his original position in a split second. Amazing! So this is the strength of the Tai Isek's holy son. So strong. This is Xuanhuan? Sure enough, he's a freakish powerhouse. In the lobby, the younger generation warlocks gathered from the entire continent staring at Xuanhuan inhaled a mouthful of cold air. For the first time, the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties revealed a dignified look in their eyes. The Western world's Order of Bones is a force of the same level as the Battle Demon sect and the Tai sect, and in terms of underlying strength, the Order of Bones is even more powerful than the Battle Demon sect. After all, the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord was a supreme genius from the Western world. During his rule of the Zhangji Plain, although he didn't deliberately suppress the Eastern world, but he showed quite a bit of consideration to the Western world in private. When the Dawn Lord swept across the world, the plains controlled by the Western world increased exponentially. This allowed the Western world to develop and become in no way inferior to the Eastern world. Achilles is the king of spades of the Order of Bones, which means that he is the number 2 Starry Sky Warlock genius of the Order of Bones, his strength tyrannical. He alone could oppress more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty. But now Achilles was slapped 10 times by Xuanhuan in public, which proves that Xuanhuan's strength is far beyond everyone's imagination. Among the 4 who led the Brest dynasty's warlocks, the young man exuding a holy aura said with a smile, "Interesting. This Xuanhuan seems to be an expert on our level." The young warlock exuding a gloomy aura uttered frigidly, "Achilles is the weakest among us. I can easily slap him 10 times. However, this Xuanhuan does indeed have some skill." At this moment, the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world acknowledged that Xuanhuan is of the same caliber as them. This is a kind of confidence and haughtiness that originally belonged only to the Eastern world. But since the rise of the Dawn Lord, the rapid development of the Western world, and the proliferation of its influence across countless planes, its warlocks can already compete with the warlocks from the Eastern world. Because it gave birth to the Dawn Lord, the warlock cultures of the Tyrannid subcontinent and many other subcontinents are similar to the Western world. In the arena, Achilles took a few steps back, and his eyes shot with blood flashed with madness and resentment as he stared at Xuanhuan. In front of the younger generation warlocks from Eastern world, he was slapped 10 times by Xuanhuan, which was absolutely humiliating to a proud unique genius like him. "You hit me. How dare you slap me? You're dead. I'm going to kill you." Eyes shot with blood, Achilles bellowed in rage and silently recited an incantation, and his body radiated golden light. He blurred into motion and merged with the immemorial gold dragon. The immemorial gold dragon opened its eyes, and a brutal dragon might spread from its body. It suddenly shot out, appeared in front of Xuanhuan as swift as a clap of thunder, and extended its claw towards Xuanhuan. After casting Man-Dragon Unite, Achilles was fused into the immemorial gold dragon, which is equivalent to the fusion of 2 junior Moonlight Warlock rank existences. It fully stimulated the immemorial gold dragon. Even if the true immemorial gold dragon came back to life, he may not be the opponent of Achilles who conjured Man-Dragon Unite. "Trash. Is this all you've got? You good for nothing. You're a far cry from Yang Feng of several years ago." Standing still, Xuanhuan's pupils rotated slightly, and countless weird tiny seals formed a strange golden pupil in each eye. He made a grasping motion with his right hand. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles rotated around his hand, and vast world force gushed out, and he grabbed the immemorial gold dragon who has a tyrannical fleshly body. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed madly, and he threw the 100-meter-long immemorial gold dragon with all his strength on the ground. In a flash, a violent force broke out and seriously injured the immemorial gold dragon, forcing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Trash! Trash! 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 Trash!" Xuanhuan looked like he has become the incarnation of a fierce freak. As if he wanted to vent the gloomy feelings that stemmed from the defeat he suffered several years ago at Yang Feng's hands. He bellowed at Achilles, transformed into the immemorial gold dragon, and desperately slammed him into the ground of the arena. Every time it was smashed into the ground, the immemorial gold dragon sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chains wrapped tightly around the immemorial gold dragon and sealed all life force inside its fleshly body, making it unable to cast spells. In the hands of Xuanhuan, Achilles, who has easily defeated the two warlock geniuses Xuanhuan and Luha, was like a toy. freewebnov.com. Stop! Achilles lost already. Do you want to kill him? With a roar of anger, from among the three warlocks who led the warlocks from the Bajor dynasty, a warlock built like a bear took out a wolf-tooth club engraved with countless runes, stepped into the arena, and slammed the wolf-tooth club towards Xuanhuan. Go to hell! Xuanhuan's eyes burned with fierce flames of rage, and he brandished the immemorial gold dragon like a weapon and smashed it towards the supreme genius from the Western world. The warlock built like a bear had no intention of stopping, and mercilessly smashed the wolf-tooth club in his hands into the immemorial gold dragon. Astrology, lifting seals. When the huge wolf-tooth club smashed into the immemorial gold dragon, it collapsed and turned into numerous tiny seals formed from star force that landed on the chains binding the immemorial gold dragon and dissolved the chains into fragments. When the chains collapsed and disappeared, the immemorial gold dragon shone brightly, and Achilles, covered in blood, emerged. He has a number of broken bones. If the chains weren't removed, then if Achilles had died, he would have died as an immemorial gold dragon instead as a human warlock. Astrology, starlight movement. The warlock built like a bear silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and dazzling starlight covered Achilles and pulled him into his hand. Die! His eyes bloodshot. Xuanhuan took a step and, as if he is transformed into a flame, he crossed the space. World force surged, particles of the four elements rotated. The 9 brilliant suns' secret method was operated. Torrential golden sun flames coiled around his palm, and he slapped with his palm towards Achilles. In Achilles' current state, if he is hit with the golden sun flames, he will be burned to ashes without the shadow of a doubt. Astrology, starlight 6 royal shield. The bear-like warlock pointed with a finger. An endless starlight suddenly converged in front of Achilles and formed an hexagram shield with spheres condensed from starlight as the corners. The Starlight 6 Royal Shield is a powerful defensive astrology spell that can increase in might with the increase of the warlock's life force. With the bear-like warlock strength, even a glorious dawn warlock can't destroy the Starlight 6 Royal Shield in one hit. You bastard! I'm gonna defeat you! An afterimage scattered, and Xuanhuan appeared strangely behind the warlock built like a bear. Enveloped in golden sun flames, his palm ran through the life force field of the bear-like warlock and blasted into the back of the man. Astrology, starlight imperishable body. The face of the bear-like warrior fell, and he sprayed out a big mouthful of blood and flung Achilles outside the arena. In a blink of an eye, his body disintegrated and turned into specks of starlight that flew towards the corner of the arena and quickly formed back into his true body. Countless starlight scattered and suppressed the golden sun flames that have already broken into his body. Xuanhuan looked at the warlock build like a bear with an apathetic look in his eyes and spoke, "Haughty, are you the ace of spade of the Order of Bones?" The warlock built like a bear operated a secret method, and a copious amount of starlight purified the golden sun flames. His eyes flickered coldly, and he asked back frigidly, "That's right, I am the Order of Bones ace of spade Cornell. Xuanhuan, you sneak-attacked me. Have you no shame?" Visit freeubnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Xuanhuan sneered. "Shame? I was in a fair fight with Achilles, yet you have butted in before he conceded, and you still call me shameless." "That's right. A duel between warlocks is sacred, and cannot be infringed on." Cornell stepped in before Achilles admitted defeat. "How shameless! It's a case of a thief crying, 'Catch the thief.' People from the Order of Bones are really despicable." Outside the arena, countless warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty ridiculed. Chapter 531, Bajor Astrology. Chapter 531, Beijing astrology. Translator, Xuanhuan. In a match between warlocks, generally, as long as one party doesn't admit defeat, other people are not allowed to intervene. Yet before the victor in the match between Xuanhuan and Achilles was decided, Cornell had already taken action. No matter how you argue, he is definitely in the wrong. Hearing the scoldings and sarcastic remarks of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the faces of the warlocks from the Western world didn't look good. But they aren't ordinary people after all, so they didn't yell and swear back. I'm sorry, I was too worried about Achilles' life, so I couldn't help it. I'm at fault here. Cornell's countenance changed, and he fished out a vial of elixir and downed it, recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. His body split open, and flesh wrapped in golden sun flames flew out of his body, and then was incinerated before it touched the ground. After the golden sun flames were forced out of his body, Cornell's pale face gradually recovered its color. Golden sun flames are extremely powerful. Even moonlight warlocks will be seriously wounded if the flames entered their bodies, or even killed if they can't get rid of the flames. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Xuanhuan watched as Cornell dispelled the golden sun flames. If it was a life or death battle, Xuanhuan would have taken advantage of the time that Cornell was eliminating the golden sun flames to attack him. But since it is just a swapping of pointers, Xuanhuan cannot do that. Otherwise, the Western world's infinity warlocks hiding outside the secret dragon temple will step in and kill him. Cornell and the other hundreds of warlocks who came to the City of Time are the most outrageous geniuses in the Western world in the past century. If they die here, many powerful forces in the Western world will be hit hard. The Great Cloud Dynasty is not on friendly terms with the three dynasties, each harboring the desire to annex the other. Consequently, the hundreds of geniuses from the Western world are guarded by 6 infinity warlocks. The 6 infinity warlocks have the power to destroy any one warlock group of the Great Cloud Dynasty apart from the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. They can suppress any resistance. Because of this, the warlocks from both sides must follow certain rules. Achilles can taunt, provoke, and injure Xuanhuan and Lu He, but he cannot kill them. After Cornell eliminated the golden sun flames from his body completely, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered gravely, "Xuanhuan, do you dare to fight me?" Xuanhuan said coldly, "Let's go. I hope that unlike that good-for-nothing, you'll be able to fight back. I haven't even used 30% of my strength." Astrology. Star World. There was a flash of coldness in Cornell's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. Via the law of Nether, bright stars in the netherworld beyond the Zhangji Plain poured down star force and formed a star world around Cornell. In the center of the star world formed from countless stars, wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles surged, and vast world force emerged in an instant. As if he has turned into a primary star that controlled all the stars, he radiated dazzling starlight. Virtual world. He's a peerless powerhouse with a virtual world. That's world force. He's also an expert who has formed a virtual world. The faces of many warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty fell. Their eyes flashed with dignity and envy, and they commented spiritedly. Warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world are extremely rare, and the same is true for the 10 great sects. In the Battle Demon sect's younger generation, at present only Yang Feng has formed a virtual world. In the small circle Cornell has come from, the blue-haired and blue-eyed young warlock with the temperament of a ruler looked at the star world and said flatly, "Cornell's Beijing astrology is more powerful than before. Beijing astrology is one of the most formidable secret methods in the Beijing dynasty. Based on the star text created by the 4th Warlock Dynasty's Star Lord, it is a first-rate secret method that numerous supreme human geniuses of the Western world joined hands to create. Once they have successfully cultivated the Beijing astrology, the caster can use star force to peek into the past and deduce the future and gain tremendous wisdom." agayuyobinovel.com. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Taboo Lord had the strongest fleshly body and the Star Lord had the greatest wisdom. The warlock with naked upper body, covered in countless seals, and giving off a feeling of defiance looked at his companion deeply with a peculiar gleam in his unyielding eyes and uttered unhurriedly, No matter how strong Cornell's Bejer astrology is, he's still a far cry from you, Angelico. Angelico smiled lightly. Displaying the demeanor of a ruler, he calmly watched the happenings in the arena. He looked like nothing can set off billows in his heart. Astrology, star locks. Sighting upright among countless stars, Cornell looked like he has become the incarnation of the brightest star. Magnificent and brilliant starlight formed star locks that shot out of the star world and swept towards Xuanhuan. Star locks formed by the Bejer astrology have infinite power. Once locked, starlight will erode your fleshly body, spirit, and soul, seal your sea of knowledge, and turn you into an ordinary person. Good. No wonder the Bejer astrology is one of the most formidable secret methods of the Bejer dynasty. It's worth for me to get serious. Let me show you how amazing the Tai Isek's 9 brilliant suns secret method is. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with a chilly gleam, and he silently recited an incantation. Vast world force circled inside him, and wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles revolved, unified, and transformed into fire elemental particles. Golden sun flames that even glorious dawn warlocks feared suddenly appeared next to Xuanhuan, making him look like a flame emperor. When the numerous star locks approached Xuanhuan, they were burned by the golden sun flames. They made sizzling sounds and collapsed inch by inch. Xuanhuan pointed with a finger, and the golden sun flames formed a 3-finger-thick golden sun flame god ray according to a mysterious law and blasted towards Cornell's star world with the terrifying power to crush stars and burn everything. Golden sun flames god ray. Astrology, 9-star alignment, star shield. Cornell's countenance changed slightly, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. As if moving according to trajectories in the universe, bright stars in the star world formed a 9-star alignment blocking in front of Cornell. 9-star alignment, star shield is among the strongest defensive spells in astrology. If Cornell had an infinity warlock rank cultivation base, he would be able to condense 9 stars from star force and form a star shield. By then, he would be almost invincible in the same rank. When the golden sun flames god ray crushed into the first star, the star was pierced through. One after another, the stars exploded, unable to resist the ray. After the 9th star shattered, the golden sun flame god ray hit Cornell, and torrential flames swallowed him. So fearsome. Xuanhuan, the 9 brilliant suns secret method is really amazing. It's my loss. Cornell's tranquil voice came from the golden sun flames, and then dazzling starlight glittered, fell on the flames, and started dispelling the flames. Relying on the Bejer astrology's deduction power, Cornell has already inferred that if he doesn't use his life-saving trump cards to fight Xuanhuan, he will lose after 3 hours of fierce fighting. After he deduced the results, Cornell didn't want to continue fighting. A frightening calmness is a common trait that warlocks who have successfully cultivated the Bejer astrology share. Warlocks who don't have their emotions in check will have a hard time cultivating the Bejer astrology. In the world of warlocks, there are countless brilliant secret methods because different people are suitable for practicing different secret methods. Warlocks are influenced by the secret methods they cultivate. Eldest senior disciple brother is invincible. A trifling Bejer dynasty's warlock isn't worth mentioning at all. The ace of spade of the Order of Bones only amounts to this much. He can't even block a blow from eldest senior disciple brother. Now Huasi, a free-range chicken. Seeing this scene, the Tai Isek's warlocks laughed loudly and ridiculed. Cornell was defeated. It seems that this Xuanhuan really isn't ordinary. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. After seeing Cornell concede, the 10 outrageous geniuses from the West world finally showed a dignified expression and took a serious look at Xuanhuan. Good job, Xuanhuan. As expected of the Tai Isek's holy son. Excited, the cheers of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty rang in the lobby. The warlocks from the Western world frowned tightly, and their gazes brimming with anticipation focused on the 10 outrageous geniuses from the Western world. Chapter 532, Angelico. Chapter 532, Angelico. Translator, Xuanhuan. Besides some warlock geniuses cultivated by sects and families concealed in the underground, the 11 people of the 3 dynasties are the pinnacle warlock geniuses of the Western world. Now that Cornell has been defeated, only 10 outrageous geniuses from the Western world may be able to defeat Xuanhuan. Amid the jeers, Cornell calmly returned to the side of the 2 other outrageous geniuses from the Bajor dynasty. Bright light flickered in Angelico's eyes, and he asked, "How is he?" Cornell answered calmly, "Very strong. Even if I use my strongest secret treasure and secret method and give my all, at best neither side wins. In the end, my chances of dying exceed 70%. He deserves to be called the Tai Isek's holy son. However, he isn't your opponent." Angelico suddenly smiled. "Cornell, if it wasn't for your weakness that is Achilles, you'd be the most perfect and dreadful existence. Cornell, who practices the Bajor astrology, can use it to peer into the past. If no one uses a secret treasure to mask the history, then what happened in history can hardly escape Cornell. With Bajor astrology as the core, the Order of Bones has peered into the past and found hidden mansions of some infinity warlocks, which enabled it to develop rapidly and become one of the Bajor dynasty's most powerful warlock groups. The conditions for practicing Bajor astrology are extremely harsh, and the life energy required to operate this secret method is tremendous. In each generation in the Order of Bones, there are at most 3 people who can cultivate Bajor astrology, and there are even fewer experts who have formed a virtual world. This content is taken from fga.iwebnavio.l.co. Cornell is an expert who formed a virtual world and cultivated Bajor astrology. Although he is slightly weaker now, but in the Bajor dynasty, Angelico is the most apprehensive of Cornell. If it wasn't for Achilles who could incite a change in Cornell's frame of mind, Angelico would desperately try to throttle Cornell. In history, warlocks who practiced astrology possessed tremendous wisdom and were extremely difficult to kill. Before the 4th Warlock Dynasty's Star Lord has climbed to the Warlock Emperor realm, he has lost dozens of times to supreme geniuses in the same rank, but he never died. By relying on unpredictable wisdom to seize one opportunity after another, he eventually reached the throne and defeated all experts in the world. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Star Lord was the one who has lost the most number of times. Even in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, he has been defeated by peerless geniuses of the same rank. As for the Taboo Lord, he only lost to opponents of the same rank before he promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Cornell's eyes narrowed slightly, but he stayed silent. Angelico took a deep look at Cornell, smiled faintly, and strode towards the arena. Angelico, the freak monarch of the Bajor dynasty. It's him, the freak monarch Angelico. Since he stepped in, then the Tai Isek's holy son has no chance of winning. When the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world saw Angelico, excitement surged in their eyes, and their spirits soared. In particular, the eyes of a lot of warlocks from the Bajor dynasty revealed awe and admiration. The warlocks from the other 2 dynasties stared at Angelico with awe and fear in their eyes. One of the 4 geniuses who led the warlocks from the Catered dynasty, a silver-haired, handsome young man with the temperament of a ruler, said with a smile, "Angelico, since he stepped in, then Xuanhuan is bound to lose." The 3 people beside the silver-haired man nodded in agreement. The Bajor dynasty's Angelico is a freakish genius of the same level as the silver-haired man in front of them, and all 3 of them knew how despairingly powerful the silver-haired man is. Filled with confidence, Angelico uttered with a smile, "Hall of Truth's Angelico from the Bajor dynasty, I'm here to fight you. Xuanhuan, show me your 9 brilliant sons' secret method. I have long since wanted to come to the Great Cloud dynasty and spar with the Great Cloud dynasty's geniuses." Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dignified gleam flashed in his eyes. "Hall of Truth, the Hall of Truth, the Hall of Eternity, and the Hall of Immortality are the 3 warlock holy lands of the Western world. The Hall of Truth has once given birth to the Truth Sage who followed the 3rd Warlock Dynasty's Freak Lord. The Hall of Eternity has birthed the Eternal Sage who followed the 5th Warlock Dynasty's Death Lord, and the Hall of Immortality has birthed a peerless genius who was the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord. On the surface, the 3 halls are the 3 most powerful warlock groups in the Western world. The Breast dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kader dynasty are backed by the Hall of Eternity, the Hall of Truth, and the Hall of Immortality respectively. Compared to the three halls, the Order of Bones can only be regarded as a second-grade warlock group. He's from the Hall of Truth. So, he's a genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth. This will be a good show. Warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty showed looks of excitement. Those warlocks have never heard of the Order of Bones, but the three halls of the Western world are another matter. During the most glorious eras of human warlocks, the top geniuses from the Western world came from the three Holy Lands. In his time, the Dawn Lord who came from the Hall of Immortality has even defeated the two freakish geniuses from the Hall of Truth and the Hall of Eternity in succession. Xuanhuan's eyes flared up with fierce fighting spirit, and he said plainly, "Hall of Truth? I originally planned to go to the Western world and challenge you guys, but now that you're here, it saves me the trouble. Let me see your skill." A great amount of golden sun flames suddenly appeared around Xuanhuan, and his pupils radiated in human light, as if he was the incarnation of a god overlooking the secular world. Angelico silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and an imprint suddenly flew out and floated in the air. Countless bizarre, mystic seals formed from demonic runes and divine runes shone inside the imprint, as if countless freaks roared wildly inside the imprint. A demonic light shone, the space distorted, and a 100-meter-tall abyssal demonic dragon covered in abyssal demonic flames flew out from the imprint. An abyssal aura capable of eroding everything spread from it. Abyssal demonic dragon. This is an abyssal demonic dragon with intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. In the abyss, with the help of abyssal force, even quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses may not be able to deal with it. Even in the Zhangji plane, it can compete with the top intermediate moonlight warlocks. To be able to control such a dreadful demonic dragon, Angelico is really fearsome. As soon as they saw the abyssal demonic dragon, the surrounding warlocks inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Starry Sky warlock geniuses from pinnacle forces on the level of the 10 great sects may be able to defeat an intermediate moonlight warlock rank expert with the help of secret treasures. However, few people have confidence to be able to deal with the intermediate moonlight warlock rank abyssal demonic dragon. Dazzling light shone, the space twist, and a void evil ogre from the evil god plane with a malevolent face and a savage look in its eyes flew out, and intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of life spread from it. The imprint flashed again, and a 100-meter-tall, pitch-black evil ogre giant with a pair of horns, a giant wolf-tooth club in its hands, and a bizarre rune on its forehead exuding intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power walked out from the void. Abyssal demonic dragon, void evil ogre giant. To be able to control 3 intermediate moonlight warlock rank freaks? He's really formidable. Is that imprint the legendary Freak Empyrean imprint of the 3rd Warlock Dynasty's Freak Lord? Freak Empyrean imprint. Hasn't this secret method been lost? The surrounding warlocks inhaled a mouthful of cold air and discussed spiritedly. Xuanhuan looked at the 3 fearsome freaks with graveness in his eyes and said solemnly, "Freak Empyrean imprint? You actually practice this secret method? Aren't you afraid that in the future all the freaks in the imprint will be swallowed up by the Empyrean grade Freak Empyrean imprint, and your blood and sweat will be all for naught?" Angelico responded with a smile. "This isn't the Freak Empyrean imprint, but the Truth Empyrean imprint. This is a secret method I created by combining the Freak Empyrean imprint and various spells and secret methods created by modern warlocks. Truth Empyrean imprint? Excellent. Let me break your Truth Empyrean imprint." Xuanhuan smiled coldly, spread the fingers of his hand, and wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles revolved wildly, and world force poured out of his body and entered the golden sun flames. A great amount of golden sun flames formed a golden sun flames god ray capable of piercing through everything shot towards Angelico. Even intermediate moonlight warlock rank experts will be heavily injured when hit by Xuanhuan's golden sun flames god ray, and may even be wiped out if a little careless. Chapter 533, Defeating Xuanhuan. Chapter 533, Defeating Xuanhuan. Translator, Xuanhuan. Angelico smiled gracefully and pointed with a finger. FREOEbnovel.com. The Truth Empyrean imprint swallowed the abyss demonic dragon, the void evil ogre, and the evil ogre giant, and then shot towards the golden sun flame god ray. A huge abyssal demonic dragon head appeared on the imprint and swallowed the golden sun flame god ray. Golden sun flames erupted and burned the giant abyssal demonic dragon head. Endless demonic chi poured out of the abyssal demonic dragon, but it still couldn't extinguish the flames. The space of law surged, and a claw suddenly emerged from the abyssal demonic dragon head, grabbed wisps of golden sun flames, and tossed them aside. A spatial fluctuation surged, and the Truth Empyrean imprint crossed the void, and then appeared above Xuanhuan and crushed towards him with an overbearing power. Golden sun flames. Xuanhuan's eyes congealed, and he pointed with his finger, and a copious amount of golden sun flames suddenly erupted, turned into a torrent of flames, and swept towards the Truth Empyrean imprint. An abyssal demonic dragon head emerged from the imprint and fired an abyssal dragon breath that slammed into the golden sun flames and blasted open a path trough the flames. An evil ogre giant hand flew out from the Truth Empyrean imprint and smashed the wolf tooth club in its hand containing the law of power towards Xuanhuan. Wind, fire, water, earth, flame god armor. Xuanhuan bellowed, and wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles transformed, and golden sun flames fluttered, landed on his body, and formed the flame god armor covered in flames. Next, he pointed with his finger, and flames fluttered and formed a huge flame hand that slapped towards the sky. The huge wolf tooth club slammed into the giant flame hand and crushed it. Numerous inky black chains shot out from the Truth Empyrean imprint and stabbed into Xuanhuan almost in an instant. The inky black chains are freak chains which can run through a warlock's body and soul and break countless spells. Even glorious dawn warlocks will be suppressed and have their life force sealed when penetrated by the freak chains, their life and death completely beyond their control. When the inky black chains stabbed the flame god armor, they made sizzling sounds and were burned to ashes. The Truth Empyrean imprint crushed into Xuanhuan like a shooting star in an instant. The flame god armor protecting Xuanhuan disintegrated in a flash. Xuanhuan spat out a large mouthful of blood and was directly suppressed by the Truth Empyrean imprint, unable to move. Numerous black chains wrapped around Xuanhuan and sealed all his power. His face deathly pale, Xuanhuan clenched his teeth and uttered, "I lost." Angelico reached out with his hand. The Truth Empyrean imprint flew into his hand, and he spoke with a smile. "You let me win!" As a pinnacle warlock genius from the Western world, Angelico had a deep understanding of the culture, etiquette, and customs of the Eastern world. As an expert who is proficient in the culture and etiquette of the Eastern world and the Western world, his bearing is extraordinary. Xuanhuan gave Angelico a deep look, and then blurred into motion and left the arena. "Angelico, you're the best. Angelico, I love you. The Tai Isek's holy son is nothing. He can't defeated the Bajor dynasty's Angelico. If the Great Cloud dynasty still has any warlock geniuses, then go up. The Bajor dynasty's Angelico will defeat you all." Outside the arena, the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world cheered and mocked. Unsightly expressions on their faces, the warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty looked at the 16 pinnacle experts from the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. On the surface, these are the strongest Starry Sky warlock rank experts in the Great Cloud dynasty. Every one of them can contend against junior Moonlight warlocks rank experts. But they just stared at Angelico in the arena with graveness in their eyes, showing no intention of entering the arena and fighting him. Standing in the center of the arena, eyes shining like stars, Angelico smiled and spoke full of confidence and tyranny. "I challenge the warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty. Please enlighten me. Sacred Demon Sect's holy son. Go defeat him. Zhang Jikue. Get rid of that Angelico." Words of encouragement came from the warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty. The warlocks are eager to see the 16 pinnacle warlock geniuses from the 10 great sects and 8 great families to defeat Angelico and bring honor to the Great Cloud dynasty. although the relation between warlocks in the Eastern world and the Western world isn't that of fire and water, but it is that of competitiveness in all aspects. Before the Dawn Lord created the 8th Warlock dynasty, the warlocks in the Eastern world were extremely proud, thinking that warlocks from other places were all barbarians. If it wasn't for the fact that the warlocks from the Western world have produced several Holy Spirit warlocks who have followed warlock emperors to establish one brilliant warlock dynasty after another, the Western world would have lost its footing a long time ago. After the birth of the Dawn Lord, the center of the world of warlocks slowly shifted from the Eastern world to the Western world, until in the modern times the warlock civilization of the Western world is no weaker than that of the Eastern world. Under such circumstances, the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty are naturally unwilling to be suppressed by the warlocks from the Western world. Bearing the hopes of the warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the 16 warlock supreme geniuses silently looked at Angelico in the arena with a look of dignity in their eyes. The 16 warlocks understood how powerful Angelico is. Using a spell, a warlock from the Saint Demon sect sent mentally, "Your Highness, why don't you go? If you defeat Angelico, your reputation within the Great Cloud Dynasty will soar." The Saint Demon sect's holy son snorted coldly and shot the warlock frigid look. "Fuck. I'm afraid the holy son isn't his opponent. I rubbed him the wrong way with my boot licking." The warlock of the Saint Demon sect shuddered in his heart and lowered his head, his heart filled with fear. In the grand and majestic Great Cloud Dynasty, there isn't a single person who'll fight a genius of the Bajor dynasty? The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are supposedly filled with experts. Yet there isn't a single person willing to fight the Hall of Truth's Angelico? The warlocks from the Western world mocked the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. Facing the provocation of the Western world's warlocks, the Saint Demon sect's holy son and the other peerless warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty remained silent, unwilling to step forward. This is a place where the proud children from the Western world and Eastern world gather. If they win, they will naturally be famous. But if they lose, it will be a huge loss of face to their family or sect. Among the 16 warlock supreme geniuses, only 2 or 3 have the confidence to fight Xuanhuan, but none of them have the confidence to defeat Angelico. Standing in the center of the arena, Angelico's look of expectation eventually changed into that of disappointment, and he gave a long sigh. The Great Cloud Dynasty claims to be the most powerful dynasty in the human world, yet there isn't a single person who dares to fight me. How disappointing. The warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty silently watched the 16 supreme geniuses with disappointment in their eyes. Yang Feng. Yang Feng is here. Yang Feng? The Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng? He came. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and all eyes looked in the direction of the entrance to the lobby, where they saw Yang Feng and other warlocks from the Battle Demon sect step into the lobby and walk in the direction of the Bright Moon School. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. He's here. If it's him, it should be possible to defeat Angelico. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. When they heard Yang Feng's name, the gazes of all the warlocks focused on him. Xuanhuan has defeated the Ace of Spade of the Western world's Order of Bones, his strength tyrannical. To be able to defeat him with great warlock rank cultivation base, Yang Feng naturally attracted the curiosity and anticipation of countless warlocks. That's Yang Feng. The eyes of the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world also focused on Yang Feng and flashed with curiosity. Chapter 534, Angelico vs. Yang Feng. Chapter 534, Angelico vs. Yang Feng. Translator, Xuanhuan. Feeling the gazes around him, Zhou Feng chuckled. It feels like we are the targets of their anticipation. Xuanhuan smiled gently. Even if there is anticipation, the target of their anticipation isn't you, but Yang Feng. The surrounding warlocks didn't conceal their gazes at all, and Xuanhuan and the other warlock geniuses could tell that their eyes are converged on Yang Feng. Yang Feng came to Zhang Ziqiao and asked curiously, "Senior disciple Sister Zhang, what happened?" The more than 1,000 warlock geniuses in the lobby have gathered around the arena, which looked very strange. Zhang Ziqiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified light, and she responded unhurriedly. The Hall of Truth's Angelico from the Bajor dynasty has just defeated Xuanhuan and is now challenging the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty. So far, no one wants to stand out and fight him. There was a gleam of understanding in Yang Feng's eyes. Defeated Xuanhuan? No wonder. Xuanhuan is a freakish genius who has formed a virtual world and grasped one of the Tai Isek's strongest offensive secret methods. The 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. Among the Starry Sky warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty, there are no more than 10 powerhouses who formed a virtual world, and that includes warlock geniuses of the hidden families and sects as well as rogue warlock geniuses who have gone through numerous fortuitous encounters. Of the battle demon sect's 2 great elders Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the former has formed a virtual world when he was a moonlight warlock, while the latter has formed a virtual world when she was a glorious dawn warlock. Their aptitudes are far from being comparable to that of freakish geniuses like Xuanhuan, which is why they are trapped in the quasi-infinity warlock realm, unable to break through. To be able to defeat Xuanhuan, Angelico is definitely a supreme genius among the Zhangji Plains young generation. In the arena, Angelico's eyes shone brightly and his voice filled with the confidence of a ruler sounded, Yang Feng, I am the Hall of Truth's Angelico from the Bajor dynasty. I challenge you. I hope that you accept my challenge and swap pointers with me. In the lobby, all eyes focused on Yang Feng, waiting for his response. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he strode towards the arena full of confidence. Interesting. I also want to see the skill of the expert who is able to defeat Xuanhuan. Your challenge, I accepted it. Angelico and Yang Feng are finally about to fight. Both of them are peerless geniuses who defeated Xuanhuan. The battle between them will be spectacular. Excited, the warlocks in the lobby wagged their tongues and focused their gazes on Angelico and Yang Feng. Face gloomy, Xuanhuan stared at the 2 people who have defeated him and shattered the halo of a peerless genius around him, wishing he could tear them into pieces. Angelico pointed with his finger, and the Truth Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and flickered with numerous seals. Auras of freaks gushed out of the Truth Empyrean imprint, and the intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon, Void Evil Ogre, and Evil Ogre Giant flew out from the imprint and landed in the arena, exuding fearsome auras. Yang Feng looked at the Truth Empyrean imprint with graveness in his eyes and said solemnly, Freak Empyrean imprint? No, this secret method is different from the complete version of the Freak Empyrean imprint on a fundamental level. Angelico smiled, saying, This is the Truth Empyrean imprint, a secret method I created by combining the core secret method Freak Empyrean imprint, recorded in the Freak text and countless quintessence spells and secret methods from the Hall of Truth. Just now I used this secret method to defeat Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an enigmatic light, and he praised, You created this secret method. Very impressive. By studying various extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, and weird phenomena, Starry Sky warlocks can figure out many strange spell models at level 3 or under, and thereby develop many new spells. But even with plenty of information at their disposal, it is extremely difficult for a Starry Sky warlock to develop an Empyrean-grade secret method. Although Angelico used the information recorded in the Freak text as well as countless spells and information from the Hall of Truth, but to be able to deduce the peerless secret method Truth Empyrean imprint, his talent can be rated as outrageous. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and shrouded him. The Battle Demon armor formed by the Battle Demon secret method can resist any kind of spell attack, and can also enhance the Warlock's combat power. It has great use no matter what kind opponent you fight. Battle Demon secret method. Is this one of the fundamental secret methods of the Battle Demon sect, the Battle Demon secret method? It really is an amazing secret method. Yang Feng, be careful. I'm going to attack. Angelico smiled lightly and pointed with a finger, and the 3 freaks instantly entered the Truth Empyrean imprint. The Truth Empyrean imprint blurred, passed through the void, and appeared above Yang Feng. Numerous freak chains came out of the Truth Empyrean imprint and shot towards Yang Feng. 7-color skyfire. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and blue 7-color skyfire suddenly flew out, absorbed the surrounding fire elemental particles, and transformed into a blue column of fire barreling towards the freak chains. Swept by the blue pillar of fire, the freak chains made sizzling sounds and burned into ashes. Yang Feng extended his hand towards Angelico, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and shot towards Angelico. The law of space, great. To reach this level of understanding of the law of space as expected, Yang Feng. However, although my understanding of the law of space isn't as deep as yours, but it's enough to protect myself. Angelico smiled slightly and pointed with his finger. The law of space surged. The surrounding space became turbulent, and the spatial mirrors shattered one after another. The law of space is the most powerful and esoteric law. Unless the understanding of the law of space has reached the pinnacle, chaotic space can be used to break spatial spells. There were ripples in space behind Yang Feng, and a void evil ogre hand extended from the void without any sound and shot towards his heart. The void evil ogre can freely shuttle between the layers of space, and can even directly jump into someone's body through the law of space and launch attacks from inside their body. But Yang Feng's body is a realm of its own that contains horrific power, and he is also proficient in the law of space. With its keen senses, the void evil ogre felt the danger of death inside his body, and thus didn't enter. 9 revolutions, divine wind. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and pointed with a finger, and berserk 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly broke out and instantly chopped at the right hand of the void evil ogre. When the 9 revolutions divine wind landed on the right hand of the void evil ogre, it cut off the hand easily, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from the cut. The void evil ogre issued a scream of pain, and withdrew into the void. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.l.co. Since you came, then stay here. Yang Feng spoke flatly and grabbed towards the void, and his right hand pierced directly into the void and pulled out the void evil ogre who is already hidden in the void. The 9 revolutions divine wind formed wind blades that slashed at the void evil ogre. Layers of spatial barrier have just formed around the void evil ghost, when a queer spatial fluctuation surged, and the layers of barrier collapsed directly. The terrifying 9 revolutions divine wind slashed at the void evil ogre, and flesh and blood spattered, exposing the white bones. What a dreadful guy, to be able to drag out the void evil ogre from the void. This fellow is really terrific. Even the void evil ogre's spatial barrier is of no use. How terrible. The warlocks outside the arena inhaled a breath of cold air. The void evil ogre was born with the ability to freely travel in the void. If they aren't proficient in the law of space, then even Bright World warlocks won't be able to hold back a Moonlight warlock rank void evil ogre once it enters the void. To be able to pull the void evil ogre out of the void, Yang Feng's understanding of the law of space exceeded the imagination of these warlocks by far. Just before the void evil ogre was about to be cut into pieces by the 9 revolutions divine wind, an abyssal demonic dragon head protruded from the Truth Empyrean imprint. The abyssal demonic dragon head belched an inky black abyssal dragon breath that contained abyssal force barreling towards Yang Feng. Formidable.cm. Bring it on. Let me test my new secret method. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of his hand. A tremendous black vortex suddenly emerged, swallowed the abyssal dragon breath, and conveyed it directly into his small world. The numerous devourers pounced on the black abyss dragon breath and easily devoured it along with the abyssal force, and then changed it into the purest energy crystals. A gleam of admiration flashed through Angelico's eyes, and he used an erudite tone, saying, "Amazing! To be able to devour the abyssal dragon breath. This secret method is astounding. Can you tell me the name of this secret method?" Translator's note: Zhang Jiqiao. She's from the Bright Moon School. MC met her in the demonic realm, I think. Chapter 535, Secret Treasure Pillars of Truth. Chapter 535, Secret Treasure Pillars of Truth. Translator: Zayamoj. Yang Feng smiled and answered, "This is a secret method I created called Devour the Heavens." Devour the Heavens. A good name. Let my Truth Empyrean imprint break your Devour the Heavens. Angelico's eyes constricted, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. The Truth Empyrean imprint radiated dazzling light, and the abyssal demonic dragon head belched another abyssal dragon breath barreling toward Yang Feng. At the same time, an evil ogre giant hand extended from the imprint and smashed the wolf tooth club in its hand towards Yang Feng with the law of power. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 9 revolutions divine wind spiraling around the void evil ogre suddenly shot to welcome the wolf tooth club. Just before the wolf tooth club hit the void evil ogre, the void evil ogre exploded and turned into dark rays of light that entered the evil ogre giant hand. After absorbing the power of the void evil ogre, the evil ogre giant hand emitted advanced moonlight warlock rank aura as it continued to crush towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a peculiar gleam, and he praised. It turns out that the void evil ogre wasn't alive to begin with. It's some kind of existence similar to a golem. In other words, the freaks have already become a part of the Truth Empyrean imprint. You can combine and separate them at will and can control the power of different freaks. Solely in this regard, the Truth Empyrean imprint is a cut above the Freak Empyrean imprint. The Freak Empyrean imprint controls freaks through their true names and can use the power of different freaks. However, unlike the freaks controlled by the Truth Empyrean imprint, the freaks controlled by the Freak Empyrean imprint are alive. The advantage of the Freak Empyrean imprint lies in the fact that the freaks it controls can practice cultivation and evolve. Whenever the freaks evolve, the Freak Empyrean imprint will also evolve and become stronger. As for the Truth Empyrean imprint on Helico created, it refines the freaks into a part of the secret method. Although the refined freaks are dead and cannot improve their strength, but they also cannot be killed. You can combine and separate them at will, and use all kinds of incredible powers. Yang Feng blurred into motion and tried to evade the world-shaking attack of the evil ogre giant. The Truth Empyrean imprint shone brightly, and the void evil ogre with a queer rune on its forehead suddenly emerged. Colorless and transparent chains dropped down from the Truth Empyrean imprint and shot in all directions, sealing the space with an R of hundreds of meters in radius. The evil ogre giant's wolf tooth club suddenly enlarged and covered the sealed space completely and crushed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. The void evil ogre seals the space. The abyssal demonic dragon erodes all foreign powers, and the evil ogre giant takes the opportunity to suppress all enemies with the law of power. Combined together, the power of the 3 freaks can compensate for their respective shortcoming, forcing Yang Feng to block the evil ogre giant's all-out strike. Zhang Hanshan's face changed and her eyes flashed with worry. Void evil ogre, abyssal demonic dragon, evil ogre giant. The innate abilities of the 3 freaks are used seamlessly. What a terrific secret treasure! There was a glimmer of complex emotions in the eyes of the Saint Demon Sect's holy son, and he sighed slightly. Evil ogre giants are a powerful race innately proficient in the law of power. In the same rank, even dragons can hardly match up to the great strength of evil ogre giants. Their only weakness is that evil ogre giants aren't proficient in other laws and spatial spells, speed spells, illusion spells, poison spells, and fire spells and other elemental spells can be used to deal with them. But with the void evil ogre sealing the space and the abyssal demonic dragon's abyssal dragon breath breaking all elemental spells, the evil ogre giant can give full play to its strength. This Truth Empyrean imprint secret method is really dreadful. The 3 freaks have their weaknesses. If a human warlock fought them one at a time, they can use their weak points to suppress them one by one, or even kill them. But with the combination brought by the Truth Empyrean imprint, the 3 freaks can fully exert all their strength, and they're still on Helico controlling them. Even a slightly weaker, advanced Moonlight Warlock will be suppressed directly. With his evading space completely sealed, Yang Feng faced the huge wolf tooth club, eyes shining brightly. Powerful world force poured out from the small world inside the world ring and entered all parts of his body. He patted the giant wolf tooth club with the palm of a hand. A terrible loud noise sounded in the arena as everyone saw the giant wolf tooth mace cover Yang Feng completely. Is it over? It's really disappointing, and I thought that he would use some secret method to evade this attack, but he was taken out just like that. Unfortunately, the evil ogre giant is an existence much stronger than even dragons. Even among human advanced moonlight warlocks, Not many can withstand an all-out attack of an intermediate evil ogre giant. Is Yang Feng just too weak? Or is Angelico just too strong? Freewebnovel.com. One after another, voices of regret rose in the lobby, and many warlocks who weren't optimistic about Yang Feng's prospects thought that only death awaited him. Wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind suddenly shot out and chopped the evil ogre giant hand and cut it off. The hand collapsed and turned into a ray of light that entered the Truth Empyrean imprint. The huge wolf tooth club was tossed aside, exposing Yang Feng. At this point, the part of the battle demon armor covering Yang Feng's right hand has shattered, and drops of blood slowly dripped down from his hand. Xuanhuan took in a breath of cold air, a look of incredulity in his eyes. He withstood. How is this possible? He actually withstood a full-strength strike of the evil ogre giant. How did he become so fearsome? Blocked? How can that be? What's going on? How could a human Starry Sky warlock receive a blow from the evil ogre giant with his body? All the warlocks present were dumbstruck. Whether they came from the Eastern world or the Western world, they couldn't believe their eyes. With just their body, even a glorious Dawn warlock would be seriously wounded when hit by the evil ogre giant's full-strength strike. Yet the trifling Starry Sky warlock Yang Feng, even though he has used the battle demon secret method as well as his life force field, but to actually receive the blow with his body was simply too shocking. If Yang Feng used defensive secret methods and secret treasures to resist the blow, then that wouldn't have been a big deal, but he resisted it with his body, which shocked all the warlocks. Even the minds of the supreme geniuses from both worlds shook. There was a flash of astonishment in Kong Fenghao's eyes. Strong. He's so strong. Is this the power of a freakish genius? Yang Feng, has he grown so much? This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. Kong Fenghao has already mentally prepared for Yang Feng's strength, but he was still overwhelmed. Angelico's eyes glimmered with excitement, and he uttered, "Great! Yang Feng, your body is really powerful. To defeat an opponent like you has meaning." Accompanied by dazzling light, the Truth Empyrean imprint crossed the void and suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng and pressed down on him. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and turbulent world force emerged from the world ring, entangled, and formed a finger ray containing primal chaos force that blasted into the true Empyrean imprint. Kaboom! Stabbed by the primal chaos finger, the Truth Empyrean imprint in the sky split open, and the 3 runes that made up the imprint collapsed into 3 golden rays and flew towards Angelico. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he disappeared from his spot in an instant. Truth Empyrean imprint, world truth. Angelico's countenance changed, and he silently recited an incantation and frantically extracted world force from the virtual world inside him. 6 golden runes flew out of his body and intertwined with the 3 golden runes that flew back to him. The 9 runes quickly formed an immemorial gold dragon, a Xuanhuan, an abyssal demonic dragon, an abyssal fiend, a void evil ogre, an evil ogre giant, a high elf, a pureblood kindred, and a royal hellion respectively. The 9 moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms interwove and formed a Truth Empyrean imprint emitting boundless might. Controlling 9 moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms is Angelico's limit. The Truth Empyrean imprint formed by the 9 extraordinary life forms can even suppress a quasi-glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouse. As soon as the imprint formed, it immediately extracted Angelico's life force. Even though he has the support of the virtual world's world force, but it still is very difficult to maintain this Truth Empyrean imprint. Pillars of Truth, Eternal Existence. Angelico spread the fingers of a hand, and 9 golden pillars flew out and arranged themselves around him. Each pillar of truth is inlaid with a glorious dawn core. The 9 pillars of truth spewed out a copious amount of powerful force that entered Angelico and converted into a tremendous amount of life force, which in turn poured into the Truth Empyrean imprint. The Truth Empyrean imprint that looked like it could collapse at any time became clearer and stabler. Radiating brilliant light, it pressed down on Yang Feng with the power of a mountain. Chapter 536, Defeating Angelico. Chapter 536, Defeating Angelico. Translator, Xuanhuan. Secret treasures are the foundation standing on which human warlocks can compete against powerful existences of other planes. Before using the Pillars of Truth, Angelico's limit was to manipulate 4 intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank beings, and that is under the premise that he constantly extracts world force from the virtual world. But after using the Pillars of Truth, Angelico is able to bear 9 Moonlight Warlock rank beings. The power of the 9 transcendents merged into one and strengthened the Truth Empyrean imprint to the point that it can easily quell quasi-glorious Sun Warlocks. The power of 9 transcendents merged into one. Interesting. Let me see how strong it is. Yang Feng looked up at the Truth Empyrean imprint in the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile of excitement. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and white rays interwove and formed a set of white battle demon armor. Xuanhuan turned pale. White battle demon, the highest realm of battle demon secret method. The white battle demon can increase your power 5-fold. He actually cultivated it. Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with shock, and he spoke gravely. White battle demon, this is the highest realm of the battle demon secret method. Besides the 4 great elders, no one else has practiced the battle demon secret method to this realm. His talent is terrific. The battle demon secret method is a powerful offensive secret method. Once practiced to the white battle demon realm, it can increase your fighting strength 5-fold, and at the same time it can reduce the might of most spells of the same rank by more than 90%. The highest realm of the battle demon secret methods is extremely difficult to cultivate. In the entire Battle Demon sect, only Huang Yihe and the other 3 great elders succeeded in cultivating the Battle Demon secret method to the highest realm, and that was by spending countless resources and a lot of time. For Yang Feng to be able to practice the secret method to this realm, it's simply heaven-defying. The 9 mysterious runes making up the Truth Empyrean imprint radiated brilliant light and shot towards Yang Feng with the power to suppress everything. In the wake of the Truth Empyrean imprint, the space was suppressed and sealed. No spatial spells can be cast from within the scope of the imprint. With a light tap of his foot, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the Truth Empyrean imprint. Kaboom! There was an earth-shaking blare, and 2 violent shock waves of energy spread in all directions. The Truth Empyrean imprint was blown away by dozens of meters. The white battle demon armor on Yang Feng's right fist shattered and flesh and blood splashed, exposing bones, and Yang Feng fell on the ground. The shock caused him to bleed from his facial orifices. Shock shimmered in Angelico's eyes and billows rose in his heart. He resisted the full-strength blow of my Truth Empyrean imprint without using any secret treasures. This guy is simply a monster. No wonder Xuanhuan was defeated by him. The Truth Empyrean imprint, containing the power of 9 transcendents, is so powerful that even quasi-glorious Sun Warlocks cannot resist it. But Yang Feng did just that without using any secret methods. This is simply heaven-defying. After the Truth Empyrean imprint was knocked away, it blurred, and then immediately appeared above Yang Feng and shot towards him again. Angelico has made up his mind to suppress Yang Feng in the arena and not give him any chance to use a secret treasure. Awesome! The power of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from 9 transcendents is really impressive. Yang Feng exclaimed. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed the ruler magic cube, which quickly disintegrated and turned into a black armor that covered his entire body. As soon as the ruler series covered Yang Feng, a vast force immediately poured into him. Facing the Truth Empyrean imprint dropping towards him, Yang Feng slapped it. Rumble! Along with a heaven-shaking noise, the Truth Empyrean imprint was smashed to pieces by Yang Feng's blow, and the 9 runes containing the power of the 9 transcendents suddenly collapsed, turned into a rays of light, and flew towards Angelico. Yang Feng took a step forward, and his body blurred. He appeared in front of Angelico and sent the palm of his hand striking at the latter. The light as a feather palm strike shattered the life force field around Angelico, suppressed the space and neutralized the trigger spatial secret treasure on Angelico, and landed on his body. Angelico, who controlled 9 transcendents and easily suppressed Xuanhuan, instantly shot away like a broken rag doll, crushed into a wall of the arena, and collapsed on the ground, all the while spurting blood. I admit defeat. Angelico coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looked deeply at Yang Feng, and said solemnly, "Defeated, he was defeated? What's going on? How could Angelico lose? Why? The Truth Empyrean imprint formed from 9 transcendents can suppress quasi-glorious sun warlock rank experts. So why was it smashed to pieces? What is that secret treasure? Why have I never heard of it? What's going on?" Outside the arena, everyone was stunned to see Yang Feng beat Angelico, unable to believe their eyes. A supreme genius like Angelico, who has once used his secret treasure to suppress a quasi-glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, was easily defeated by Yang Feng. The warlocks from the Western world were taken aback, unable to believe this fact. "Sir Angelico," anxious voices sounded, and 4 warlocks from the Hall of Truth flew into the arena, formed a small circle to guard in front of Angelico, and stared at Yang Feng with anger and vigilance in their eyes. Yang Feng scanned the 4 warlocks with a glance, and a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. "Impressive. These 4 are geniuses at the quasi-starry sky warlock rank. They are comparable to Xuanhuan and them in terms of talent. If there are no accidents, they will become moonlight warlocks in the future." FREOWebnovel.com. Angelico took out a vial of golden elixir and downed it, and then his ashen face recovered some color. His voice filled with the dignity of a ruler, he ordered flatly, "All of you step down." "Yes, sir." The 4 warlock geniuses saluted respectfully, and then blurred into motion, turned into rays, and disappeared from the arena. His face still somewhat pale, Angelico smiled and asked about the ruler series that has already turned back into a magic cube and fell into Yang Feng's hand. "Yang Feng, what is that secret treasure?" Gazes of curiosity concentrated on the ruler magic cube in Yang Feng's hand. The warlocks present have already realized that were it not for the ruler magic cube, Yang Feng may have lost to Angelico. Of course, they don't know that Yang Feng still has many powerful treasures on him. Yang Feng smiled lightly and answered, "It's a magic cube series ruler magic cube, a powerful secret treasure that I recently developed." Angelico was immediately surprised. "A secret treasure you developed? In other words, you are an alchemist, Yang Feng." Alchemy is a wide-ranging and profound subject that centers on making secret treasures, and many warlocks study it alongside warlock cultivation. There are 2 types of alchemists. The first type are alchemists who are infatuated with alchemy and study alchemy from the beginning. The second type are alchemists who bitterly practice cultivation until can no longer break through, and then change their focus to alchemy. Most up-to-date novels are published on FGUYOBnovel.com. Every time a warlock has a breakthrough in realm, their physique, lifespan, and wisdom will undergo a geometric increase. Because of this, powerful warlocks can grasp alchemy as long as they are willing to research it. However, most of the true alchemy grandmasters are from the first type, while very few are from the second type. While in the Starry Sky warlock realm, Yang Feng is able to develop a powerful secret treasure like the ruler magic cube, making him a peerless genius among alchemists. This naturally came as a surprise to Angelico. Yang Feng smiled lightly. "Yes, I am an alchemist." Angelico chuckled. "I dabble a little in alchemy. If we get an opportunity, let's exchange some ideas." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." Angelico took a deep look at Yang Feng and smiled slightly, and then blurred into motion and returned to the Beijer dynasty camp. How fearsome, as expected from a genius who defeated Xuanhuan in the great warlock realm. "Ha! Angelico lost? Who's next?" Angelico only amounts to this much. Compared to Yang Feng from our great cloud dynasty, he's far too lacking. When Angelico left the arena, the numerous warlocks from the great cloud dynasty cheered and taunted the warlocks from the Western world. Yang Feng's eyes fell on the warlocks from the Western world and he issued a challenge. "I am the battle demon sex Yang Feng of the great cloud dynasty. I challenge the experts of the Brest dynasty, the Beijer dynasty, and the Catered dynasty. Come and fight with me." The eyes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on Angelico and the other 10 supreme geniuses. These 11 people are recognized as the strongest genius of the 3 dynasties in the Western world, their battle record brilliant. Every one of them has defeated intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Although other Warlock geniuses are also very powerful, but they are clearly not in the same league. Chapter 537 One-Shot. Chapter 537 One-Shot. Translator, Xuanhuan. One of the 4 supreme geniuses from the Breast dynasty. A young man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face blurred into motion and shot into the arena. The eyes of the young man flickered brightly, and the gentle smile on his face gave way to confidence and haughtiness. I am the Eye of Dragons Almas of the Breast dynasty. I am here to fight you. One of the 4 supreme geniuses of the Breast dynasty. The beautiful and sensual Katrina raised her slender eyebrows, and then turned to the handsome young man called Kresno exuding a holy and formidable aura and asked, "Does Almas stand a chance of winning?" Kresno is the strongest Starry Sky Warlock genius from the Hall of Eternity, as well as publicly acknowledged as the #1 Starry Sky Warlock genius in the Breast dynasty. His strength deep and unmeasurable. Kresno answered lightly, "He doesn't. Yang Feng is just too strong. However, as long as he can force Yang Feng to play a few more cards, then my odds against Yang Feng will increase." New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. In a fight between warlocks, information is key. Many spells that used to be virtually unsolvable in the past are now nothing after hundreds of thousands of years of research. Before the 3rd Warlock dynasty, if they encountered extraordinary life forms proficient in spatial force, human warlocks in the same realm were fundamentally not their opponents. However, ever since space disturbance spells were developed, the extraordinary life forms proficient in spatial force are no longer the opponents of human warlocks in the same realm. There was a time when elemental warlocks relying on elemental spells ran amok in the world, and were virtually invincible. However, once magic band spells and arrays were developed, the elemental warlock were restrained, and eventually became ordinary. Let's go! Yang Feng showed a smile and operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a white Battle Demon armor covered his whole body in an instant. At the same time, he pressed the ruler magic cube and equipped the ruler armor. There was a touch of dignity in Almas's eyes, and he fished out a level 6 secret treasure Thunder Dragon bead and swallowed it. Brilliant arcs of lightning flickered, and Almas's body twisted and grew countless green scales. A pair of horns, a pair of wings, and a tail, and increased in size. After the transformation, advanced Moonlight Warlock rank life force field spread out of the Thunder Dragonborn Almas has transformed into, and its eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. Thunder Dragonborn grasp the law of lightning. They are the fiercest and strongest kind of Dragonborn. Although they are a bit weaker than dragons of the same rank, but they are inherently able to control lightning. They possess primordial Thunder Dragon bloodline. Even among dragons, they are most dreadful existences. Thunder Dragonborn, a monster with primordial Thunder Dragon bloodline. No wonder he's the strongest genius in the Eye of Dragon's younger generation. After seeing Almas transform into a Thunder Dragonborn, the warlocks present inhaled a breath of cold air. Whether they were from the Eastern world or the Western world, the supreme geniuses stared at Almas with dignity in their eyes. Primordial dragons are frightening existences who can contend against warlock emperors. Extraordinary life forms with primordial dragon bloodline are shockingly strong existences. Thunder Dragonborn are powerful, hair-raising monsters. No one expected that Almas would transform into such a terrifying existence. If Achilles in his immemorial gold dragon form faced off against Almas in his Thunder Dragonborn form, he would be defeated in an instant. Yang Feng glanced at Almas and felt a trace of world force, and then said immediately, "Virtual world. Almas, you have formed a virtual world." That's right. To maintain the form of a freak like a Thunder Dragonborn, it consumes a tremendous amount of life force every second. Without a virtual world, I wouldn't be able to handle the consumption. Yang Feng, I'm going to attack. Be careful, don't die. Almas's eyes flickered with lightning, and countless bolts of lightning coiled around him and emitted crackling sounds, making him look like a god of thunder. Accompanied by lightning and afterimages, Almas instantly appeared before Yang Feng and sent a fist covered in lightning flying towards the latter. Due to all the lightning, the air around Yang Feng was distorted. Even if an advanced moonlight warlock was hit by the fist containing the law of lightning, their body would be broken and their soul shaken. In the face of the terrific strike, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he punched out, and his fist whistled through the air. Containing the law of power, his fist crushed the earth-shaking lightning and smashed into Almas. Boom! Along with a world-shaking blare, Almas was sent back flying like a broken rag doll. He crushed into a wall of the arena, spat out a blood arrow containing viscera, and crumpled on the ground. Silence! The warlocks outside the arena were all stunned, almost unable to believe their eyes. I admit, defeat. Cough, cough. There was a blue light, and Almas turned back into his human form and spat out the dragon bead. His face pale white. There was a look of pain on his face. Every time he coughed, he would cough up a large amount of blood. He lost just like that? Impossible? How can Almas lose like that? One shot? That was Almas, the pinnacle starry sky warlock genius from the Eye of Dragon. He's the hope of the Eye of Dragon, an expert who formed a virtual world. How could he be defeated with one punch? As if they came to life, the warlocks from the Western world started commenting, their words filled with incredulity. Almas is the top starry sky warlock genius from the Brest dynasty's Eye of Dragon, a warlock group a few notches stronger than the Battle Demon sect. In the Western world, his fame is tremendous. He has beaten numerous peerless geniuses. The only person in the young generation of the Brest dynasty who has defeated him was Kresno. Yet such a peerless genius was defeated by Yang Feng with a single punch. Naturally, the warlocks from the West world could not believe this fact. Xuanhuan stared at Yang Feng, his fists clenched, and a hint of despair poured into his heart. So strong! Saying that he is much stronger than before doesn't do his strength justice. I've been improving these years, but his progress is much greater than mine. Since losing to Yang Feng, Xuanhuan has put all his thoughts into cultivation. With his identity as the Tai sect's holy son, he can get a tremendous amount of resources. Coupled with his freakish talent, his cultivation these years has been amazingly fast. Originally, Xuanhuan planned to defeat Yang Feng with a strike in the Time Sky City competition assembly and regain his glory. However, he was defeated by Angelico first, and then Almas, who is his equal in terms of strength, was defeated with a single punch from Yang Feng. This huge gap almost made him despair. Almas took a deep look at the ruler series Yang Feng has equipped, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and squeezed out a smile, saying, "That's a great secret method." With that, Almas took out a vial of elixir and drank it up, and some color welled up on his deathly pale face. He walked out of the arena and returned to the side of the warlocks from the Brest dynasty. Who else wants to fight me? In the arena, Yang Feng looked at the warlocks from the Western world and revealed a scorching fighting spirit. The 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world frowned, but didn't say anything. The warlocks from the Western world focused their gazes on the 11 peerless geniuses, looking forward to them displaying their might and defeating Yang Feng. Faintly, what was a dispute of wills has devolved into an argument of strength between the warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world. The warlock geniuses of the Western world have been competing with each other endlessly in the dark, with no one yielding to the others. But under the strong pressure brought by Yang Feng, there was a faint rapport between them. Katrina's figure flickered, and she appeared in the arena at once. Not inferior to a man in any way, she spoke in a heroic and awe-inspiring tone. "I am Hall of Eternity's holy daughter Katrina of the Brest dynasty. I will fight you. Katrina! Give him hell! Katrina! I love you!" The warlocks from the Western world broke out into cheers at once. The glamorous and bewitching, but also heroic Katrina is the goddess in the hearts of many warlocks from the Western world. Even many female warlocks whose hearts are filled with jealousy towards Katrina also cheered her on sincerely. As soon as Katrina entered the arena, she waved her lily-white hand, and a magic mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in her hands. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles surged around her, and a wisp of world force poured into the magic mirror in her hands. Chapter 538 Goddess of Love Fantasy. Chapter 538 Goddess of Love Fantasy. Translator, Xuanhuan. Katrina pointed the magic mirror towards Yang Feng. A brilliant light emerged from the magic mirror and covered the whole arena in a flash. An expert who formed a virtual world. There was a flash of dignity in Yang Feng's eyes, and he silently recited incantations and instantly cast defensive spells on himself. The Battle Demon armor formed from the Battle Demon secret method, and the Ruler armor possess amazing defensive strength. No matter what offensive spell, they can withstand and weaken them. However, in the face of unknown spells, Yang Feng still followed the warlock fighting style and first cast all kinds of defensive spells on himself. Katrina is also a peerless powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. Even if he was stronger, Yang Feng still wouldn't underestimate her. Warlock fighting methods are varied, weird, and extraordinary. There are many cases of a weaker party prevailing over a stronger party. When the bright light enveloped the arena, Yang Feng's vision swam, and he appeared in a strange world where he couldn't make up the directions, and everything was distorted and blurry. Inside the weird world, there are strange statues everywhere. The statues are of angels, dragons, fiends, kindred, devils, and other existences, and they exude queer auras. Is this an illusion or a banishment to another plane? If it was banishment, then there should have been spatial fluctuations just now. In this case, this should be an illusion, a very advanced illusion to boot. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with light, and he looked at the weird world, where he could see weird and nauseating scenes everywhere. Read latest chapters at freowebnovel.com only. Every time a warlock advances by a rank, their physique will strengthen. After he practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, Yang Feng's physique became comparable to that of a glorious sun warlock. His eyes were also greatly enhanced, and he could see through various illusions. But at the moment, this world in his eyes seemed to be real. An ordinary warlock in his place would certainly fall into confusion. The weird statues squirmed, and angels, dragons, fiends, kindred, devils, and other starry sky warlock rank extraordinary life forms exuding fearsome auras broke out from inside the statues and locked their fierce eyes on Yang Feng. After the extraordinary life forms broke out from inside the weird statues, they rushed towards Yang Feng immediately. 7-color skyfire. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and blue 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm of fire that devoured the strange extraordinary life forms. If you're killed within a powerful fantasy, you will believe that you died, and die in the real world. Therefore, Yang Feng cannot let those weird extraordinary life forms tear him apart. After the weird extraordinary life forms were burned to ashes, mysterious runes suddenly shone from within their remains. Within the 7-color skyfire, the strange extraordinary life forms resurrected at once. At the same time, they absorbed the power of the 7-color skyfire and reconstructed their bodies. Yang Feng looked at the resurrected freaks in the 7-color skyfire with graveness in his eyes. What an astounding illusion! Without cultivating a spell specifically targeted at restraining illusions, even a quasi-glorious sun warlock may lose their live once enveloped by this illusion. Without ways to resist illusions, I'm afraid that even glorious sun warlock rank monsters will be greatly affected by this illusion. If I hadn't learned a secret method of countering illusions, I'm afraid that I would have lost to her. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and strange seals appeared in his pupils and formed 2 golden runes filled with an inhuman aura. As soon as the transcendent pupils took shape, a tremendous amount of life force poured into the pupils. A vast, frightening aura capable of suppressing everything spread from the transcendent pupils. The extraordinary life forms lunging at Yang Feng twisted, and then strangely shattered, decomposed, and transformed into weird light particle that collapsed inch by inch. Illuminated by the light radiated from the transcendent pupils, the weird world shattered inch by inch. I won't lose. In the arena, there was an unyielding look in Katrina's beautiful eyes, and she spat blood essence onto the magic mirror in her hands. When the magic mirror in Katrina's hands absorbed her blood essence, ripples were set off, and the magic mirror radiated a more intense light that shrouded Yang Feng. The weird world trapping Yang Feng collapsed, and Yang Feng appeared in the arena at once and faced Katrina. Katrina smiled sweetly, her matchless pretty face blooming with a blinding radiance. "It's my loss. Yang Feng, you're really amazing. Let's be friends." The transcendent pupils slowly retracted, and Yang Feng smiled lightly and uttered, "All right." The confrontation between the Eastern world and the West world came to an end. Soon after, the Time Sky City competition assembly officially started. Yang Feng's performance was dazzling in the Time Sky City competition assembly. Teaming up with Katrina, after numerous storms, they eventually wrested away several keys of time. After Yang Feng and Katrina entered the Time Sky City, they ventured together, experienced countless billows, and comprehended secret methods in front of the Time Sky Pillar. After the Time Sky City competition assembly terminated, Yang Feng and Katrina traveled the world together. The relationship between the two deepened with every passing day. With every day that went by, Yang Feng's admiration for Katrina rose by a notch. Gradually, his heart as firm as steel that couldn't be swayed by foreign things began to soften and immerse itself in Katrina's tenderness. "Humph! No matter how strong you are, how astounding your battle prowess is, but inside my goddess of love fantasy, you will slowly immerse yourself. Every person has the desire to pursue love and happiness in their hearts. You will eventually become my love slave. With such a top love slave, even Kresno won't be my opponent. In the future, the Hall of Eternity will belong to me." In the arena, the corners of Katrina's mouth lifted slightly, and her pretty eyes revealed excitement. Goddess of Love Fantasy is a queer secret method that Katrina obtained after exploring an ancient warlock site. Without a secret method to resist illusions, once the target is ensnared in the Goddess of Love Fantasy, they will gradually sink into the beautiful fantasy and eventually become the caster's love slave. Once the target becomes the caster's love slave, their mind and body will be lost in the caster, and they won't be able to extricate themselves. By then, even when the subject leaves the dream world, they will love the caster wholeheartedly and willingly die for them if need be. Even if the subject is much stronger than the caster, even if they are stronger by several ranks, the subject will never harm nor betray the caster, because the subject will love the caster from the bottom of their heart. By the time the dream world ends, the secret method would have faded away. Without any traces of the secret method, it will be impossible to break the strange secret method. From the ancient warlock site, Katrina learned that the master of the site has used the goddess of love dream world to deal with a warlock genius. That warlock genius ultimately became a warlock monarch, yet they still could not extricate themselves from the love. As for the master of the ancient warlock site, their cultivation was only at the glorious sun warlock rank. Thus, the terror of the goddess of love fantasy goes without saying. Kresno has a special bloodline. His mind is extremely firm, and he cultivates a powerful secret method that can contend with the goddess of love dream. Katrina didn't dare to perform this secret method on him for fear that she would suffer a backlash. However, Yang Feng is just an ordinary human, making him a perfect target to restrain with this secret method. Coupled with his terrific strength and extraordinary talent, she chose to cast the bizarre goddess of love fantasy on Yang Feng. In the goddess of love fantasy, Yang Feng has already married Katrina and has become a captive of her charm. He is just one step shy from becoming her love slave. Within the fantasy, Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her body exuded a bewitching fragrance, and her impeccable face radiated tenderness. "Yang Feng, do you love me?" There were traces of tenderness in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron, "I do," Katrina uttered coquettishly like a lover. "Can you die for me?" Yang Feng's mind trembled slightly, and he wanted to answer, but he felt a little uncomfortable, as if something bad will happen if he answers. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said coquettishly, "Answer me." Yang Feng hesitated, and strange waves came from afar. "Wake up. I am Yang Feng. Wake up. I am Yang Feng. I am Yang Feng. As if coming from a distant place, a weird voice shook Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. In the Fuso Plain, within a divine country, the eyes of Yang Feng's god clone shone brightly, and his godhead launched and madly burned divine force crystals. He roared loudly via the law of Nether. Yang Feng has never seen such a queer secret method like the goddess of love fantasy, and is just a step shy from being completely caught in the secret method. However, Katrina miscalculated. Yang Feng has a very powerful clone, and that clone is far more powerful than a moonlight warlock to boot. Chapter 539, Defeating Supreme Geniuses in Succession. Chapter 539, Defeating Supreme Geniuses in Succession. Translator, Xuanhuan. Extraordinary life forms with divinity like gods are immune to many spells and secret methods. The secret method goddess of love fantasy can work on Yang Feng's true body, but not his god clone. Listening to the voice that kept echoing in his sea of knowledge, the eyes of Yang Feng, who has nearly succumbed to love, finally surged with clarity. He willed and saw countless notifications from the optical computer that he has previously ignored. What a beautiful dreamland! However, everything ends now. I am Yang Feng, and this is a fantasy. Countless seals appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and transcendent pupils radiated dazzling light that shrouded the fantasy world. 30 seconds later, the seemingly seamless fantasy world began to slowly collapse. Collapsing. My goddess of love fantasy is collapsing. How can this be? Watching the goddess of love fantasy collapse inch by inch, panic sprang up within Katrina's beautiful eyes, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood essence onto the magic mirror goddess of love magic mirror. The secret method goddess of love fantasy is extremely powerful and weird. Once the target was completely ensnared by it, in theory they will love the caster from the bottom of their heart even if they reach the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, forever unable of freeing themselves. However, once the goddess of love fantasy is broken, the caster will suffer a backlash, and become the love slave of the target instead. The goddess of love magic mirror radiated a strange light that enveloped the already collapsing fantasy world. Yang Feng, I love you. Why do you treat me like this? In the goddess of love fantasy, Katrina collapsed on the ground and looked pitifully and accusingly at Yang Feng, blood trickling down from her cherry lips. It is a painful scene to look at. When Yang Feng saw Katrina's pitiful and miserable figure, he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Without any sound or sign, a queer light poured out of the world and hit him, and a look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. The pair of transcendent pupils slowly disappeared. The transcendent pupil's secret method can destroy countless illusions. But for that to be true, you have to cultivate it to the great completion realm. To achieve that, it requires the consumption of countless resources. Only by quelling numerous transcendent and extracting their power can this secret method be cultivated to the point where it can break through countless illusions. If Yang Feng has reached the great completion realm of the transcendent pupils, he would be able to break through all illusions as soon as he operated the secret method. He wouldn't have been trapped by the goddess of love fantasy. However, without the great completion realm of the transcendent pupils, he will still fall into confusion when faced with various top illusions. The goddess of love fantasy is a pinnacle illusion. It has tremendous power, and even Holy Spirit warlocks won't be able to extricate themselves once they were overwhelmed and enslaved by it. Although the transcendent pupils can restrain this illusion, but Yang Feng has spent too little time on it, and hasn't reached the great completion realm, which naturally makes it difficult for him to resist Katrina, who is going all out and has the support of the goddess of love magic mirror. Wake up! At this moment, Yang Feng's god clone in the Fuso plane ignited divine force crystals and barked. The voice of Yang Feng's clone echoed in the sea of knowledge of Yang Feng's true body, and forcibly dragged out him who was about to be pulled into the goddess of love fantasy. Transcendent pupils. As soon as Yang Feng woke up, he extracted a tremendous amount of world force from the small world in his body and poured it into the transcendent pupils. The transcendent pupils burst out with dazzling light that enveloped the goddess of love fantasy. No, don't. I implore you, stop. In the goddess of love fantasy, Katrina released heart-wrenching screams, and then her charming and enticing body exploded into countless fragments of meat and drops of blood. Faced with Katrina's plea, Yang Feng was unmoved, his gaze indifferent. Golden light surged and landed on the fantasy world, causing it to crumble. After a dozen breaths of time, the goddess of love fantasy world finally collapsed completely, and the arena was exposed. On the other side of the arena, face was ashen. Katrina shivered, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fright. In the next moment, a bizarre, transparent and colorless rune flew out of the goddess of love magic mirror in her hands and landed on her forehead. Her petite body shook slightly and her beautiful eyes dimmed. This chapter is updated by fruyubavel.cm. After he escaped from the goddess of love fantasy, Yang Feng still operated the transcendent pupils, and rays of strange light shot in all directions. The goddess of love fantasy is too queer, making Yang Feng quite apprehensive. This strange power once again let Yang Feng realize how dangerous and frightening the world of warlocks with its strange and powerful spells is. I concede. Katrina's eyes were listless and empty, as if her soul has been sucked away. Her body shook slightly, and she moved inside the arena, heading for the exit. Kresno frowned slightly and made a gesture, and a beautiful warlock from the Temple of Eternity flickered into motion and appeared beside Katrina, and then lifted Katrina and left the arena and the lobby. After he saw Katrina leave, Yang Feng released a dozen or so detection spells on his body, operated the transcendent pupils and carefully scanned his status, and then looked at the information sent back by the optical computer. After making sure that he was in the real world, he took a deep breath of air and took out several precious elixirs and downed them. In terms of strength, Katrina was far from being Almas's match. However, the goddess of love fantasy was just too strange. To break it, Yang Feng consumed dozens of times more life force than to defeat Almas. After he drank the elixirs and recovered a little, Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and he looked towards the warlocks from the West World and said, "Serene, who else wants to fight me?" The warlocks from the Western world locked their eyes on the supreme geniuses who still haven't fought Yang Feng. Kresno frowned slightly, but remained silent and unmoving like a statue. Despite the gazes that gathered on him, he had no intention to step in. Humph! A bunch of cowards, without even the courage to fight. What a bunch of trash. Among the four supreme geniuses from the Catered dynasty, the black man with an unruly expression sneered. He blurred into motion, turned into a ray of light, and shot into the arena. The black man showed Yang Feng an untamed smile and uttered, "I am the Dark Trial's Ol of the Catered dynasty. I want to fight you." The Dark Trial is one of the most powerful forces in the Catered dynasty. In the past years, the Dark Trial's prestige has already begun to show signs of slowly surpassing that of the Hall of Immortality. The Hall of Immortality once gave birth to the Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. When the Dawn Lord still dominated the world, the Hall of Immortality was one of the most powerful warlock groups in the world. But when the Dawn Lord died, the Hall of Immortality began to decline gradually. After several major storms, the Hall of Immortality has declined to the point that it gradually lost control of the Catered dynasty. In the Catered dynasty, many warlock groups such as the Dark Trial have always been controlled by the Hall of Immortality, and could only develop their strength in secret. But once the Hall of Immortality declined, they began to grow and develop until they became a huge warlock group on the same level as the Hall of Immortality in the modern age. After he finished speaking, Ol silently recited incantations and pointed with a finger, and a level 6 secret treasure ghost face armor engraved with numerous seals suddenly appeared and enveloped him. As soon as Ol put on the ghost face armor, sharp spurs ejected out of the armor and pierced into his body and began extracting his blood and life force. Ol's figure distorted, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall ogre covered in the ghost face armor. The ogre had a pair of horns on the head and a red horn on the forehead, and exuded advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. That's a red-horned evil god ogre. One of the strongest ogres. Amazing. To be able to transform into such an ogre. No wonder he's a super genius of the Dark Trial. The warlocks around the arena recognized at a glance how powerful the red-horned evil god ogre Ol transformed into was. The red-horned evil god ogre with advanced moonlight warlock rank cultivation base can even suppress many feeble divine force rank gods. After Ol turned into the red-horned evil god ogre, He issued a heaven-shaking howl, and tremendous sound waves condensed into a sound wave artillery blasting towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he charged into a sound wave artillery like a meteor. With his tyrannical body, he pushed the sound wave artillery back and appeared before Ol, and then punched the red-horned evil god ogre Ol has transformed into in the abdomen. The red-horned evil god ogre suddenly spat out a blood arrow, and then knocked into a wall of the arena like a meteor and crumpled on the ground. "I surrender!" After he spewed a large mouthful of blood, Ol dispelled the red-horned evil god ogre transformation, stared at Yang Feng with a look of incredulity on his face, and uttered through gritted teeth, "Yang Feng's punch has broken most of the bones in the red-horned evil god ogre's body. Even with its astonishing healing ability, the ogre couldn't heal its injuries and fight Yang Feng at the same time." Chapter 540, Shaking the Audience. Chapter 540, Shaking the Audience. Translator, Xuanhuan. Silence pervaded, and shock flashed in the eyes of the warlocks. The red-horned evil god ogre Ol has transformed into can suppress quasi-glorious sun warlocks and even fight gods of the same rank. Such a powerful existence was one-shot by Yang Feng. Even though Almas was also one-shot by Yang Feng before, but the warlock geniuses present were still filled with shock. So strong. He's too strong. The battle demon sex Feng Yang is really powerful. After today, he will definitely be famous. How astonishing. Every time the Time Sky City competition assembly is held, there always appear several freakish experts who have formed a virtual world. But the gap between them isn't large. This time, the gap between Yang Feng and the other freakish powerhouses is just too big. So strong. If he doesn't die prematurely, he may become a Holy Spirit warlock in the future. After a while, sounds of discussion rose in the arena. No matter if they came from the Eastern world or the Western world, the warlocks looked at Yang Feng standing in the center of the arena with awe in their eyes. The warlocks from the Western world focused their gazes on Kresno and other supreme geniuses. But the supreme geniuses from the Western world just stood there silently and watched Yang Feng in the arena. Ol and Almas are both freakish geniuses who have formed a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm. With just quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base and the support of secret treasures, they can already contend against advanced moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. But these two freakish warlock geniuses were one-shot by Yang Feng, which naturally left the other supreme geniuses from the Western world apprehensive. Why is nobody going up there? There are so many geniuses in the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty. Don't tell me that not one of you has the courage to fight with our Great Cloud Dynasty's Yang Feng. Just now, you've been running your tongues, thinking that you're hot shit. It turns out that you're just a bunch of losers who only know to bully the weak. New novel chapters are published on FruyoBNL.com. This is the strongest genius of our Great Cloud Dynasty. If you have the ability, then go defeat him. Just now, who was it that said Yang Feng is a free-range chicken in their eyes? Now the free-range chicken is in the arena, so why is it that no one dares to go up there? It turns out that the geniuses from the three dynasties are only good at boasting. Taunts and jeers came from the Great Cloud Dynasty camp. Not long ago, after Angelico has easily defeated Xuanhuan, the warlocks from the Western world have mocked the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. Now that they have got this opportunity, the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty naturally won't miss it. The figure of a blonde, burly warlock blurred, and he appeared in the middle of the arena. The blonde, burly warlock shouted, "I am the Five Rings Red Tower's Culford of the Breast Dynasty. I want to fight you." Five Rings Red Tower is a powerful warlock group of the Breast Dynasty, not the least bit inferior to the Battle Demon sect, and Culford is the top genius in the Starry Sky Warlock realm of the Five Rings Red Tower. Yang Feng said flatly, "Please." Culford silently chanted an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a cloth-like, Level 6 secret treasure giant of leather inscribed with strange seals suddenly flew out and covered him. The giant of leather was made from the leather of some unknown extraordinary life form. There was a strange light, and a 100-meter-tall giant inscribed with weird seals, enveloped in a gale, exuding junior moonlight warlock rank pressure appeared in the arena. Wind Giant. a being who can only manipulate the wind element. The wind giant doesn't have the weakness of ordinary giants, which is a low agility. However, a mere junior moonlight warlock rank wind giant isn't Yang Feng's opponent at all. What the hell is Culford thinking? A trifling wind giant is not a match for that monster. When the warlocks around the arena saw Culford change into a wind giant, they commented animatedly. The wind giant Culford has transformed into is a bit weaker than the immemorial gold dragon Achilles has turned into. As soon as the wind giant transformation was complete, gales entangled around it, and while exuding an overbearing aura, it pounced at Yang Feng. Too slow. The wind giant had just moved, when Yang Feng strangely appeared in front of it and punched it. An immense force instantly struck the wind giant in the abdomen, and the 100-meter-tall wind giant turned into a ray, crushed into a wall of the arena, sprayed a blood arrow, and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The wind giant transformation lifted, and Culford human form was exposed. He coughed for a while, and then spat out a blood arrow and spoke with an expression of pain. "I admit defeat." Sure enough, he was one shot. There's no way. Yang Feng is just too strong. One-on-one. Except for Almas and them. No one can withstand his full-strength punch while using his secret treasure. The expression in the eyes of the warlocks outside the arena stated as expected, and then they gazed in the direction of the supreme geniuses from the Western world. Freebnovel.com. Against an expert who formed a virtual world like Yang Feng, the tactic of taking turns to exhaust him is meaningless. Unless experts on par with Yang Feng fight him and give their all to injure him, and expend his power. After each battle, Yang Feng will draw a wisp of world force from the virtual world in his body and fully recover all his expenditure. Cresno took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked deeper into the secret Dragon Inn. Most of the warlocks from the Brest dynasty followed behind Cresno. No matter what the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty said, they didn't respond. Angelico took a profound look at Yang Feng, and then took the warlocks from the Bajor dynasty and went deeper into the secret Dragon Inn silent. The warlocks from the Cater dynasty also silently followed the four supreme geniuses of the Cater dynasty deeper into the secret Dragon Inn. After he saw that the supreme geniuses of the three dynasties left, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he left the arena. Except for the top warlock geniuses of the Western world, the ordinary warlock geniuses are not Yang Feng's opponents at all. Defeating them has no meaning. Yang Feng, do you still remember me? Yang Feng was just going back to the Battle Demon Sex camp, when a voice rang. Yang Feng turned around and immediately smiled and greeted the other party enthusiastically. Kong Fangao, it's you. Long time no see. In those days when Yang Feng was playing the role of the ruler of the Tyrannid subcontinent, Kong Fangao guided him to the Great Cloud dynasty and gave him a lot of help. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Tyrannid subcontinent at that time, he definitely wouldn't be this strong right now. Kong Fangao heaved a slight sigh of relief secretly and followed Yang Feng to the side of the Battle Demon Sect and the Bright Moon School, where he was introduced to the disciples of both sects by Yang Feng. After Yang Feng left, a lot of warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world fought in the arena. Just now, both sides have taunted and provoked each other. The warlocks are extremely proud. Their anger flared up, and they entered the arena to swap pointers. Without Yang Feng, Xuanhuan, Almas, and other supreme geniuses taking part in the fights of the other warlocks didn't attract much attention. In the lobby, everyone returned to their seats. The warlocks from the 10 great sects and the 8 great families separated into groups and sat in different places. Yang Feng, Zhang Hanshan, Zhuo Yifan, Zhou Feng, Kong Fangao, Wang Shulan, Zhang Jiqiao, and Zhang Tiantian also sat around a large table. Wang Shulan, Zhang Jiqiao, and Zhang Tiantian are personal disciples of the Bright Moon School's the Great Elders and have the same status as Yang Feng and the others. As for Kong Fangao, who originally was not eligible to sit here, he is a friend of Yang Feng and thus became qualified to sit with them. A handsome young man in white scholar attire, with a bun on his head and an unearthly temperament, walked over with a gentle smile on his face and said courteously, "I am Song Zishi, and this is my close friend Jiang Xian." I wonder if we can have the honor to make acquaintance with Senior Disciple Brothers and Senior Disciple Sisters of the Battle Demon Sect and the Bright Moon School. With long, waterfall-like black hair, a fiery figure that doesn't lose out to Western female warlocks, an exquisite appearance, and the temperament of an ice queen, standing beside Song Zishi is the stunningly beautiful Jiang Xian, the noble daughter of one of the 8 great families, the Jiang family. Wang Shulan smiled and responded cordially, Song family's Song Zishi and the Jiang family's Jiang Xian. I am very pleased to make your acquaintance. Please join us. As disciples of famous sects, Wang Shulan and others will make friends. Song Zishi and Jiang Xian are peerless genius of the 8 great families, and are naturally qualified to make friends with them. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.